Chapter 1. A New Friend. It was a bright and sunny day in the village of Konoha. The markets and stores were vibrant with merchants and buyers. Children were playing in the streets and parks or practicing with their ninja skills with their senseis, and the birds were filling the air and surrounding forest with beautiful songs. However, one resident in the Leaf was not having a very good day, rather a depressing one. This resident has had it pretty hard in his short time on Earth. For one thing, he was an orphan who doesn't know anything about his parents except that they died fighting the nine-tailed demon fox spirit, known as the QB. Second was that most of the villagers hated, avoided, or just ignored him. They even told their children to stay away from him, which in turn led those children to treat him harshly. For years, he didn't understand why the adult villagers and shinobi hated him so much. Until recently, when the Rogue Academy instructor Mizuki revealed to him that the dreaded and feared QB was sealed inside him. After that horrible secret was revealed, and hearing the encouraging words of the other Academy instructor and his brother figure, Iraki Yumino, his drive to becoming Hokage and to achieve everyone's love and respect increased 100-fold. The boy wanted to prove to everyone that he wasn't a loser or a demon monster child. He wanted to show them that he was Naruto Uzumaki, a hidden leaf shinobi and future Hokage. Naruto, however, was not feeling his usual cheerful and confident spirit today, though. He and his teammates of Team 7 just got back from their mission to the Wave Country. A mission that was supposed to be a normal C rank that quickly escalated into a deadly A or S rank mission. The main purpose of the mission was to safely escort a bridge builder by the name of Tizuna back to the Wave Country. They didn't count on that a corrupt businessman called Gato wanted the bridge builder dead and hired powerful rogue ninja from Kirigakure no Sato, otherwise known as the village hidden in the mist, to kill him. The older of the two ninja was one of the 7 deadly swordsmen of the mist, known as Zabuza Momochi. The younger of the two was his apprentice and servant Haku. Thanks to the efforts of Naruto and his team, the rogue ninja, along with Gato and his thugs, were defeated and peace and prosperity were restored to the Wave Country. In recognition of Naruto's bravery, kindness, and determination, Tizuna proclaimed that the bridge he and his village were working on would be named the Great Naruto Bridge. Naruto was beyond happy and honored. He actually achieved recognition and respect from a whole country. His happiness, while was immeasurable, was short-lived, however. During the trip home, he barely spoke to his teammates and sensei. Not that it mattered much since Sasuke was busy being. While Sasuke and his other teammate and crushed Sakura Haruno was only focused on making sure Sasuke was alright and none of his injuries from the battle on the bridge were acting up. Not to mention his sensei was busy stuffing his nose in that book he keeps constantly reading. Naruto, meanwhile, just couldn't stop thinking about Zabuza and Haku. How horrible it was that they both had to suffer awful deaths, just when Zabuza finally realized how much Haku meant to him as both a friend and a comrade. Naruto also couldn't forget Haku's depressing life story. How his father had killed his mother, and how he had to kill his father just to survive before he fully accepted his new life as Zabuza's servant and living weapon. A role that he served to the point where he killed hundreds of people and even sacrificed his own life, all for his master. Zabuza's words on how shinobi were mere tools and weapons to be used by their villages struck Naruto to the core. It made him think if that was what his own village thought of him. Not only as a monster, but as a tool to be used and disposed of when he's fulfilled his usefulness. He couldn't stand the idea at all. Despite the melancholy thoughts on the rogue ninja and the idea of being a weapon, there was another incident at the bridge that haunted him even more so. It was when his teammate Sasuke Uchiha had seemingly died on the bridge. Naruto couldn't forget the pain he felt when he thought Sasuke had died protecting him from Haku's attack. It was then he realized that while the Uchiha was a prideful, arrogant bastard, he still meant a great deal to him as a teammate and friend. The pain Naruto felt, though, was nothing compared to the other emotion that plagued his mind at the time: rage. Naruto didn't remember much from what happened, but knew enough that he somehow was able to call upon and use some of the Kyuubi's demon chakra. He could remember how the chakra felt coursing through him. All that power and hate was maddening. He now knew why the villagers were so afraid of him. The Kyuubi's chakra made him feel and act like a vicious wild animal bent on killing anything it saw. There was something else, though. Something that Naruto just couldn't explain that had happened at that moment. He wasn't sure if it was another influence from the Kyuubi's power or not, but whatever it was, it frightened him. All he remembered was that when he was bathed in the Kyuubi's chakra, it felt like he was shrouded by another mysterious energy too. Whatever it was, it felt dark, powerful, and also very cold. This strange power didn't feel like chakra at all, because it felt like it wasn't only a part of him, but also a part of everyone and everything around him too. He only had brief glimpse of it in his mind's eye. This energy had two different sides, one that was bright and warm, and another that was dark and cold. In that brief vision, he recalled that he was pulled into the dark half, and it was there that he felt his rage and pain from Sasuke's supposed death, more focused, and in turn it made him feel even stronger. With this new sensation, along with the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto felt consumed with the need to kill both Haku, Zabuza, and anyone else that dared to threaten his friends. The last thing he remembered of this power was when he felt it explode out of him and shatter all of Haku's ice mirrors. After that, everything was a blur until he broke Haku's mask and revealed his identity as the boy he met in the forest while training at Tezuna's house. When they finally arrived at their village, Naruto had a strong need for companionship and comfort. Unfortunately, he wouldn't get either since his sensei had to report to the Hokage on their mission, and Sasuke had no interest in anything except training by himself to strengthen his newly obtained Sharingan eyes. Naruto tried asking Sakura if she wanted to have lunch with him, but she said she was too busy and wasn't really interested in having lunch. Although Naruto would never say it to her face, he knew she was lying. It wasn't even a good lie since he was right there with her when she tried asking Sasuke if he wanted to go on a lunch date with her, which he turned down. Naruto even tried sweetening the deal, saying that it wouldn't even be a date, just two friends having lunch, but she still declined. Naruto then tried using his last resort by offering to pay for the lunch. At that point, Sakura yelled at him for being an annoying baka and punched him so hard he collided into a couple of garbage cans that were a few yards away. Then she stomped off, grumbling to herself, leaving him in the pile of trash. Naruto rubbed his head and groaned as he picked himself up from the garbage. As he started to clean himself off, he caught sight of a few villagers glaring at him. One of them was snickering and whispered to the others that it's about time someone threw that demon away with the rest of the trash. Naruto glared at the villagers and snarled at them, daring them to say another insult to him. He was in no mood for any of the villagers having problems with him because of the demon fox. Thankfully, the villagers' fear of the fox within him took hold, and they backed away. Naruto then sighed solemnly and walked away, heading to the only place where he can be accepted and have a good meal, Ichiraku Ramen. That's where we currently find the Leaf's #1 unpredictable knucklehead ninja. He could have tried to meet up with Irika-sensei first before heading to his favorite ramen stand, but Irika was most likely busy teaching his class during this time of day. Despite the boy's slow pace, it didn't take him long to reach his destination. He lifted one of the flaps as he entered the small stand and took a seat on one of the tools. Folding his arms on the counter and looking down at it, he began to let his thoughts once again become plagued with loneliness, depression, and fear. Naruto didn't even acknowledge when the owner Tuchi Ichiraku and his daughter, I am Ichiraku, spoke to him. Naruto, where have you been? I've been wondering where my #1 customer was. Will it be the usual for you? Tuchi and his daughter then noticed the sad look on Naruto's face and instantly became concerned. They also noticed that his blue and orange jacket was kind of dirty and smelly. Naruto-kun, what happened? Did someone throw garbage at you? I am asked as she reached out and placed her hand gently on his shoulder. The soft contact of her hand with his shoulder was enough to break him out of his thoughts and look up at both of their worried faces. He then put on his famous big wide grin and put his hand behind his head and began to laugh a little. Well, I'm all right, I am Chan. I just fell into some garbage while walking here. Clumsy me. Naruto didn't want to mention that Sakura was the one responsible. If he ever got lucky and managed to get a date out of her, he didn't want both the old man and his daughter to have misgivings about serving someone who was mean to him, even if he was on a date with said person. Luckily for him, it looked like his fake grin fooled them both, and they didn't pry any further on the subject. Ayam then offered her hand out and gave him a gentle smile, which confused him. "Give me your jacket. I'll get washed for you. Knowing you, by the time you finish eating all the ramen you order, it should be clean by then." Naruto stared at her dumbfounded. It never ceases to amaze him just how kind these two are to him. Unlike the previous smile, the small one he gave this time was genuine. "Thanks, Ayam-chan, and old man, I'll have a large bowl of beef ramen." Naruto then proceeded to take off his jacket and hand it over to Ayam, who then went to the back of the shop and began to wash it, while the old man began to cook the little genin's order. No sooner than when they both left the counter did Naruto once again begin to feel haunted by the memories of what happened on his mission. That power he felt on the bridge, once more filling him with both curiosity and fear. What was that power? That energy? Why do I feel so cold when I think about it? Naruto began to shiver as he thought more and more about that strange and yet frightening power. That is until someone's hand was placed gently on his shoulder. He looked up expecting Ayam to be comforting him again. Instead, he found that the hand belonged to an old man who was wearing some slightly fancy-looking robes, had gray hair, and had a small, reassuring smile on his face. "Pardon me, my dear boy. Is this seat taken?" The old man motioned to the seat right next to Naruto at the counter. Naruto was taken aback. No one aside from Irika-sensei has ever wanted it next to him at the ramen stand. At first he thought the old man was up to something, but one look at his smile again quickly diminished any one of those thoughts. "Sure, help yourself." The old man then sat down next to him and rested his arms slightly over the counter. Naruto took a closer look at the man, but couldn't recognize him. True, he didn't know every single person in the village, but something about this man made it feel like he wasn't from around here. It felt even more evidenced by his clothes. The young genin has never seen anyone in the village wear robes like that. They weren't incredibly fancy, but they definitely looked out of place. To answer your question, dear boy, no, I am not from this village. I'm visiting from my own home. Naruto was caught a bit off guard from the man's statement, and then immediately asked the first question that came to his mind. "Whoa, can you read my thoughts, or something, old man?" Naruto has never heard of anyone outside of the Yamanaka clan capable of reading thoughts. Every time he's asked Ino about her clan, she's always told him to buzz off and that it was none of his business. The old man looked at him and simply smiled. "No, it's easy to see when you're confused, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto definitely wasn't prepared for that. How did this old man know who he was? No one outside the village knows him except for the people in the Wave Country. It then dawned on him that this man might be an assassin who worked for Gato or was a business partner of his. Now he's here for revenge for his and his team's actions on the bridge. He immediately leaped from his stool and got into a fighting stance, waiting for the old man to make his move. To his surprise, the old man just looked at him again with that friendly smile. "Calm down, my dear boy. I am no friend of Gato. In fact, he and I never have even met. I do not associate myself with cruel, greedy businessmen like him. The reason I've heard of you is because you're famous Naruto." The genin slowly relaxed his stance with a dumbfounded look on his face. "I'm famous? I'm actually famous? How is that possible?" Naruto couldn't believe it. How is he famous? The young shinobi hasn't done anything spectacular or amazing like the Kages. He would have found it hard to believe, yet for some strange reason he trusted that the old man wasn't lying to him. "Word of your brave and heroic actions in the Wave Country reached my home not too long ago. I've traveled all this way to meet with you, Naruto, and I can honestly say that you definitely live up to your reputation as the great, kind, and powerful warrior that you are." Once again, Naruto was caught completely off guard. It's true that he helped Tizuna and his village a great deal, but he didn't think it was that great that word of his aid would spread that fast. In fact, he didn't think many people would find out about it at all. Just a few travelers who would use the bridge and wonder where the villagers got the name for it from. The shocked Genin then dropped his battle stance completely and just sat back down on his stool, taking in the fact that he was already becoming famous. You seem surprised, my boy. You shouldn't be. It's rare for a 12-year-old young genin, such as yourself, to defeat a highly trained assassin, and on top of that convinces his master to forsake his evil ways and to redeem himself. Naruto looked at the old man with wide eyes. Normally, after hearing something like that, he would be bouncing off the walls with joy, stroking his own ego about how he will definitely become Hokage after a feat like that. Instead, sorrow engulfed his face again, and he just looked back down at the counter, folding his arms up and resting his chin against his hands. What seems to be the matter, my boy? The old man reached out and placed his hand on his shoulder again. Naruto looked up at him and tried masking his depression. Oh, it's nothing, mister. I just can't wait to eat my ramen. Naruto licked his lips and flexed his fingers constantly, trying to make it look like he was impatient to get his meal. The old man merely smiled again and took his hand off Naruto's shoulder. It seems you are also very skilled in the art of deception too, dear boy. However, when you've lived long and traveled as far and wide as I have, you learn to sense when someone is showing you their true feelings and when they are not. Naruto couldn't believe it. Only Irika, an old man third, has ever seen through his fake smiles. Before he could think further on the subject, though, Tucci came back with a big steamy bowl of his famous ramen in his hands and placed it in front of Naruto. There you are, Naruto. One big bowl of beef ramen. The ramen chef was about to turn away when he noticed the old man sitting next to the genin. Oh, I didn't see you there. Will like anything to eat or drink, sir? The old man smiled at the chef and gave his order. Yes, I believe I will have what my new friend here is having, and also some green tea, please. Sure, coming right up. The ramen chef then proceeded back into his kitchen to prepare the new order. Naruto, meanwhile, was so busy looking at the old man next to him that he completely forgot about the big bowl of ramen in front of him, which is a rare occurrence indeed. You really want to be my friend, mister? The old man looked at him again, that same smile still gracing his face. Of course, my dear boy. You seem like a nice young man to me. Not to mention that from what I have heard of you is that you are pleasant, talented, and loyal to a fault. Why wouldn't anyone want to be your friend when you have such admirable qualities? Naruto would have to ask Kakashi-sensei later to help train him to keep his guard up better, because once again, for what seemed like the millionth time, the strange old man next to him seemed to catch him with it down again. He's never been complimented like that before, not even by either Irika-sensei or Old Man Third. However, a look of fear began to creep its way onto Naruto's face. If the old man found out that the reason all the adults hated him was because of the QB, then not only would he lose a chance to gain a new friend, but he would also have another adult that hated him for that demon fox inside him. No, I refuse to let that stupid fox ruin this for me. I need to come up with something fast. Naruto then thought up the perfect cover story to give to the old man. Well, a lot of the villagers and kids my age here hate me because they think I'm an annoying loser who does nothing but pull pranks and doesn't take his studying seriously. Naruto scratched his cheek nervously, hoping the old man would buy his story. Luckily for him, it would seem he did bought it, but not the way he expected. Well, I don't think that at all, my boy. Quite the opposite, in fact. I think you're a shinobi that has extraordinary potential. The only negative quality I can think for you right now is that you're allowing that delicious-looking ramen of yours to go cold. Naruto's eyes went as wide as dinner plates and yelled as he realized that the old man was right. He's been neglecting his absolute favorite meal. He immediately broke his chopsticks and started to scarf down his ramen, throwing his table manners right out the window, but his new friend didn't seem to mind. While he was eating, he thought about what the old man said, that he had extraordinary potential. This new friend of his was really starting to soar high up there in his list of favorite and most precious people, just right below his teammates. In fact, it's more than likely because of your potential that your fellow shinobi and the villagers treat you so horribly, Naruto. They may not like you because they don't trust you, and they don't trust you because they fear you. Fear for the power inside you. Naruto stopped mid-eating and just looked at the old man, eyes wide and full of fear. Oh shit, don't tell me he knows about the stupid fox. Damn, why can't I find just one other person besides Irika-sensei, the old man, and Ayam-chan that will just accept me for who I am? Before Naruto could confirm his worst fears about his new friend knowing about the fox, the old man patted Naruto on top of the head. It is only natural, Naruto. People often fear what they don't understand, no matter how much they try to deny it. It is in their nature. Now tell me, my boy, what seems to be troubling you so deeply. Just as the old man finished asking his question, Tucci came back with another big bowl of ramen and a cup of green tea. Here you are. One large bowl of beef ramen and a cup of green tea. Can I get you anything else? No, thank you. That's quite enough for me. The old man slightly bowed and started to take some sips from his tea. After that, he broke his chopsticks and began to dig into his own ramen. All the time, he was eyeing the boy next to him, waiting patiently for him to tell him of his troubles. Naruto was still sitting there staring into his ramen bowl as he thought of whether or not he should tell his new friend. Finally, he decided that if the old man was willing to listen to him, then he should oblige. After all, he was his new friend and precious person. Well, I've been feeling kinda really bad for the two rogue ninja I met in the Wave Country. The old man stopped eating and continued listening to the boy's tale. They didn't seem all that bad to me. In fact, in some weird way, I kinda like them. I just wish they didn't have to die. Just when Zabuza finally understood that Haku was his friend, not a disposable weapon, and poor Haku, after having such a miserable and lonely life before meeting Zabuza, and then allowing himself to be used as a weapon. Haku may have done bad things for Zabuza, but I could tell he was a good person that just wanted to be acknowledged. I just wish that things could have ended differently. The old man nodded his head, showing he understood what the boy was saying. He took another sip of his tea and then placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Once again, you certainly live up to your reputation as an amazing shinobi, Naruto. Yes, life can be rather cruel to certain individuals, especially in this shinobi world. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. He never thought, before this mission, that the world he lived in could be so cruel and dark. Sure, he studied the 3 great ninja wars at the academy, which were terrible events. Yet he thought since those wars ended, life as a shinobi was just all about having adventures and growing stronger for big, exciting battles. Now that he's realized how naive he was being, he doesn't feel up to asking the Hokage for big rank missions for a while. A long while. However, there is one thing you need to understand, Naruto. They chose their fate because of their own feelings for each other. Despite what your teachers and elders tell you about how shinobi should clear their minds of emotions during missions, it is one's own feelings that can truly give one the strength to achieve their tasks and goals. Haku's feelings for his master allowed him to fulfill his desire to protect him, and Zabuza's own feelings for Haku allowed him to destroy Gato and to die peacefully right by Haku's side. As for you, Naruto, it was your own feelings that gave you the power to protect your friends. Always remember this, my boy. No matter what anyone else tells you, your feelings are what make you so special. Never bury them, and you will always have the power to triumph any challenge and to achieve your dreams, Naruto. The old man's speech, along with his serene smile, seemed to clear all the depressing thoughts that have plagued Naruto's mind for the past few days. He finally felt at peace with his mission. So much so a big, genuine smile plastered his face. Thanks, mister. You've really helped me out big time. I feel so much better. Naruto then continued eating his ramen and finished it up all within 10 seconds. He licked his lips and proceeded to pat his belly. Ah, nothing beats Ichiraku ramen. I'm gonna order another. The old man chuckled and pushed his own ramen bowl to the genin. Well then, by all means, you can have mine. You have a great taste in food, my boy. This is perhaps the tastiest ramen I've ever had. Unfortunately, my old age prevents me from finishing it. It would be shame to let it go to waste. So I insist that you take it. A growing boy like you needs it more than I, and you deserve it for your heroic actions of late. Naruto grinned at the old man. Thanks, mister. I just love ramen. Before Naruto could devour his second bowl, Iam came back with his jacket. Here you go, Naruto-kun. I cleaned it as best as I could. I managed to get all the garbage off, but the smell is still bad. I take it to a washer later. Wait, you're only just starting your second bowl? You're not sick, are you? Naruto grinned, rubbed the back of his head, and chuckled. No, no, I am Chan. I was just talking with my new friend here. His name is, hey, old man, what's your name? The old man turned to Naruto, his friendly smile still gracing his face. My name is Palpatine. Palpatine Saidasaki. This is my new friend, Old Man Palp. I am Chan. I am bowed to Palpatine and gave Naruto his jacket before heading back into the kitchen to wash some dishes. After Naruto put his jacket back on, he devoured his new friend's ramen bowl. They continued chatting while Naruto ordered bowl after bowl of ramen, until Palpatine brought up another question for the boy. Tell me, Naruto, was that pink-haired girl I saw you with earlier a member of your team? Naruto, who was on his 8th bowl of ramen, nodded his head and had slight sad look on his face. Palpatine then leaned in next to the boy's ear. Why did she strike you into the garbage like that? That doesn't seem very appropriate considering that you're her teammate and comrade. Palpatine was eyeing Tucci and Iam while he asked that, knowing full well that the boy doesn't want either of them to overhear. Well, I guess it was because she thought I was annoying her too much with asking her out to lunch with me. Palpatine arched a brow at the boy's answer. So, she didn't take kindly to the idea of being on a romantic lunch date with you? Naruto took a large swallow of the ramen he was eating. I don't really know why she got angry. I even told her that it was just a lunch between two friends, and I even offered to pay for it. He then started to play with the noodles using his chopsticks. She's always yelling at me or hitting me. I do like that she's at least acknowledging me. I just wish she could treat me the same as Sasuke. Palpatine nodded with puzzled look on his face. That certainly is strange indeed, my boy. Especially after all you've done for your team and an entire country, you would think that she would treat you with a bit more respect or kindness. However, I wouldn't dwell too much on it for now. After all, you need to focus on preparing for the Chunin exams. Naruto stopped twirling his ramen noodles and looked at his friend with a confused expression. The Chunin exams? Why, yes, my friend. The Chunin exams are going to be held in the Leaf this year. In fact, they should be announcing it within a few days. Genin from other villages will start to arrive here pretty soon. Many of them will be strong and difficult opponents. A small smile came upon Naruto that quickly grew into a big grin that pretty much stretched across his whole face. Awesome. This is just what I need. This is my chance to finally get everyone to notice me and to stop treating me like a loser. Maybe Sakura-chan will finally go on a date with me too if I do well. Yes. Naruto pumped his fist into the air, and Palpatine chuckled at the boy's antics. Suddenly, though, Palpatine's face took on a serious expression, which caused Naruto to stop his tomfoolery and wonder what was wrong with his new friend. Naruto, I must tell you that there is another reason that I've come to see you. During the Chunin exams, you will have to enter the Forest of Death, and in there you will encounter 3 ninja from a new village called Odogekure. They are extremely deadly, and they will have been given orders to kill you and your teammates. One of them in particular is a rather unpleasant sadist that will delight in hurting you and your friends. Naruto was speechless. Why on earth would some shinobi from a new village that he's never even heard of want to kill him and teammates? It didn't make sense. They haven't done anything to provoke anyone from that village, at least not to Naruto's knowledge. His confusion soon became replaced with anger. Yeah, we'll let them try. If they think I'm going to just sit back and let them hurt my friends, then they got another thing coming. I'll beat them up so bad they'll wish they stayed out of the exams. No, they'll wish they never became shinobi. All of a sudden, cracks appeared on Naruto's ramen bowl and Palpatine's teacup, and the small ramen shop began to slightly shake. The young Genin's anger quickly dissipated when he felt that strange power again. He grabbed both of his arms for warmth as he felt the cold come back. What's going on? Why is this power back? What is it? Where's it coming from? His shivering stopped when Palpatine placed his hand on the boy's quivering shoulder and spoke in a soothing voice. Do not be afraid of this power, my boy. It is a gift that very few receive in this world, and is the only thing that can truly save both you and your friends. Naruto looked at the old man, wondering how on earth he knows about this power. Before he could ask, he started to hear someone calling out his name. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. Oh, finally. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. Naruto turned to see Sakura standing there with her hands on her hips and with an annoyed look on her face. Sakura-chan, what are you doing here? Sakura started to look like she was getting more annoyed and impatient. I just told you that I've been looking for you, Baka. Naruto had a look of confusion that quickly turned into one of happiness and hope. Did you change your mind about having lunch with me? A twitch mark appeared on Sakura's forehead, and she started to grind her teeth. She couldn't believe anyone could be this stupid and annoying. Naruto, unfortunately, though, proves to her time and again that apparently such a thing was possible, which he was about to regret. No, you Baka. I came looking for you because Kakashi-sensei wants to see us. God, for once will you just use that thick head of yours and realize that I will never want to go on a date with a loser like you. Get your stupid but moving so we can go already. Naruto had to hold his ears with how loud Sakura was shouting. His once happy face once again filled with sadness. Why did she have to be so mean to him? It wasn't his fault that he thought she changed her mind about having lunch with the boy. Why couldn't she just treat him with just even a hint of the same respect and kindness that she gives to that Team Sasuke? It seemed that she'll always see him as nothing more than just an annoying Baka to take her frustrations out on. As Naruto was about to move from his seat, his new friend calmly spoke up. Young lady, I don't care how quickly you need to get back to your sensei. That is no excuse to publicly scream at and humiliate your friend and comrade. Just think of how disappointed your sensei would be in you if he saw you acting so disgraceful right now. The boy's confusion was perfectly understandable. Perhaps next time, you should take that into account first before letting your childish temper get the better of you. Naruto doesn't deserve to be treated that way, especially not after his noble actions in the Wave Country. You should be ashamed of yourself. Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing. No one, not even Irika-sensei, has ever defended him like that from his fellow classmates, especially not from Sakura. A part of him was mad that Palpatine called Sakura childish and disgraceful, but he felt too overjoyed of the fact that his new friend was actually defending his feelings like he was a fellow human being and not some nuisance or monster. Sakura was also speechless. She's never been lectured about yelling at Naruto and calling him a baka or a loser, let alone lectured for misbehavior in general. She's always thought of herself as a well-behaved and mature kunoichi and believed that all the other kids her age, with the exception of Ino, and the adults thought so too. In fact, for as long as she could remember, most of the villagers have actually told her she was doing the village a great service by constantly yelling at and smacking the boy. Despite that, though, the more she thought about it, the more she realized that perhaps she was a bit too hard on Naruto just now. It's true that it was perfectly understandable that he would have no idea why she was looking for him. Not to mention that their sensei is always running really late to their meetings. That and Naruto did perform admirably in their mission to the wave. It's just that he annoys her so easily that sometimes she just can't stand it. Still, it wasn't a valid reason to publicly humiliate and insult him like that, especially when it looked like he was having a pleasant conversation with this old man that she may have rudely interrupted. It's okay, old man Palp. Sakura-san is right. I was just being an idiot as usual. We should meet here again sometime. I really enjoy hanging out and talking with you. Naruto had a downtrodden look on his face the whole time he said that, but Palpatine could see it in his eyes. The boy was really thankful for him coming to his defense. He pulled out his frog wallet to pay for the meal and opened it only for a moth to fly out. The damn thing was empty. Oh man, I forget to get paid for that mission we just did. Damn it. I hope the old man will just run it up my tab. Palpatine noticed the boy's predicament and gave him a reassuring smile. Fret not, my boy. I can cover for you. Palpatine then took out some money and placed it on the counter. And I would be more than happy to meet with you again in the future. I shall be watching you in your ninja career with great interest. Naruto once again made a big grin and pumped his fist in the air. Yeah, I can't wait, old man Palp. And thanks for telling me about the Chunin exams. I'm gonna beat everyone and become the strongest Chunin in this village. Believe it. The old man kept on smiling, placed both hands on Naruto's shoulders. Good to hear, and remember what I've told you, Naruto. Never bury your feelings, and do not fear to use that power within you, no matter what anyone else tells you. Naruto smiled, gave him a thumbs up, then hopped off his seat and ran past Sakura to the bridge where Team 7 usually meets. Sakura was still surprised that Naruto defended her after she yelled at him like that it took her a few seconds to realize Naruto was already leaving without her. Naruto, wait for me. When she finally caught up to him, she started asking questions about who that old man was. How come she's never seen him in the village before? How did he know about their mission to the wave? What power was he talking about? How he already knows in advance about the Chunin exams? Naruto only answered the first question by saying that he was a new friend and didn't answer her further, which unnerved and annoyed her a little bit until they arrived at Team 7's meeting location and were surprised to see that Kakashi-sensei was on time for once. While Kakashi was informing them on how the Hokage was impressed with their skills and efforts during their mission to the wave and that they deserve a few days off, Sakura realized that earlier Naruto called her Sakura-sen without the usual Chan suffix to her name. The nickname always annoyed her, but for some reason it didn't feel right to not have Naruto call her that. It felt so un-Naruto. Before she could ask him about it, when the meeting ended, he already left without saying a word. She started to feel guilty and think that she may have really hurt his feelings earlier, which certainly would explain his abnormally quiet behavior. Even after she made a promise to herself that she would treat him better that day at the park bench, she slowly walked home, thinking of ways to make up for what she did until those thoughts all but disappeared when she spotted Sasuke and started falling back in her fangirl routine. Elsewhere, in a dark chamber with only a few lights blinking from the walls, a figure clothed in dark robes and a hood that partially hid his face cracked a sinister smile on his face. Patience. Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. Soon the resurrection of Lord Vader will be complete. My former apprentice shall soon have a new body, one far younger and more powerful. The Dark Lord started to laugh, his evil cackling echoing around his small but frightening technological throne room. After this day, the fate of Naruto and the balance of the shinobi world will forever change. Chapter 2. Pain and Suffering. A young girl sat on her bed with a worried and depressed look on her face, mixed with some dry tear marks. She had her legs pulled up to her face and her arms wrapped around them, as if she was trying to keep warm. However, it wasn't the temperature of the room that was causing Sakura Haruno to clutch herself like this. Something very bad had happened. Something awful and frightening to her teammates, especially to one of them in particular. The more she thought about him, the more she shivered and held herself even tighter, her toes scrunching up her bed sheets. It's been a long time since she wished it, but right now she wanted her mom to come through the door and scoop her up in a big warm hug to make everything all better. Those days of comfort are over now. She had to remind herself constantly that she wasn't a little girl anymore. She was a kunoichi of the Leaf Village. Still, that did little to ease her worry and her sense of worthlessness. She knew she failed her teammates. She knew it was because of her lack of skills and strength that her teammates nearly died, and for some reason, she couldn't comprehend changed. Every time she thinks about it, she feels like she was experiencing that horrible event all over again. There was nothing she could have done to prevent it. Yet she knew it was still her fault because she was weak. If she wasn't so pathetic, she could have protected both of them. Despite the fact that they both seemed to be back to normal, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong with her teammates. It all happened the moment she and her team encountered a powerful and very sadistic grass ninja in the Forest of Death during the second test of the Chunin exams. She didn't catch his name, but whoever he was, he targeted and challenged Sasuke out of the three of them. She always knew Sasuke was the most talented and strongest of them, so it made sense he would be the first target. What she didn't expect was that the grass shinobi skill and power would cause Sasuke to become so gripped by fear and intimidation that he tried to surrender their scroll to him. At the time, she felt it was the right choice. This genin was far beyond in skills neither of them have ever seen. He felt even more frightening than Zabuza did. However, to her surprise and Sasuke's, Naruto refused to hand over the scroll and viciously fought the other genin. She never saw Naruto fight so bravely and well before. She always thought he was a loud mouth that was mostly talk and was only trying to be more popular than Sasuke. But in that fight, it felt like he was a whole other person. Rather, it was more like he was an animal. Yes, that is what it felt like the most to her. The way he swiped at that other genin with what looked like claws on his fingers. There was also his eyes. They were different. Not the regular ocean blue, but were blood red with slits for pupils. His voice was also a bit different, almost like a guttural growl. It was as if he became a wild beast. Despite his transformation, though, Naruto was still defeated and swatted away like he was an insect. The weird grass shinobi did something to him, something to his stomach. She couldn't figure out what exactly caused. When she checked him for injuries, he had none. Luckily, before he could finish off Naruto, Sasuke finally intervened, and it looked as if Sasuke would defeat the evil snake-like grass ninja. But in the end, Sasuke was also defeated after their enemy sank his teeth into his neck. At first, she thought he was poisoned with deadly venom, but it was something else. It was some kind of seal. She didn't know what it was for, and before he left, the grass ninja declared that Sasuke would soon seek him out for more power, and that gift he gave him was for displaying such impressive skills. That wasn't even the worst part of their ordeal, though. No, the worst part was when she, along with Team 10 and Lee, had to face off against 3 sound shinobi. Apparently, they were given orders to kill Sasuke and his teammates if they got in the way. She fought as hard as she could with her traps and limited taijutsu skills, but she was no match. She also had to cut her beautiful long pink hair short in order to get away from the sound kunoichi, who had a tight hold on it. With all that effort, though, she only slowed them down a little bit before the others arrived. Even with their help, however, the sound genins looked like they would be a little too much for the others and Sakura to handle. That was when it happened. The event that still continued to send shivers all the way from her head down to the tip of her toes. Flashback. The fight between the sound trio and the 2 Leaf teams and the 1 member of Team Guy didn't look good. Even with Lee and Team 10 at Sakura's side, it didn't look like the sound genins were going to be deterred in the slightest. Both sides were about to attack each other again when all of a sudden a dark, purple, and evil aura erupted from the tree trunk, where Sakura safely hid away her teammates. The figure that emerged from the tree covered in the aura was none other than the Uchiha prodigy himself, Sasuke. Sakura should have been overjoyed to see him back on his feet, ready for action, but something felt wrong. Sasuke didn't feel like his usual self. He felt cold, angry, and also bloodthirsty. Sasuke, are you ALR-? Your face. Who did that to your face? His voice dripped with venom when he asked that question. Sakura began to shiver. This wasn't Sasuke. The way his Sharingan looked as if they were practically glowing with bloodlust. That evil dark aura which flared wildly from his body. She's never seen him like this before. What could have happened to him? Then she remembered that mark on his neck. It had to be the cause. Before she could answer his question, one of the sound trio, Zaku, stepped forward with a cocky smirk on his face. That would be me. Sasuke glared at the sound shinobi who dared hurt one of his comrades. A sadistic smile of his own started to grace his lips. Then you die first. Sakura and the others of the Konoha 11 were shocked to hear those words coming from Sasuke. He's never threatened to kill anyone before, not even his opponents. The sound Jinin, Zaku, was also taken aback by Sasuke's response. His shock quickly turned into anger, and he pointed at the young Uchiha. Yeah, well, just try it, punk. I'll wipe that stupid grin off your face when I kill you first. I'll deal with that pink-haired, four-headed bitch after. Just as both combatants started to get ready, the tree trunk that Sasuke came out of started to creak and groan. Cracks started to form on the surface of the tree, while the pebbles and rocks around it started to float and slowly roll and twirl in the air. No one could tell what was going on. Even Sasuke, with his newfound power and blood lust, was confused as to what was happening. Suddenly, the tree exploded. The shockwave either knocking people to the ground or forcing them to cover the eyes from the flying debris, or both. After the debris ceased, everyone stared in awe at what stood in place of the tree. Now was a large crater. Splinters of wood and rocks were floating higher and higher all around it. What caught their attention the most was who was standing in the center of the crater. It was a boy, dressed in orange, looking down at his feet, his body slightly trembling. The boy slowly lifted his head for everyone to see. As he did, his headband got loose and fell, but it never touched the ground. It just started floating up and around him along with the rest of the debris. His jacket's zipper suddenly became undone, like it unzipped itself, and the jacket began to flap and shake violently around his body until it tore itself to shreds. The pieces floating up in the air like everything else, with not a trace of it left on him. Finally, they saw his face. Gone were the warm, friendly sky blue eyes, and in their place were red and orange glowing embers seething with anger and hatred. He slowly looked at each single person around him. Every individual that met his stare felt like his eyes were piercing through their bodies into their very souls, including the sound trio. They were shaking so badly from his fiery gaze that it looked like their bodies were going to fall to pieces. However, when the boy's gaze fell upon Sakura, his eyes widened, his body stopped trembling, and all the objects and debris in the air froze in place. He just stood there with his mouth slightly gaped open, staring at her. Until finally he spoke. His voice was calm, but it was clear that it was holding back an immeasurable amount of fury. Sakura-chan, you're hurt. Who did this? Who did this to Sakura-chan? Who hurt Sakura-chan? Answer me. Suddenly, all the objects in the air exploded into pieces. His headband fell to ground. The blue cloth ripped to shreds with only the metal plate intact. The boy started to violently shake, clearly losing his patience with how no one has had the guts to answer his question. But they could hardly be blamed. Not one of the Leaf Genin there has ever seen the Leaf's #1 unpredictable knucklehead, Naruto Uzumaki, so full of rage and malice before. It was frightening. What's going on? Is this really Naruto? The same idiot who challenged everyone else in these exams with that silly grin on his face. Shikamaru, despite his high IQ, still could not believe it. He could not understand how his goofy former classmate could have become like this. He looked even more vicious and infuriated than even Sasuke does right now. Ino and Choji were also shocked. Shocked to the point where they were frozen in place, with Ino trying to help Choji up. Lee was standing by Sakura's side as she held herself up from the ground with her hands, with actual sweat running down his face. It wasn't the normal sweat he gets from doing his usual over-the-top training regime or doing a challenge proposed by his sensei. No, this was sweat caused by fear. Sasuke and Sakura's teammate. I never knew he had this kind of power. It's unnerving. Still, I must be strong and protect Sakura with the power of my youth. Sasuke also stared wide-eyed at Naruto and was grinding his teeth. Like everyone else, fear was on his mind for what was happening to his comrade, but unlike the others, his mind was also occupied with feelings of anger and annoyance. He didn't know how his teammate managed to have attained this kind of power, and he didn't care. No, stay out of this, dope. This is my fight, not yours. He was about to speak his mind when Naruto finally ran out of patience and roared at the top of his lungs. I asked, who hurt Sakura-chan? Someone better answer me right now, before I start piling each and every one of you in this very hole right here and ask questions later. The trees all around them started to shake violently, and hundreds of birds flew from their perches, their frightened chirping being the only sound everyone could hear at the moment. It didn't last long when another sound echoed through the forest. A loud screech that made everyone with the exception of Naruto, Sasuke, and the sound trio clasped their ears in pain from the sheer volume of it. After the screeching finally stopped, Sakura took a moment to look back at Naruto, who was back to narrowing his eyes and viciously glaring at everyone else to answer him already. Sakura felt a very cold chill run through her entire body the moment she looked back into his eyes. Those beautiful, gentle, blue irises were now nothing but fire and rage. They felt even more threatening than before when they were that of an animal's. There was something else in them, though. Something that could only be caught in a glimpse when staring into all that fury. Yet she was able to see it. It was pain and suffering. Naruto, what's happening to you? How are you doing all this? Please stop. You're scaring me. Sakura began to think of all the possible reasons why Naruto was acting like this, and even how he was controlling everything around him. Maybe that grass ninja did something to him like what he did to Sasuke. No, she already checked Naruto, and unlike Sasuke, there weren't any visible seals or injuries that were inflicted on him. Before she could think further on the issue, Zaku regained some of his composure and spoke up in his usual overconfident tone. It was me, you idiot. I already told your raven-haired friend here that I'm on the one who used Pinky's face as a punching bag after the bitch bit my arm. Sheesh, what is it with you two and this girl? What? Are you both fucking her or something? Personally, I don't see the appeal. I mean, look at that huge forearm. Ack. Ga. Hey. Ack. Zaku suddenly began choking and was grasping at his throat, clawing for breath. His partners just stood there helpless, wondering what was wrong with him, along with everyone else. No one could figure out what was going on. That is until all eyes traced back to Naruto and saw that his right hand was stretched out. The way he was flexing his fingers looked as if he grasping and crushing an invisible object. That's when Dosu, Sasuke, Sakura, and Shikamaru all realized the same thing before the others. He's the one choking him with this power. Naruto slowly raised his arm up, and as he did, Zaku was lifted off the ground almost like he was levitating. He started to thrash and jerk his body around like crazy, trying to escape whatever influence this brat was having on him. Zaku realized he had no choice and had to use his most powerful technique if he hoped to escape. He ignored the pressure on his throat and raised both of his arms and tried to concentrate his chakra. It was difficult considering his windpipe felt like it was about to be crushed any second, but in the end he was able to summon enough to perform his extreme, decapitating airwaves. Sasuke was able to see the counterattack coming thanks to his Sharingan, and body flickered away. The other Leaf Genin realized a few seconds after what was going on and headed for cover behind a large tree root. The second the last one of them got to the temporary shelter, Zaku unleashed his attack. A massive gust of cutting wind exploded out of his palms right at Naruto, leveling everything in its path until it reached their target, totally annihilating the whole surrounding area Naruto was in. The attack lasted a few seconds before it stopped, leaving nothing but dust in the air. Zaku fell to the ground and immediately began rubbing his throat and gasped for air. The Leaf Genin wondered if it was over and became startled when Sasuke's body flickered on top of the tree root, staring at the aftermath of the attack. Curious, the other Leaf Genin poked their heads out only to see the crater area Naruto was standing and was nothing but dust and smoke now. Naruto! Choji couldn't believe it. His only other friend in the academy, besides Shikamaru, was just completely annihilated, and no one, including him, did a damn thing to save him. Ino was right on the verge of tears with her eyes being engulfed in the salty water, threatening to spill out. Shikamaru was staring wide-eyed at the horrible tragedy of what has become of his former classmate. Lee was clenching his fists and grinding teeth. He might not have considered him as worthy of a challenge as Sasuke, but his bravery has earned enough of his respect that he shall never forget the fellow youthful genin. Sasuke just calmly stood where he was, the purple aura around him growing even more wild and dark, his eyes narrowing at the sound trio, particularly at Zaku, whose cocky grin was once again plastered all over his face. He was going to make them pay for that. He didn't care if he would even get disqualified for how terrible he made their deaths. They needed to suffer for what they did to Naruto. Sakura, like everyone else, was speechless. Her eyes were wide, and her mouth was open slightly, as if she were trying to say something, but words failed to come out. Her mind was reeling back and forth with what just happened. Naruto couldn't be dead. He just couldn't be. Could he? Naruto? Naruto, no. You can't be. Why you just can't be. No, 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 no. Naruto. Zaku started cruelly laughing. The kunoichi on his team, Kin, smirked, and Dosu continued looking at the crater. Your loser friend may have caught me off guard with that weird technique, but even he couldn't stand up me. Don't worry, you'll all be joining him soon. Especially you Sasuke Uchiha. I'm gonna do to you what I did dash. Impossible. Dosu cut Zaku's monologuing off, which greatly annoyed the latter. He was about to complain before he noticed Dosu's shocked expression. He and everyone else followed his eyesight to the area of Zaku's attack. Through the smoke and dust, a figure could be made out. As the dust started to clear up more, everyone's eyes began to widen. A pair of red glowing eyes could be seen along with spiky blonde hair and orange pants. Then, without warning, the dust cloud cleared away from the area like some gust of wind came out of nowhere and blew it away, even though no one felt any wind. Naruto Uzumaki stood there on a small patch of untouched dirt from the crater from before, with his right arm and palm stretched out. Not a single scratch could be seen on him. There wasn't even any dust or debris covering him for that matter as well. He looked completely untouched, which baffled everyone. Zaku just stood there trembling in fear and confusion. No one has ever survived his ultimate attack. Not completely unscathed, at least. He couldn't believe it. That's not possible. You should be dead or badly injured or something. No one has ever taken my ultimate jutsu at full force like that without any wounds. No one. You had to have used a substitution or a clone. That's the only explanation. Dosu stepped forward next to Zaku. No, you're wrong. I've been watching him the entire time. There wasn't a single moment during your attack that he tried an escape jutsu or a clone. He took your attack head on, and somehow, for reasons I can't explain, was able to emerge from it undamaged. Zaku looked at his team leader with an unbelievable look in his eyes. What? No way. He looked back at Naruto, who had a look of murder in eyes, and started sweating bullets. The other Leaf Genin were also beyond shocked that their friend survived such a devastating attack without a single cut on him, but were also very glad. Sakura herself was beyond relief to see her teammate alive and well. Naruto, thank God. He's alive. He's alive. But how did Naruto survive that then? Ino asked a good question. How did Naruto survive that attack? Sasuke and Shikamaru were thinking into overdrive as to all the possible jutsus Naruto could have used. But like Dosa said, Naruto didn't prepare any when Zaku launched his attack. Surprisingly, it was Sakura that came up with the answer when she took a closer look at Naruto's hand and the patch of dirt he was standing on. I think he somehow shielded himself. The other Leaf Genin looked at her, realizing that had to be the answer since it would explain his lack of injuries. Still, it raised the question of how he shielded himself. None of them saw him perform a defensive jutsu before the attack hit. And again, even if he did, there wasn't enough time. It's that power. All the Leaf Genin's eyes fell upon Sasuke as he started to explain. That power that Naruto is emanating around him. He used it to put up a barrier in front of him that protected him from that sound shinobi's attack. The members of the Konoha 11 looked back at Naruto with realization. Sasuke was right. That had to be how Naruto was able to survive such a powerful technique. What worried them, though, was Naruto looked very pissed with the way his ember-like eyes started to glow. Sasuke was the only one of them who wasn't intimidated. Rather, he was irritated and started clenching his fists and grinding his teeth. Naruto, where, where did you learn how to do that? Sakura looked at Sasuke and noticed that blood was starting to seep from his knuckles. She started to worry for him again. He still had that cold, bloodthirsty appearance, and look in his eye except it looked like it was being directed at Naruto now. I can't figure out what's wrong with either of them. I feel so useless. Zako, can both of you attack him at once? I'll go for the Uchiha. We've already wasted enough time battling the others. Let's just complete our mission so we can get out of here. Zaku and Kin looked at their team leader with disbelief. Neither one of them wanted to take on this blonde kid. But if they failed the mission without giving it their all, then Orochimaru-sama would be very displeased with them. Before they could get their heads together and form a plan of attack, Naruto spoke up. You think it's funny what you did to Sakura? You actually get a kick out of hurting my teammate and friend? One of my most precious people. Naruto curled his arm back, and both of his hands started to shake with his fingers curved upward. All the debris littered around him started to float up in the air, his spiky blonde hair waving back and forth. Everyone watched in fear at the strange and frightening ability he was displaying once again. One person there, however, was mostly in shock rather than fear. Wait, Naruto is doing all of this for me? Why? Why would he go so far for me? Why would he even consider me precious? Sakura couldn't believe what she heard. She couldn't remember anyone ever coming so viciously to her defense before. Not even Ino when she defended her against the other kids during their childhood, or even just now when she and her team showed up. Sasuke was upset with what they did to her too, but not to the degree Naruto was showing. She didn't think Naruto cared that much about her. In fact, for the past few weeks, Naruto has been rather distant with her and kept calling her Sakura-san, which continued to unnerve her quite a bit, and he only spoke with her a few times and kept the conversations rather short. It didn't make any sense at all. If Naruto wasn't scaring and making her worried like this, she would bonk him on the head for being so confusing and annoying like she would normally do. Now you're all going to pay. You ruthless, heartless bastards. In response to Naruto's outburst, that high-pitched screech roared back again, only it was even louder than before, making the same people having to cover their ears again hard. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed over the Leaf Genin. When everyone looked up, they saw an enormous and ferocious-looking bat swooping down at Naruto. Before anyone could warn him or come to his defense, the bat already landed. However, to everyone's shock, instead of attacking him, the bat crawled over to Naruto's side, hissing viciously at the Sound Trio and looked eager to tear them apart with its ghastly giant curved fangs. That one is mine. Do as you will with the others. Naruto then brought his right arm and extended it outward with his palm towards the Sound Genins. The giant bat, receiving its command, then lunged at Dosu and Kin with eagerness to slaughter them both, leaving Zaku to Naruto. Naruto then used the same hand and curved it upwards, lifting Zaku off the ground. Zaku was beyond terrified at this point. His best move wouldn't work on this kid, and his teammates were busy trying not to be torn apart. How was he going to get free? The only thing he could think to do was to try to cover his throat to lessen the pain of having his windpipe being crushed again. Only when he tried to do that, he found he couldn't move his arms. He forced them as hard as he could, but they wouldn't budge. Then all of a sudden, they lifted by themselves, stretching out in opposite directions away from his body. Confused, he looked down and saw to his horror that the blonde kid had both of his arms up in parallel with each other with his fingers partway curled down. You seem to be very fond of using these arms of yours to hurt my friends, so I think I'll take them from you. Naruto then closed his hands into fists and then slowly began to widen the gap between his arms. Zaku's arms, in response, started to stretch out more. Zaku grunted in pain as he felt the pressure of his arms being pulled like that. It didn't take long for him to start screaming as it felt like his arms were going to be ripped off. Soon enough, a sickening popping crunch sound was heard. Naruto had dislocated both of his arms, and it didn't look like he was going to stop there. Sakura and the others were horrified with what they were witnessing. Naruto not only dislocated that other Genin's arms, but it looked without a doubt that he was going to actually rip them off entirely. Sakura started to shake, and her hand gripped the part of her chest where her heart was. She didn't know why, but she felt pain. So much pain in her heart. Seeing Naruto like this with all that rage, fury, and what still looked like pain and suffering to her. Tears were starting to flood down her cheeks, but she didn't notice them or cared if anyone else noticed. She was hurting. Meanwhile, Dosu and Kin were having their hands full with the giant bat that the kid somehow was able to summon. If they weren't so busy trying to avoid its fangs and claws on its wings, they would be trying to figure out how the kid was able to summon it without performing the necessary jutsu. The bat, however, was not going to allow them even that slightest bit of luxury. Dosu tried sending sound waves at the creature to drive it off, but for some reason, it seemed to be immune. That's when he remembered that bats have resilient hearing compared to humans. Not only that, but considering the size of this one, it would take an enormous amount of sound to stop this creature. Kin realized that a little too late when she tried using a sound genjutsu to stun the creature. It only gave it an opening to head but her body and sent her colliding into a tree, knocking her out. The creature slowly stalked to her, getting ready to sink its teeth into her flesh. Dosu, not seeing any other option, leapt at the creature and shoved his resonating echo speaker device on his right arm into the beast's ear and unleashed the loudest sound wave he's ever produced. The bat screeched and writhed in agony, trying to get Dosu to dislodge his arm from its ear. Finally, it managed to grab a hold of his leg with the hook on its left wing and threw him away. After that, the bat started to shake its head like crazy before it opened up its wings and took off into the air, disappearing back into the forest. Dosu slowly got up, making sure nothing was broken, and looked over at his Kunoichi teammate. She was knocked out, which means now it was just him and Zaku. However, at that moment, he realized that he forgot all about him, and he scanned the area until his eyes noticed the levitated body of his other teammate. His arms looked as if they were about to be pulled off. He noticed that the blonde-haired kid looked like he was concentrating on doing just that with the way he was slowly pulling his own arms out. This would have been the perfect moment to strike, but Dosu was gripped by so much fear of the boy's power and the look of hate and rage on his face. He couldn't move at all. He wasn't the only one. The members of the Konoha 11 also didn't dare move from where they were, each one too terrified or shocked to move. Sasuke was one of the few in the group who wasn't tied down by either. He was frustrated. He wanted to make these sound shinobi pay. He wanted to be the one to unleash his own fury and anger. He wanted to show that he was an avenger. Enough. I'm putting a stop to this. I should be the one to rip that bastard's arms off. Before Sasuke could act, he caught Lee in the corner of his eye, struggling to step forward. He turned his head and noticed that Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were holding him down, but only barely. Let me go. I have to stop Naruto. He's going too far. This is not the proper way to demonstrate our youth in these exams. Shikamaru, who had his arms and hands locked behind Lee's head, wondered what the hell was with this kid and youth before he spoke up. Listen to me, Lee. You can't get involved. We don't know what's happening to Naruto. If you go running out there like a maniac with the state Naruto is in, there's a good chance he'll think you're an enemy and he'll just do to you what he's doing to that other guy, or worse. Lee struggled to turn his head a little to Shikamaru. But we can't just do nothing. We have to stop him. He's making a mistake. You guys stay out of this. I'll take care of the dobe. They all looked at Sasuke, still standing on top of the tree root, with the purple aura radiating around him. His Sharingan eyes glaring at Lee, warning him not to take another step. Shikamaru was narrowing his eyes at the Uchiha and was curious as to what he was planning. What are you going to do exactly, Sasuke? Shikamaru didn't know why, but he felt that Sasuke was the last person right now who should be trying to stop Naruto. Maybe it was because he never liked the guy, or that he and Naruto were always arguing and barely getting along, or because Sasuke still looked like he was out for blood himself. Sasuke looked at the young Nara and narrowed his own bloodshot Sharingan eyes at him. All you need to know is that I'm the only one here who can overpower and stop him right now. Just don't get in my way. Shikamaru still wasn't convinced. Sasuke looked more like he just wanted to beat Naruto to a bloody pulp rather than stop him from killing the other guy. Before he could voice his concerns further, Choji raised a pressing issue. Hey, where's Sakura? Everyone else stopped whatever they were doing and looked to where Sakura was standing mere moments ago, only to find that she was gone. Everyone started whipping their eyes around frantically, trying to find the cherry blossom girl. That is until Ino gasped in horror of what she was seeing. The others followed her line of sight, and to their own horror as well saw Sakura running straight at Naruto. Sakura, you have to stay away. It's not safe. Don't get near him. He'll kill you. Think about what you're doing. Let US handle it. You're already injured enough as it is. Sasuke stared wide-eyed in shock at the bravery Sakura was showing. He wanted to stop her because he was also worried for her safety, but with the way that strange seal on his neck was influencing him, he was more focused on how she was now interfering with his business. Not wanting any more interruption, he then took off after her. That idiot. What is she thinking? Only I can stop him. Damn, I'm not going to make it. Sakura didn't hear any of the screams from the others or even notice Sasuke chasing after her. All she was focused on was getting to Naruto and stopping this madness. With each step she took, though, she could feel the rage and suffering from him getting stronger and stronger. It was like staring into a hurricane of emotional pain and misery. She didn't let that stop her, though. She didn't care if he hurt her. She didn't care if he outright killed her. She had to stop him. She had to help him. Naruto, Naruto, please stop. It's okay. It's okay. I'm all right. They didn't hurt me that bad. Please. I'm begging you to stop this. Please. Naruto's concentration on Zaku's arms broke as he saw his teammate and Crush barreling towards him with tears flowing down her face. With his focus gone, Zaku fell to the ground and was gasping from the pain until he lost consciousness from it. Naruto just stood there like a statue in the same pose with his arms as Sakura kept running toward him. Sakura-chan. Before he could react, Sakura leapt high off the ground with her arms outstretched and tackled Naruto to the ground. He shut his eyes and winced, expecting her to beat the living crap out of him. Instead, he felt himself being enveloped in something warm and his shoulder was wet. He opened his eyes and to his surprise and shock saw that Sakura was hugging him. Her chin was resting on his shoulder and her cheek was pressing tightly against his. He could feel her tears on his face. They were warm, but not as much as the way her arms felt around him. He felt her body shudder violently against his as she continued to weep. She whimpered into his ear, "Please stop this, Naruto. Please." Naruto started to tremble. Tears of his own started to pour down his cheeks. He couldn't believe it. He swore he would never allow anyone to ever see him cry, to see him emotionally hurt. Yet, here he was crying and shaking like a child. His ember eyes were already turning back into the pure azure blue brightness that they were before. He slowly raised his arms until they touched just below Sakura's. They hovered there for a few seconds, shaking with his body before they finally wrapped around Sakura's petite form and engulfed her in a loving embrace. It felt nice. Nice to be in the arms of someone who cared about you, who's worried about you, who wanted you safe. It was nice to be in the arms of the girl you love. So this is what a hug feels like. Sakura opened her eyes in shock of Naruto's statement. You've never had a hug before? When she pulled away to look at him, Naruto already lost consciousness. His head slumped forward into the crook of Sakura's neck. His arms, however, never lost their grip around her. It was almost as if he was holding onto her for dear life. Under normal circumstances, Sakura would have beaten Naruto severely for even thinking of attempting this kind of physical contact with her. But given his revelation and the current circumstances, she just couldn't bring herself to not cradle his body against hers and rock him slowly back and forth, making soft shushing sounds to relax him in his sleep. While she did that, she noticed the metal plate of his headband laying on the ground right next to them and picked it up before stuffing it into her tool pouch. Knowing him, he'd probably go crazy trying to find it. He's obsessed with it. Sakura smiled a little bit at the thought of Naruto scrambling around and yelling at the top of his lungs of where his headband might be. Still as amusing as it would be, she also knows how much it means to him since Irika gave it to him. All of her happy thoughts were instantly swept away as she started to fully grasp the extent of what Naruto just did now, or rather tried to do. She took a look at the sleeping boy that she cradled in her arms. How could such a loud mouth, yet otherwise harmless, gentle boy be capable of having such rage and power? It didn't make any sense. She didn't bear witness to or even hear of anything Naruto has done that was even remotely like this. Her thoughts were interrupted when she heard footsteps behind her. Acting on her training, she drew out a kunai knife with her left hand while holding Naruto protectively with her right. To her relief, it was just the other members of the Konoha 11, who were also shocked beyond belief as to what they have just witnessed. She placed her kunai back in its holster and continued cradling her teammate. Sasuke, who was in the front, stepped forward. The purple flaming aura has calmed down some since she last looked at him, but still gave Sasuke a threatening appearance. He narrowed his eyes at the boy sleeping in her arms. In response to this, she instinctively held Naruto closer and tighter against her body as if she was protecting him. Sasuke noticed this and stopped a few feet away from her. "Sakura, get Naruto out of here. I'll take care of these losers." Before Sasuke could do anything further, a scroll rolled on the ground to his feet. Everyone looked up and saw that the Sound Trio's leader was holding both of his teammates in his arms. "There's no need to fight anymore. We've been beaten. Just take our scroll and let us leave." Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the Sound Genin and scoffed. "You attacked, hurt, and tried to kill my teammates, and you expect me to just let you go? Sorry, but I'm not that easy." Sasuke stepped over the scroll and was about ready to attack when someone he didn't expect spoke up. "Enough. Stop being such a drag and let them go. Your team's safe. You should focus on trying to keep them that way. Especially Naruto. Who knows how long he'll be out?" Sasuke turned and glared at Shikamaru. He was tired of people getting in his way. Before he could protest, Sakura spoke. "Sasuke, please just let them go. We already have their scroll, and they can barely fight back. Not to mention Shikamaru is right, we have to focus on Naruto's safety. After what just happened, I don't have any clue when he'll come out of it." Sasuke's eyes widened. He's never ever heard Sakura disagree with him before or not call him Sasuke-kun. Nor has she ever expressed any concern for Naruto's well-being. Usually she threatens it. Yet, the more he thought about it, the more he realized she was right. The other team was no longer in any condition to be a threat, and they already have their scroll. Also, as much as he hated to admit it, they're going to need Naruto's help to be able to get the other scroll from another team, which meant that they had to ensure his safety so that he would hopefully wake up soon. The purple aura around Sasuke's body started to die down, and his Sharingan turned back into his regular eyes. He returned to normal as he turned around and picked the scroll up. He looked back at the Sound Squad's leader. "Just go and don't even think about trying to ambush again in the future." Dosun nodded his head and leapt onto a tree branch and dashed away, leaving the members of the Konoha 11 to contemplate on whether or not they should tell the proctors about Naruto. In flashback, Sakura continued to wonder whether it was the right choice they all made. Sasuke was very adamant about not telling the proctors or their senseis any of what just happened, saying it wouldn't be fair to Naruto. The others eventually agreed, but she wasn't so sure. Now, she didn't want Naruto kicked out of the exams. Not when he came so far and fought so hard for his team. She just couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong with him. For starters, when Naruto regained consciousness, he didn't remember any of what happened. She felt a little relieved at that. However, there was that look in his eye, the same one he had when he went berserk. It was that look of pain and suffering. Whenever she saw that look in his eyes, she felt so disheartened for him. Even more so after she found out that she was the first to ever give him a hug. She couldn't believe that no one has ever given him a hug before. She understood that he was an orphan and had no other relatives, but not a single person ever gave him one. It was almost if not just as depressing as Sasuke losing his entire clan, as well as the look he had in his eyes when the subject came up in conversations. She tried asking both Sasuke and Naruto if they were all right, yet time and time again they would tell her they were fine, so she decided not to press further with either of them. She also felt bad when Naruto became so upset over the state of his headband. She didn't have the heart to tell him what really happened to it. She knew that if he found out he tore the cloth that it was bound to, he would be crushed. There were a couple of times during the preliminary fights where she thought Naruto was going to lose control again. Like when he fought Kiba, who was shooting his mouth off, and when Hinata fought her cruel and cold cousin Neji. To her relief, that strange power didn't resurface, and his normal temper seemed to be back. Yet she could have sworn Neji had a bit of trouble breathing during his fight. On the bright side, Naruto was talking to her more than before, yet he went back to referring her as Sakura-san. Hearing him call her that again was starting to make her miss the Chan suffix he added to her name. To her surprise and disappointment, he didn't even cheer for her in her match against Ino. Normally, she would welcome him keeping his mouth shut and not distracting her, but she would have liked if he gave her a little vocal support. Just when she felt she finally got through to him and had him stop being so distant to her, for whatever reason she didn't understand, to make it clear she still doesn't remember what she did in the last chapter. No big surprise there. Despite that discomfort, she never made any effort to bring it up to him. Naruto wasn't the only one she was worried about, though. Her other teammate and love interest Sasuke also greatly concerned her. The first worrying issue was that he was up against Gaara of the Sand. She didn't know much about him except that he's a powerful genin that controls sand and has a frightening lust to kill his opponents. He's already brutally beaten Lee and nearly killed him had not Guy-sensei intervened. She hopes more than anything that Sasuke won't suffer the same defeat or one worse than that. The second concern she had was that, as much as she didn't want to believe it, she thinks that there was another reason that Sasuke didn't want Naruto to be disqualified and that it was so he could fight him. And worse was she believes he wants to fight Naruto while he's using that terrifying power. The idea of both of her teammates fighting while being consumed with rage and blood, lust brought tears to her face and made her whimper. She didn't want to see either of them like that ever again. She even tried to prevent the possibility of them fighting when she tried to tell her superiors about Sasuke's condition, but he stopped her. For now, she just has to hope that if they do fight, they remember that they're friends and teammates. She continued clinging to herself tighter, trying to stop the cold shiver in her body. She really wanted someone to give her a nice, big, warm hug. She would even welcome one from Naruto. Naruto! Tears started to plop on her bed sheets and the top of her feet every time she thought about him. He lost control because of her, because she got hurt, because she was too weak to defend herself or her teammates. She failed him. She failed him and Sasuke. If she were stronger, if she were more skilled, if she were braver, she could have protected them and they would both be normal right now. Sasuke-kun, Naruto, I am sorry. Both of you please be careful. After a while, she curled up on her bed and cried herself to sleep. Chapter 3. The Vision, the Force, and the Gift. So that's what happened, old man Palp. Naruto was sitting at his favorite ramen stand with Palpatine. He went there as a means to hide from his new substitute sensei Ebisu, or, as Naruto calls him, the closet pervert, until he found his friend there waiting for him. He spent a good hour telling the old man everything that's happened since they last met. How the first 2 tests in the exams went, how he was right about the assassins sent to kill his team, everything. I see. Well, I'm just grateful you and your friends made it through in one piece. Yeah, me too. I'm also sorry about your jacket and headband. Naruto's face fell in his sadness as he remembered that. Not only did he wreck his favorite and only jacket, But he also completely destroyed the cloth of the very headband that Irika gave him when he defeated Mizuki and graduated. All because he allowed himself to be consumed with hatred and that power. He also didn't like having to lie to Sakura about not remembering any of it. He just didn't know how to explain it without frightening her. Hell, he still had no idea how he used that power or even how he summoned it. He just knows that if it had anything to do with that demon fox inside him, then he didn't want Sakura to know in case she would fear and hate him for it. He still feels cold whenever he recalled all that anger and hate he had when he fought the Sound Trio. I told you your feelings would give you the power to save you and your friends. Naruto, slightly upset at that remark, looked at Palpatine. But that power nearly killed those Sound Genin. I wanted to beat them, not slaughter them. I just couldn't help it. I felt so angry. Palpatine spoke calmly to the blonde boy. You wanted to protect your friends at all costs, and you wanted them to pay for hurting Sakura. There's nothing wrong with that, Naruto. Sometimes terrible things must be done to protect what we hold dear. It's true. He did want to protect his friends no matter what the cost. That was his main goal in that fight, and he saw the damage they did to Sakura. He wanted them to pay. They needed to pay for what they did to her, but still it didn't feel right. I understand how much you fear your own power. You're not used to it or the emotions that drive it, but you cannot deny your feelings, Naruto. They are what make you special. Naruto smiled at that. Even though Naruto and his new friend haven't known each other long, the old man sure knew how to cheer him up. Naruto started to resume digging into his fourth ramen bowl before it got cold. They're what make you so strong with the Force. Naruto stopped mid-bite with confusion written all over his face. The Force? What the heck is a Force? Is he talking about chakra? Naruto's never heard anything called the Force before. Maybe he was talking about chakra. After all, he was from another village. Perhaps they have a different name for it there. Palpatine noticed the boy's puzzled expression and elaborated. The Force is a very special power. It is the energy that penetrates, binds, and flows through all living things. It is a power that far exceeds what many call chakra. Naruto's eyes were as wide as dinner plates. There was a power out there even greater than chakra, and he could use it. Naruto couldn't help but laugh it off. That's a good one, old man Palp. You almost had me there. There's nothing stronger than chakra. I mean, come on. Ha ha ha. Naruto proceeded to laugh, and Palpatine just continued to smile. After his laughing died down, he went back to eating his ramen. Tell me, my boy, when you faced against the Sound Trio, could you feel their evil, their pain, their fear? What your teammates and friends were feeling? Did all of that and your own feelings of anger and rage make you feel cold? As if your own soul was frozen? Naruto dropped his chopsticks into his bowl. His hand was trembling and his eyes were wide with shock. How do you know that? Palpatine placed a hand on the boy's shoulder to calm him down. Because where I am from, that's what someone who is strong in the Force is capable of sensing, especially when they use that power in the proper way which you have, my friend. Naruto turned to the old man. If what he said was true, then how come he's never heard of this power? Out of everything he learned from Old Man Third and at the academy, despite the fact that he barely paid attention there most of the time, he's never once heard of anything called the Force, let alone anything being more powerful than chakra. It seemed impossible. But if this power really does exist, how is it stronger than chakra? I don't understand. Palpatine nodded and explained. The energy you call chakra and the Force are similar in almost every way, including their capabilities for both combat and knowledge. But even so, there is one enormous advantage that the Force has over chakra. Naruto cocked his head a little, trying to think of what it could be. After a second or two, he gave up and let Palpatine answer. Unlimited power. If Naruto had any ramen in his mouth, he'd be choking on it. Unlimited power. He's never believed anything was capable of that. Nothing. Unlimited power. But that's impossible. How can anyone use something like that and not run out of it? Palpatine took a sip of his tea. Oh no, my friend. Unlike chakra, one can never run out with the Force. It is, as I said, unlimited power. The only way you would lose that power would be if you were to have weakened from old age or die. Wow. He placed his cup on the counter. However, if someone is strong enough with the Force, then something as trivial as old age would hardly matter, and I believe you are a warrior of such caliber, Naruto. Naruto was having an extremely hard time grasping what he was hearing. Not only has he now learned there's another power besides chakra, but that this same power was even stronger and had no limits. It's unbelievable, yet for some reason he could tell Palpatine isn't lying to him. During his fight with Haku and the Sound Trio, he could sense it, this power he told him about, how it connected to everyone and everything around him. Still, there was one thing about it that made him feel uneasy, and he had no why. Why does the Force make me feel so cold when I use it then? Palpatine turned and looked at the blonde Jinchuriki. Because whenever you have used it, you called upon the dark side of the Force. Naruto gulped. That sure didn't have a friendly title to it. The dark side? Palpatine nodded. Like chakra, the Force has many different forms and natures. The strongest of them are two opposite powers, one light and one dark, both similar but also quite different. They're what give the Force balance. Naruto looked down into his ramen bowl. So, you're saying that I used the dark side? The evil side? Palpatine looked at the boy and raised an eyebrow. My dear boy, why would you think it is evil? Naruto shrugged. Well, just the way it sounds. I mean dark side. It kind of sounds like the kind of Force bad guys would use. Palpatine shrugged himself. Good and evil are points of view, Naruto. It's true the dark side is often viewed upon as a destructive and evil power, but in reality, it really falls upon who uses that power. Take chakra, for example. Many terrible things have been done with it, but also many good things as well. In the end, it depends on the person who controls the power, not the power itself. The old man had a point. Chakra has been used for many things, both good and bad, so far as Naruto knew. It's been used for murder, for saving lives, for stealing, for healing, for starting wars, and for ending them. Like the old man said, it's really the person who uses it, not the power itself, that should be judged. The only exception Naruto could think of would be himself, considering that it's not fair that he should be judged for having the power of a demon locked inside him. A power he would have never asked for. So you're saying that it doesn't matter if you use the light or the dark side. In the end, it just depends on what you use it for. Palpatine took another sip of his tea. Precisely. Naruto nodded and proceeded to dig into another bowl of ramen that Tucci gave him while he was listening to Palpatine. However, it is well known that the dark side can give one greater focus, knowledge, strength, and power than the light can. Naruto perked up and slurped a whole bunch of noodles. You mean it can make me stronger than the light side can? Palpatine nodded. The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some would consider to be unnatural. Naruto thought for a moment. But if it helps you focus, then why is it when I used I lost control and went berserk like that? Palpatine turned to him fully. You just simply don't know how to control it yet, my boy. Before he could dwell further on how he was supposed to learn how to control it, another question popped into his head. Is one of these abilities of the dark side to be able to summon giant, ferocious animals to do what you want? Palpatine shrugged. Possibly. The Force has no limits, and when enhanced by the dark side, one can only imagine what a warrior using it could truly be capable of. Palpatine stared into his teacup. One of the well-known capabilities that I am aware of is to be able to see visions of the future. Naruto gasped, and then without warning started shaking violently, catching the attention of his friend. My dear boy, whatever is the matter? Naruto took a deep breath to try to better calm his nerves. It only worked slightly, but enough so that he could get words out. While I was out cold from fighting that grass ninja, I had a dream. A dream that I think was a vision of the future. Palpatine leaned forward and placed his hand on the boy's back to relax him a bit better. What happened in this vision? Naruto took another deep breath and began explaining what he saw in the vision. I saw Sasuke and Sakura fighting someone. I couldn't see who, but I could tell that the fight wasn't in the forest of death. The trees were smaller and it was less scary looking. Anyway, Sasuke was on the ground in pain. He was covered in these black markings that seemed to spread from his neck to almost everywhere on his face and body. Sakura-san was standing in front of him with a kunai, trying to protect him. Then suddenly, Naruto took a deep breath again and continued. Suddenly, this giant sand claw came out of nowhere and slammed Sakura-san into a tree. It started to crush her. I could literally hear her ribs breaking. That was nothing compared to what I sensed in that dream, though. I could feel both of my friends' pain and fear. It was horrible. They were suffering, and there wasn't anything I could do to save them. They even screamed for me to help them. They begged me. They said I was the only one left who could protect them. Then ended. I couldn't tell what happened to them. Palpatine nodded his head and squeezed the boy's shoulder lightly to give him some comfort. I will not worry about that vision of yours. You didn't see or sense either of your comrades being killed in it. So logically, that means that there's still a chance to save them if the vision comes true. Still, visions like that ever rarely come to pass. However, you should be on guard just in case. Palpatine patted the boy's back before retracting his hand. Tell me, what happened after the dream? I woke up with so much pain and anger from wondering if my teammates were all right that I shattered the shelter Sakura-san put me in, and that's when I really lost control. Naruto started to think about how he nearly killed the Sound Trio. How if it wasn't for Sakura, he would have ripped Zaku's arms off and done God knows what to the other two. He didn't like how vicious he acted while using the dark side of the Force. The dark side, it made me almost. Remember what I told you, Naruto. Trust your feelings. The dark side is an intimidating power, but it still helped you save your friends. If not for you using it, then Sakura and the others most surely would have been killed. Naruto started thinking about Sakura. It is true that he was able to protect her and the others from the Sound Genin while using the dark side, but that look on her face. It was a look Naruto recognized all too well. It was fear. He could remember how her fear felt. Not just hers, but the others as well. It was like they were all poor, helpless children trapped by a monster. And that monster was him. They were all afraid of me. I could feel it. They all thought I was a beast. Sakura-san was even more afraid of me than the others were. She was so afraid that she was in actual pain. I caused her so much pain. Palpatine placed his hand on the boy's head. They just don't understand you, Naruto. They don't understand the curses and gifts you've been given or how you will use them to do great and wondrous things. As I told you before, that is often the tragic condition of individuals. They often fear what they don't understand. Naruto nodded. It seemed to always be his curse. To be feared, hated, and misunderstood when all he wants is to be acknowledged and have friends. He started to think that curse was finally lifting when people were starting to notice him, but now it seemed to just be only wishful thinking. Like when he thought that Sakura was scared for his well-being and was worried about him when she hugged him. Something he has dreamed and longed for a long time. To his disappointment, when he woke up, he could sense her fear and realized she only hugged him because she was afraid of him losing control and killing everyone, not because she was concerned about him. The boy could even sense that she wanted to tell the proctors what happened, an act that would surely have disqualified him. Naruto couldn't believe she would be afraid of him that much to do that, after he worked and fought so hard for his team. He could still feel her fear even now, drowning her thoughts. Perhaps it would be best, though, if you were to restrain yourself from using the Force for the remainder of the exams. After all, it would be unfortunate if you were to be disqualified just because the judges felt too threatened by your unique abilities. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. He's come too far in these exams just to be kicked out now. If he's going to win, then he'll do it using his own powers, and he'll prove to Sakura and the others that he isn't a monster. Then when this is all over, and if Sakura hopefully doesn't fear him anymore, maybe he could try asking her out again. It's been a few weeks since he's last tried, and maybe her view of him will have improved by then. He really did love being hugged by her. It may have been driven by fear, but it still felt very nice. All his hopes were dashed before they could even rise when he remembered the one person that Sakura will always choose over him, Sasuke. That bastard. He could remember when he sensed Sasuke's own feelings and emotions during his fight. Unlike the others, his wasn't driven mostly by fear. It was anger. Not at the Sound Trio, at least not entirely, but at Naruto himself. The jerk probably wanted to show off in front of the others and make up for getting his ass kicked by that grass ninja. Naruto started angrily chewing on his ramen until he noticed that Palpatine was staring at him while corking his eyebrow. Naruto's sweat dropped at the embarrassment and went back to eating normally. With the training your sensei is giving you right now, I'm sure you'll triumph over all your opponents, including your rival, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto's face suddenly became downcast as he was reminded of how his sensei was teaching Sasuke right now instead of him. My sensei is busy training Sasuke. He gave me a temporary teacher for the exams. Palpatine looked at him with a confused expression. Your sensei chose to train your teammate for the finals rather than you? That's certainly unexpected. Did he say why? Naruto nodded his head. He said that Sasuke needs more help with his training right now than I do. He also said the closet pervert would be a better teacher for me anyway. Palpatine pondered in thought. I find that difficult to believe, Naruto. Sasuke needs improvement in his fighting skills. Yes, but of the two of you, I say you need the most guidance. You have amazing chakra, but you have difficulty with figuring out how to use and control it, and your techniques, while incredible, are also very limited. Kakashi would be much better for helping you understand how to wield your chakra and teaching you techniques than your current teacher. He's also much stronger than him as well. It truly is strange as to why he would choose to help Sasuke prepare for the finals instead of you. Unless... Naruto looked at Palpatine with curiosity in his eyes. Unless what? Palpatine looked at him with sympathy. Unless perhaps it's because he prefers the Uchiha over you. Naruto suddenly leapt at Palpatine and grabbed him by the collar of his robe and pulled him closer, not out of anger, but out of confusion and fear. What? Why would Kakashi-sensei prefer that Timi over me? Palpatine calmly took the boy's hands off his collar and placed them down. I don't know whether or not that is the truth, Naruto. It is merely a speculation on my part. If it is true, though, it could be for a number of reasons. For instance, maybe he believes Sasuke is stronger than you, more intelligent than you, faster than you, or even a better shinobi and student than you. It could be any one of those reasons if he does prefer him over you. Naruto just sat there letting everything Palpatine just said sink in. Naruto couldn't believe that their sensei would actually think that Sasuke was so much better than him, that he would prefer to teach and help him win rather than Naruto. It didn't make any sense. Their sensei has always treated and trained each of them equally. Tell me that he at least taught you some techniques before the exams that you could use. Naruto pondered in thought at that, thinking of all the times when their sensei has trained them or when he asked him to teach them one of his moves. It didn't take long for him to realize that their sensei has never taught them any special jutsu. The only thing he had taught them was how to use chakra to walk on trees, which is practically useless for the finals. Every time Naruto begged him to teach him, he always waved him off and said that teamwork was more important to learn. Teamwork is important, but not during this part of the exams. In these finals, it was every man for himself. After coming to this realization, it was even more confusing as to why Kakashi stated that Sasuke needed more help with his training than he did, especially since Sasuke had more jutsus up his sleeve than Naruto currently does. The more he thought about it, though, the more it actually started to make sense as to why Kakashi said that Sasuke needed him more and why he chose that egotistical jerk. He preferred him over Naruto. Naruto lowered his head more as tears started to pierce his eyes. Was it all a lie? Was Kakashi just acting, so him and Sakura wouldn't catch on that Sasuke was his favorite? Did Kakashi really think that stuck-up bastard Sasuke was a better shinobi and had the best chance of winning the exams than Naruto did? Did he really not care if Naruto didn't learn anything from the closet pervert and lost in his match against Neji or some other genin? Naruto thought up another question that was even more dreadful than all the others. Does Kakashi-sensei not even want me to win? The more Naruto thought of these questions, the more he started to think that his sensei truly did care more about Sasuke than him. After all, why wouldn't he? Most of the adults in this village don't really care about him, so why wouldn't one more? Tucci handed Palpatine another cup of tea, and he was about to head back into the kitchen until he noticed Naruto. Naruto, are you all right? You look awful. Palpatine answered for the young genin. He's a little bit stressed for the upcoming Chunin finals. Tucci nodded his head and went back to get Naruto another bowl of ramen. Regardless of whether or not he does prefer Uchiha over you, I have no doubt that he will teach him his most powerful jutsu, the Chidori. Naruto slammed his hands down on the counter. What? It was bad enough that Kakashi never taught him any of his jutsus and chose to train Sasuke while sticking him with a weaker teacher. But now Sasuke gets to learn Kakashi's most awesome jutsu, while Naruto is stuck with whatever weak or average jutsu the closet pervert has in store for him. He started to think that Kakashi-sensei really does favor Sasuke more than him and wants himself to lose. Without any effective jutsus, Naruto knew he has no chance of beating Neji, let alone the other genins, and he highly doubts the closet pervert has anything even close to as powerful as Kakashi's lightning blade. Naruto was starting to lose any hope he had of winning. If he didn't even have the support of his sensei, how could he? Not only that, but he would also not be able to fulfill his promise to Hinata of beating her cold, stuck-up, jackass cousin Neji. He's starting to think maybe he should just withdraw. Palpatine smiled at the boy. Don't lose faith in yourself, Naruto. I believe you will succeed. When you put your mind and body to something, you always come out victorious. As I told you before, you're the most gifted shinobi I have ever met. He patted the boy's back to lift his spirits, which were right now slowly starting to rise despite Free falling a second ago. Then, true to his title of being the Leaf's most unpredictable knucklehead ninja, he suddenly pumped his fist into the air with determined look on his face. Yeah, you're right, old man Palp. I'm going to take whatever that closet pervert has up his sleeve and use it to beat Neji and those other genin, including Sasuke team. If Kakashi-sensei really does think Sasuke team will win instead of me, then I'll just have to prove to both of them that I'm not a loser and that I'm better than that team when I grind his face in. Palpatine smiled and nodded in approval before he reached down and picked up a bag by his stool. He gave it to Naruto, who was curious as to what was going on. Well then, if you're going to fight in the finals, you're going to need this. Naruto opened the bag, and a surprised look plastered his face. Reaching into it, he pulled out a black and orange leather jacket. His jacket from Shippuden, only it's made of leather. He marveled at it. The color was perfect, and it looked like it could last through a good number of fights. I don't know what to say. Thank you, old man pal. Naruto had tears in his eyes. He didn't care though, cause these were tears of joy. No one except a couple of his most precious people have ever gotten him any gifts before. No one. He put the jacket on. It fitted perfectly. It suits you, my boy. You know, when you get your headband's cloth replaced, I think you should consider going with black. It will go well with your new jacket. Naruto thought about it. It would definitely make him look more badass and might throw off his opponent's game. He definitely sees the appeal to it. That's a good idea, old man Palp. I'll be sure to do it. I can't wait to see the look on Irika-sensei's face when he sees my new threads. Palpatine's smile slightly twitched a little bit, but Naruto didn't even notice. It sounds like this Irika cares a great deal about you, Naruto. Naruto grinned from ear to ear. Yeah, he's the closest thing I have to either a dad or a big brother. He used to always lecture and yell at me for not paying attention in class or goofing off, but I knew he did it cause he wanted me to learn and do well. Naruto craned his neck down a little and his smile shrunk a bit, but it was still genuinely happy. He's always supported and believed in me. He's the first besides Old Man Third to ever acknowledge and accept me for who I am. I think he's my most precious person in the whole wide world." Palpatine had slight surprised look on his face. He didn't expect anyone in this village to care such a great deal for the boy. His smile returned before Naruto couldn't notice again. "Well, I'm happy to hear that you have such a dear good friend in your life, Naruto. You deserve that much at least." Palpatine started to reach into his robes. "I have another gift for you." Naruto, eyes perked up. "Wow, another gift. Old Man Palp is so nice to me. I'm going to make both him and Irika proud of me when I win." Palpatine pulled out a strange metal-looking stick with a button, small knobs, and what looked like a ring at the top. "This is a very special weapon, Naruto. Only the most worthy of warriors can wield it. It is one of the last few left, and I believe you are destined to have it." He held it out for Naruto to take, but the boy was hesitant to do it. There was something strange about this weapon. He couldn't explain it. It was like it was alive, and it was calling to him. Naruto slowly reached out for the metal stick. The second he touched it, his mind overflowed with visions of his childhood, being alone and abused by the villagers, having no friends or family, living in his dark and tiny apartment, constantly being stared at like he was a monster or a subhuman creature. Naruto started to panic. He wanted these visions to stop. They needed to stop. He would rather take on all the Genins at once than have to relive these terrible and painful memories of his past. Through all of his pain of reliving his depressing childhood, though, he felt something call out to him. It was almost like it was singing. What is that? Where's it coming from? Naruto reached his hand out and concentrated on the singing. The visions started to whirl past him until they disappeared entirely. Suddenly, white light started to blind him to the point where he had to shut his eyes tightly. When he opened them again, he saw that he was back at Ichiraku. He was hearing a strange humming sound and looked it around, only to see a glowing blue and white energy beam protruding from the metal weapon in his hand. It was beautiful, the most beautiful weapon he ever saw. Naruto started to wave the weapon around, getting a feel for it. It was so light, like it had no weight. Getting all caught up in how good it felt in his grip, he didn't notice a small crowd was starting to form around the ramen stand, their eyes wide with shock and curiosity as to what the blonde Jinchuriki was holding. Finally noticing the crowd of people, Naruto started to panic and try to hide the weapon, but when he did, it cut through the stool next to him. His eyes were as wide as dinner plates, and he could hear gasps from the crowd. The stool pieces glowed for a bit, where they were cut, from the heat before dying down to just sizzling. Fearing the villagers might overreact, he dropped the weapon onto the ground and it deactivated. Naruto sat there for several minutes, staring at the strange sword hilt. After a while, the crowd dispersed, with some of them whispering how the demon brat was up to no good again. When the last of them were gone, he reached down and slowly picked the hilt up, careful as to not accidentally turn on the blue blade again. I would recommend hiding that in your home until after the exams. Don't want to draw too much unwanted attention to yourself right now. Also, something tells me you'll need it more after the finals than during them. Naruto nodded and slipped it into his new jacket's pocket, praying to God it won't accidentally turn on and ruin the new clothing. He needed to be careful with it. He needed to learn how to wield it. Hey, this is probably a stupid question, but how do I learn how to use it? Naruto asked this while chuckling and rubbing the back of his head. Palpatine smiled. Just trust your feelings and the Force. It will come to you. Naruto nodded and then asked another question that's been bugging him for a while. Is it possible to learn more about the Force or how to control it? Palpatine's smile disappeared and he looked at the boy straight in the eyes. Not from a ninja. Naruto nodded his head in disappointment. Figures it wasn't going to be easy to find a teacher who would help him learn a power that he's never heard or seen before. For now, he was just going to have to focus on training with the closet pervert. Found you. Speaking of the pervert, Ebisu rushed over and panted before straightening up and glared at the genin. I've been looking all over for you. I know you would rather train with Kakashi than me, but you're just going to have to deal with the fact that he's busy with your teammate. Now enough with these games already. Naruto stood before the man and looked at him straight through his shades. All right, let's do it then. Show me whatever moves you got, so I can use them to win these exams. Ebisu was stunned. This couldn't be the same boy who just mere hours ago didn't want anything to do with him. He was sure the boy was just going to tell him off or distract him with that accursed sexy jutsu of his. What could have changed his behavior like this? This brat really is unpredictable. Naruto quirked at the man, wondering why he was just standing there rather than getting a move on with his training. Are we going to get started, or are you just going to stand there staring at me? Ebisu snapped out of his stupor and coughed. Yes, right. Well, for what you sensei told me, you have trouble controlling your chakra. Until we sort that out, I can't really teach you any jutsu. Naruto looked down and started grinding his teeth. His hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. Figures that his so-called sensei was trying to slow down his training even more while Sasuke is already learning new powerful jutsus. Let's head over to the spa and hot springs. I know a great spot there that will help you learn how to control it. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, a great spot for you to peek on naked girls, you closet pervert. Naruto turned to Palpatine and offered him his hand. Wish me luck, old man pal. Palpatine smiled and shook his hand proudly. My friend, with all your potential and gifts, you hardly need luck. Naruto smiled and rushed toward the spa area, with Ebisu racing after him, trying to keep up. Tucci, meanwhile, came back with another bowl of ramen for Naruto, only to find his best customer has already run off. Not only that, but he forgot to leave money again. That kid, well, he's got a lot on his mind right now. I'll just run it up his tab. Palpatine placed a large sum of money on the counter. I can cover for the boy. It's the least I can do. Tucci stared wide-eyed at the large amount of money. Naruto had a lot of ramen, but not nearly enough for the old man to offer a small fortune. That's a bit much, mister. I think you're overpaying a bit. Palpatine smiled. This should cover the ramen and the damages. Tucci quirked an eyebrow. Damages? Palpatine motioned him to the damaged stool that was cut up earlier. What the? When did he? How did? Naruto. Tucci was seething over the damage to one of his stools. However, he soon calmed down when he realized he should have expected this, since Naruto does sometimes get carried away with jutsus he tries to learn. He was thankful this new friend of the boy was so generous. You know, Naruto truly is lucky to have a good friend like you. Sorry for losing my temper like that. I keep forgetting how good and excited Naruto gets when he tries out a jutsu. Palpatine smiled to the friendly ramen shop owner again. Naruto is not good. He's perfect. Tucci laughed, not in an insulting or disbelieving way, but in a friendly, sort of agreeing way. As he left with the generous money, a small, crooked smile appeared on Palpatine's face, one that even the most alert and cautious of shinobi could have easily missed. Chapter 4. Denial of Promotion. Tsunade groaned and rubbed her temples at the amount of paper that was scattered all over her office. She's only been the Hokage for a few weeks, but it felt like she's been doing the job for a few years. It's been hell for her doing all this paperwork, assigning various and expensive missions to most of her shinobi to cover the costs of rebuilding the village from the sand and sound invasion. Negotiating with the sand village after said village found out their Kazekage was assassinated by Orochimaru. Maintaining order in the land of fire. Dealing with the village elders that she despises with a passion, and lastly preparing for the upcoming Kyuubi festival in celebration of the anniversary of the fourth Hokage's heroic and selfless sacrifice of saving the village from the great demonic beast. Needless to say, she really needed a drink. A good one at that, considering the mess she just recently caused, and it had nothing to do with all the paper scattered about. It had to do with a certain blonde genin that she had become greatly fond of, the one responsible for bringing her back to this village and for keeping the dream of both her dead loved ones alive, Naruto Uzumaki. That boy was just as brave and as much of a rascal as her dear little brother Nawaki, and just as kind and determined as her beloved fiancé Dan, both of whom she misses dearly. Thanks to Naruto, though she finally let go of her grief and conquered her fear of blood, which restored her to the legendary medical ninja she was before. She owed him a great debt that could never be repaid, which made her feel even worse about what just happened. Flashback. What do you mean, I'm not being promoted to a chunin? Tsunade had to cover her ears with how loud the little Gaki was screaming. She couldn't believe her situation. She was planning on coming in and getting started on her paperwork only to find Naruto waiting for her in her office. The boy was practically bouncing off the walls, excited to get a chunin vest. Apparently, he got the notion that since Shikamaru was being promoted, then he was sure to get the promotion as well. Tsunade hoped to avoid having to tell him for a bit longer, but it seemed she was just going to have break the bad news to the boy sooner than she would have liked. She hoped that he would take it well and just proclaim that he'll do better during the next Chunin exams. Boy, was that a fool's hope. She unclasped her hands from her ears and took a deep breath. There were times when the little squirt would get on her nerves, and she didn't need to be hollered at right now by the loudest ninja in the village. She needed to handle this quickly, professionally, and with a bit of care and tact, since the boy was dreaming of becoming Hokage, and making the rank of Chunin would be a step closer towards that goal for him. It's just like I said, Naruto. You're not being promoted to Chunin. I'm very sorry, but it's the truth. Now, I have work to do, so if there's nothing else, could you please leave quietly? She put emphasis on the quiet part. The little loudmouth could wake up an entire nation with that voice of his, if he wanted to. Naruto, however, stood firm where he was and refused to budge. But that's not fair. Why does Shikamaru get to be promoted and not me? He didn't even win in his match. He quit. I actually won against Niji, and everyone, including my own sensei, were sure that I was going to get my ass kicked and lose the match. What the hell are you playing at, Granny? Tsunade started to grind her teeth, both from the volume of his yelling and that she was barely holding her own temper in check. She hated that nickname the little Gaki gave her. It was cute and appropriate when he calls her teammate Jiraiya, pervy sage, but boy did she hate when the kid called her Granny. She hates being reminded of how old she was. She took another deep breath. God, I need some sake right now. Naruto, Shikamaru is being promoted because he demonstrated amazing tactical skills in his match. The reason he gave up was because he knew he couldn't win with the amount of chakra he had left. It's important for a squad leader to know when to retreat and take the time to regroup and to analyze the enemy and their current situation. That's something the Leaf is going to sorely need from Shikamaru in the future. She took another deep breath. This next part was going to be hard for Naruto to swallow. It's true that you were able to beat Niji. It was an amazing feat, to say the least, Naruto. However, throughout most of the fight, Niji clearly had the advantage. You kept rushing in at him and allowed him to shut off you chakra points. You didn't think. You didn't plan ahead or come up with a strategy. You just met him head on and thought that would be enough to break through his defense. The main reason you were even able to beat him was because of your tenet. If it wasn't for that chakra you received from it, you wouldn't have beaten Niji. I know you fought hard in that match, Naruto, but if your plan for winning that match and the rest of the exam was to just wing it and rely on the fox's power, then you're not ready yet, and I am sorry. Hopefully in the next Chunin exams, it will be different. Now, if there's really nothing else, I have to get to work now. Tsunade was about to turn and head to her desk until she noticed that the boy was shaking. His hands were curled into fists and his bangs covered his eyes. Naruto! The boy looked up and his eyes were pierced by tears that he was barely holding back. His pupils were in slits and the bright blue was replaced with a glowing yellow. So, you're basically telling me that I'm not being made into a Chunin because I used a little help from the QB to win a match against an opponent that I was not prepared for at all with the few skills I had then? That I don't deserve it because I was forced to use a power that I didn't ask for or even wanted to have in the first place, rather than rely on the zilch techniques that Kakashi-sensei taught me before these stupid exams even took place. Is that what you're saying, Granny? Tsunade's eyes widened as she grasped the extent of what she unintentionally implied in her explanation to him. Naruto, I dash. Tsunade was interrupted as the paperwork on her disc exploded all across the room. She shielded her eyes from all the papers flying everywhere. When everything settled, she looked and saw that Naruto was gone. She immediately dashed to the door and nearly ripped it off its hinges with her monstrous strength. Her eyes dashed back and forth across the hallway, looking for the boy. Unfortunately, he was already gone. Tsunade walked back into her office and stared at all the paper that littered the ground. In flashback, Tsunade began to curse herself. How could she be so insensitive and careless? She knew the poor boy was sensitive when it came to the topic of the QB, and yet she practically just all but shouted at the boy that he doesn't deserve to be a chunin because he used the demon's power. Not being able to hold her temper in anymore, she stomped over to her desk and yelled as she brought her fist down and smashed it to pieces. Damn it. She knew right now deep breaths weren't going to cut it anymore. She walked over to one of the desk drawers that survived her fury. She emptied the contents, which were nothing but a sake bottle and some cups. She poured the tasty elixir into the cup and downed it in one gulp. She took a breath as the alcohol started to relieve some of the tension. That could have gone better. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the windowsill to see her old teammate and the most annoying pervert she ever met, Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Don't test me right now, Jiraiya. I'm already feeling bad enough for what happened. I don't need you to rub it in. She was practically growling with her last statement. Jiraiya, however, wasn't sporting his famous lecherous grin or putting up his hands in defense to her right now. He had a serious look on his face that suggested that this wasn't a social visit. I have some news about the Akatsuki. Tsunade raised a brow. It's about time they came up with some information about this mysterious organization that seemed to just pop up out of nowhere. Ever since she became attached to Naruto and found out that the Akatsuki sent their agents, one of them being Itachi Uchiha, to try to kidnap the boy, she's been extremely alert and zealous of them. She even gave orders to all her shinobi to find out any information about them while out on missions. However, for the young Genin and Chunin squads, she gave strict orders to not engage unless absolutely necessary. If they managed to recruit the likes of Itachi, one of the missed seven swordsmen, and at one point even her old teammate Orochimaru, then she didn't even want to think about what other terrible criminals or rogue ninja they had up their sleeve. Jiraiya stepped down from the windowsill. Turns out that after their encounter with Naruto and me, they realized that perhaps that they don't have enough manpower in their organization. Right now, they've gone under and are focusing on finding more recruits. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. So, in other words, they're gathering more rogue ninja, and we still have no idea where they are and what they exactly want Naruto for. Jiraiya grabbed a cup and the bottle Tsunade was holding and poured himself a drink. He took a sip and breathed. Yep, that's about right. Tsunade groaned and walked over to the couch in her office and plopped right on it. Jiraiya walked over and sat down next to her. A bit too close, but Tsunade wasn't concerned with that at the moment. Tsunade, did you notice Naruto's eyes earlier and the power he just used in your office? Tsunade took another gulp of her sake. Yes, it was the same as when we fought Orochimaru and Kabuto. Jiraiya took another sip of his own sake cup. Not quite the same. It was only a fraction of what we encountered in that battle. Tsunade gulped down another shot of sake as she started to reminisce that battle. A battle which nearly put an end to their old Snake Sannin comrade. Flashback. Tsunade coughed up more blood as Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword pierced through her chest as it was aimed for Naruto. She wasn't going to let the boy die. No matter what, she would protect both him and his dream of becoming Hokage. She kicked her old comrade away and activated her most powerful medical jutsu technique, Creation Rebirth. The seal on her forehead released the vast stores of chakra she's kept over the years and started to heal the wounds she received from Orochimaru and his henchman Kabuto. Black markings appeared on her face for a brief moment before disappearing again. Orochimaru smirked. It seems I'm not the only one who's been spending their time discovering new jutsu. This one is very impressive. How is it done? Tsunade stood firm and revealed the secret of her jutsu. My chakra. For years, I stored it up in a space behind my forehead, saving for just such an occasion. With this chakra reservoir, my body's ability to create new cells is accelerated. Cells divide rapidly, spreading throughout my body and regenerating any damaged organs. It's like having the ability to reincarnate myself. You see, you can slash away at me all you want, but I can't be killed. Orochimaru's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly agape. Tsunade smirked at her old comrade's surprised expression. Why, Orochimaru, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were Dash. Tsunade was cut off as a large boulder flew right past her towards Orochimaru. The legendary Sannin leapt away as the large rock crashed into the ground where he stood moments ago, creating a large cloud of dust and debris. He landed further away with eyes that were full of shock and amazement. Tsunade lowered her arms from her face as the dust cleared away. A slight tick mark appeared on her forehead. Jiraiya, that idiot nearly took my head off with that. Even though her most powerful jutsu was still activated, she still preferred to keep her head on her shoulders. She was about to scold the old pervert, but when her eyes spotted him, she realized that he wasn't behind her, but over to her right. Wait, if Jiraiya was over there, who threw that rock behind me? Tsunade turned around, and her eyes also grew wider in shock. There, standing behind her with his hand stretched out, was the little blonde knucklehead that just seconds ago was on the ground wounded from Kabuto's attack. It can't be. Naruto threw that. But how? He doesn't know any Earth-style jutsus, does he? Naruto! The boy slowly lifted up his head, his black, cloth headband falling to the ground. When his face finally came into everyone's view, he opened his eyes. His calm blue ocean eyes were now blood red and bright yellow with a small mix of orange and slits for pupils. He pointed at the snake Sannin and growled. You should have quit while you were still alive, Orochimaru. Naruto then reached down and took hold of the strange metal rod that was clipped to his pants. He pressed his thumb into it. Fwish! A brilliantly glowing blue and white beam shot out from the stick, making a strange humming sound. Everyone's eyes widened at the spectacle. Each and every one of them have seen things few people, shinobi or not, have ever seen. Yet, not a single person among them has ever seen a weapon like this before. Before anyone could think further on what this mysterious weapon was, Naruto suddenly leapt at least 30 feet into the air. He barrel rolled about halfway through and was heading straight towards Orochimaru. As he finished his roll, Naruto held the glowing sword-like weapon above his head and prepared to slash it down straight through the vile snake. Orochimaru leapt out of the way at the last moment, causing Naruto to collide into the ground and create another explosion of dust. Taking the opportunity to strike, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spat out a large horde of snakes into the smoke, licking his lips as the last serpent left his disgusting mouth. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizen each began sprinting towards the smoke cloud. They all knew that the snakes Orochimaru used were poisonous, and with that many attacking Naruto, there was a good chance that at least one of them would sink its teeth into him. No, he's not going to die. I won't let him die. Tsunade was about to reach the cloud of dust before the others until it suddenly blew away. To say everyone was shocked would be an understatement. Naruto was standing there with all the snakes floating around him in a circle, squirming and writhing as if they were caught in some invisible grip. Naruto had his right hand tilted up with his fingers curled before he closed them into a fist. Snap! All the snakes suddenly went limp and Naruto brought his hand down and they were thrown to the ground hard. Tsunade was at a loss for words. Orochimaru had to have spat out at least 20 snakes each, just as if not more poisonous than the last, and Naruto killed them all with a flex of his fingers. Naruto continued to glare at Orochimaru until his eyes widened with realization. It was you. You were that grass genin I fought in the forest of death. Orochimaru, who was still in awe at the boy's display of power, snapped out of his stupor and smirked. Kuku, indeed I am. I'm surprised you were actually able to recognize me. The only one who saw my real face after that fight was that timid girl teammate of yours. The look of fear on her face was so delightful and pitiful. But I suppose with the exception of Sasuke-kun, that's to be expected of the current crop of Genin the Leaf has produced. Naruto grinded his teeth in anger. How dare that snake bastard insult him, Sakura-chan, and the other Genin of his class. But what infuriated him more was that once again he was being labeled as weak compared to that team, Sasuke. Naruto could feel his rage coursing through him. He focused on it, honing it, feeling his senses growing sharper, the power of the Kyuubi and the force within him both growing stronger. Suddenly, he became engulfed in the red chakra of the Kyuubi. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at the boy. The Kyuubi's chakra feels different from before. It feels less wild, more focused, and there's something else. Whatever it is, it doesn't feel like chakra. Tsunade trembled slightly at the chakra of the Kyuubi. She's never fought the beast or really encountered its chakra, but it was just as every bit as terrifying as all the tales said. She looked over at Jiraiya, and he was just as shocked as she was to his new apprentice's power. His eyes locked with hers. Throughout their years of training and fighting side by side, they sort of developed a way of understanding and knowing what the other was thinking. At that moment, they both knew they were thinking the exact same thing. There was another power at work besides the Kyuubis. Naruto held the blade up over his head and tilted it at a downward angle behind him. My powers and skills have doubled since the last time we fought, bastard. Orochimaru grinned and spread his legs while letting his damaged arms hang loosely in front of him. It will just make you defeat twice as delicious, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru licked his lips again, narrowing his eyes at the small genin. HMPF. After scoffing at the ex-Sanin's retort, Naruto suddenly sprinted forward, already closing half the distance between him and the evil snake. Orochimaru didn't expect the boy to cover that much ground so fast, but it was of no great concern for him. The boy is still young and overconfident. He waited a bit longer as the boy got closer before he opened his mouth and a snake popped out and opened its own jaws. Tsunade's eyes widened in terror. No, he's running right into his blade. Naruto, don't go near him. Tsunade sprinted afterward, hoping to catch him before the Kusanagi could cut him. Unfortunately, due to Naruto's speed and distance, there was no way she would make it in time. She looked at Orochimaru and saw the blade was already extending out far faster than Naruto would be able to dodge at the close distance he was to the vile bastard. No. Splunk. She looked in horror as the blade pierced right through the boy's chest and out his back. He struggled a little before he went limp and hung there, blood oozing out of the wound. Tsunade couldn't believe it. Just when she had finally risen out of depression for Nawaki and Dan's death thanks to this boy, she has now lost him too. She fell to her knees and started sobbing. Not again. No, 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 not again. Poof. She looked up and saw that Naruto's body had disappeared in a cloud of smoke. It took Tsunade a second before she grasped what was going on. Shadow clone. Something was moving in the corner of her eye, and when she looked, she saw what seemed to be the real Naruto running around straight towards Orochimaru's blind spot. However, the leader of the sound still saw it coming and twisted his neck, swinging the sword sticking from his mouth fast towards Naruto's head. Naruto, look out! Pishture! Orochimaru and everyone's eyes widened in disbelief again as Naruto held Orochimaru's snake sword at bay with his own strange sword. A small, bright, light, emanating from the contact of Naruto's blade with Orochimaru's Kusanagi. Impossible. My snake sword is made of one of the strongest metals in the 5 great nations. And yet this brat's sword is holding it back like it's nothing. It doesn't feel like a chakra blade, so what is it? How did a genin like him even acquire a weapon like this? Orochimaru tried with all his might to push Naruto back, but the young Jinchuriki wouldn't budge an inch. Orochimaru tried extending his neck and his sword in an attempt to give himself more of an edge, no pun intended. However, while Naruto started to struggle more, he still held his ground. You know when you extend your neck like that? Naruto suddenly pulled his blade back, forcing Orochimaru's own blade to continue slashing in its original intended direction, scraping across the ground as Orochimaru struggled to swift his head back to his opponent. Using the opportunity, Naruto leapt into the air above Orochimaru, holding his weapon above his head, preparing to cut down on his elongated neck. It just makes it easier to cut your evil, disgusting head off. Naruto swiped his weapon down, preparing to cut the head off the snake. Orochimaru responded by immediately retracting his neck and his Kusanagi back into his mouth, causing Naruto to miss with his attack. Orochimaru then shot the blade out again at the still airborne Naruto. Before the blade could skewer him, Naruto used the momentum of his previous attack to twist his body and batted away Orochimaru's blade with his own, causing sparks to fly everywhere. He wasn't done just yet, though. Naruto continued twisting his body after the strike to barrel roll backwards in the air until he landed a good distance from Orochimaru. He held the gifted blade in both hands tightly against his side, the blue light radiating off his face and ember-blood eyes. Orochimaru glared daggers at the boy. He couldn't believe this genin progressed so much since their encounter in the Forest of Death. He spared his life then as a means to help the Akatsuki in their goals. Yet now it seemed that it would have been wiser to have just killed the brat then and there. How could he have gained this much skill and power? There's no way he achieved this through that Jiraiya's training. Not in such short amount of time. No, it's as I suspected earlier. There's something else at work here, but what? Orochimaru retracted his Kusanagi back into his mouth. He took a breath and regained his composure. No matter. I refuse to be outdone by a sniveling brat like him. Orochimaru smiled. I must admit you surprised me, Naruto-kun. Your skills are adequate for a genin with such a very limited mind. It seems that I can afford to take this fight a bit more seriously. You should be lucky that I can't fight at full power, but even so you're still no match for me, boy. Orochimaru continued to smirk. While he was an arrogant, evil bastard, he knew when to give praise to an opponent, no matter how weak or pathetic they were. Naruto, meanwhile, just stood there holding his stance while glaring menacingly at the Sound Leader. Orochimaru cocked his head slightly. He expected a sort of rebuttal or retort from the boy, but he's just standing there, focused and waiting. It would seem the boy's skills and power are not the only things that have improved since I last saw him. He's completely focused and in control right now. If he were to allow to progress even further, he could become a great threat to me and my plans. I need to end him now. Orochimaru opened his mouth and shot out a barrage of green snakes that darted into the grass, disappearing beneath the green blades. Let's see how he handles these ones. Naruto looked around him. He could feel the serpents approaching, but not where they were. He cursed that evil snake bastard for using such a sneaky tactic. The first snake launched out of the grass from straight behind Naruto. The young genin quickly sidestepped, just barely avoiding the snake's fangs. Before he could strike back, it already fled back into the grass. He twirled his sword a couple of times before taking the previous stance he had before. It didn't take long before another snake leapt from the grass from his right and another from his left. Soon he was surrounded by snakes flying out and into the grass, eager to sink their poisonous fangs into him. Naruto was having a hard time dodging them. Each snake was getting closer to biting him. And they would disappear into the grass before he would have a chance to cut them. He was in trouble. Tsunade rose to her feet. She's had enough of this. She's not going to allow Naruto to take on this bastard and his snakes all by himself. Shizune, I want you to take Naruto and get him out of here. Knock him out if you have to. Jiraiya and I will handle Orochimaru. Shizune looked at her master and nodded. Right. Before she could proceed, Jiraiya placed his hand in front of her to keep her at bay. Hold on a second. Look. Tsunade and Shizune turned their eyes back to the battle and saw that Naruto was standing perfectly still with his eyes closed. Tsunade gasped in fear. The snakes only just temporarily ceased their attacks, but Naruto is practically setting himself up to be killed right on the spot. That little idiot. Tsunade was about to rush over until Jiraiya grabbed her shoulder and held her back. Let me go, Jiraiya. Naruto's about to get himself killed. Jiraiya didn't take his eyes off his apprentice as Tsunade struggled in his grip. Just wait a minute, Tsunade. If Naruto is doing what I think he's doing, then he should be fine. Tsunade gaped at her old teammate. How could he be so calm while his apprentice is standing still with his eyes shut and being surrounded by a horde of poisonous snakes? He had to be nuts. Before Tsunade could protest further, a snake already leapt out with its mouth opening wide, preparing to strike right at Naruto's neck. It felt like everything was playing in slow motion as Naruto stepped out of the way and dodged the snake's attack, and with one slash of his weapon, he cut through the snake. The two halves of the serpent fell to the ground, sizzling from the blade's cut. Another snake leapt out, going for Naruto's back. However, the boy spun around at lightning speed, and with his blade in both hands, he cut through the snake's head. The foul reptile fell to the ground dead and sizzling like its predecessor. Suddenly, the grass blades around the young genin shifted violently as the rest of the snakes leapt from their hiding spots, preparing to barrage the boy again. Only one thing could describe what everyone was feeling when they witnessed what happened next. Absolute astonishment. Through their eyes, they saw Naruto easily evade and strike down each snake that attacked him. His movements started out as short and precise, but progressed into being more powerful and defined. Scores of snakes fell to the ground dead as Naruto began to cut through hordes of them with single strokes. His attacks either done through swiping and slashing his weapon in wide arcs, or shortly spinning it around while twisting his body, catching the snakes going for his blind spots. Doing all of this while keeping his eyes shut. Finally, Naruto spread legs, tucked his arms together, and shot them both out his sides. All the snakes around him, both airborne and still hiding in the grass, were violently pushed back. A small shock wave could be seen streaking across the grass as the snakes were sent flying away. Naruto wasn't done yet, though, as he arched his blade back and threw it. The weapon whirled through the air like a buzz saw, cutting through all the snakes while following Naruto's hand movement, pieces of them falling to the earth, burning and sizzling. After the last snake was cut, the weapon spun back towards Naruto. Instead of being cut in half by the blade, Naruto actually caught it by the hilt and stopped it. He spun the weapon around a couple of times and held it in the same pose as before, his ember-red eyes flaring viciously at the sound leader. Every single person there was speechless. Not a single one of them in all the years of being shinobi could comprehend the level of skill and power that Naruto was wielding. Orochimaru, out all them, was more frustrated and curious, though. That brat is even more powerful than I thought possible. Just what is this power he's using? How is it giving him this much strength when it's not even a jutsu? Orochimaru was about to prepare another attack until he felt that he couldn't move his body. He looked down, but saw that there was nothing holding him. When he looked back up, he saw that Naruto had his hands stretched out with his fingers curled. Orochimaru looked on in amazement and slight fear as he watched Naruto lift his arm up and with it his own body. Orochimaru struggled in this invisible grip, but he couldn't break free. In fact, he could only feel the grip getting tighter, tight enough to the point where he started to feel his bones crack. that wasn't nearly as painful as the pressure he was feeling on his damaged arms. His screams of pain and agony filling the air and open field around everyone. What kind of jutsu is this? Just what is this power you're using? Orochimaru's body suddenly shot forward, and he found himself flying straight towards Naruto. Orochimaru had to come up with something fast. At the speed he was going towards the boy, there was no way he'd be able to maneuver himself in the air to avoid the little brat and his accursed sword. That's it. With the speed I'm currently at, it would be too difficult to dodge him, but the same goes for him as well. Orochimaru had to time this just right. If he used his attack too early, the boy may be able to dodge. He had to wait till he was a little closer. A moment or two passed before Orochimaru launched his counterattack. Just when he was about 8 feet away from Naruto, he opened his mouth and launched his Kusanagi sword once again. With the distance and speed he was at, there was no way for Naruto to dodge or block his sword in time. He had the little genin now. At least that's what he thought. The only thing Orochimaru's sword struck through was solid earth. The snake Sannin darted his eyes back and forth, trying to find his target, his mind reeling from disbelief at the boy's speed. How was he able to dodge that? Not even Jiraiya or Tsunade would have been able to escape that attack under these circumstances. Just what is he? To answer your question earlier, Orochimaru's eyes widened with fear as he looked down and saw that the boy was darting up towards him from straight below, pulling his weapon back for a killing strike. This is the power of the Force. Orochimaru started to spit out more of his sword to use it as leverage to distance himself from the boy's attack. It worked, but not in the way he hoped. Wah! With one slash of his blade, Naruto severed both of Orochimaru's arms. Orochimaru's guttural scream could be heard by every single person there despite the fact he had a sword sticking out his mouth. After he landed hard on his back, he swallowed the sword back into his mouth, and his scream became so high-pitched that it could be heard for miles. Orochimaru writhed on the ground and stared at the two sizzling stumps of where his arms used to be. He couldn't believe it. He, the mighty Orochimaru, leader of the Otoge Cure, one of the legendary Sannin, was beaten by a snot-nosed genin that just a little over a month ago was absolutely nothing to him. He glared daggers at the boy who stood before him, right into his golden red eyes. You're gonna pay for that, you little brat. Mark my words, this isn't over. You will pay. Naruto held the tip of his blade at Orochimaru's throat to silence him. I could care less about your threats, you sniveling snake. You're gonna pay for what you did to the village. And to Gramps. Naruto raised his weapon, preparing to deliver the final blow, until his body stiffened and he leapt back from a sneak attack dealt by Orochimaru's most loyal henchman, Kabuto. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto stood in front of his master, preparing to defend him at all costs. His interference, though, only proceeded to anger Naruto further, especially since he was still ticked off about Kabuto lying and betraying him. After he landed, he gripped his saber hard and growled at the betrayer. You lying, backstabbing bastard. Kabuto was about to engage until Tsunade and the other's body flickered to Naruto's side, preparing to aid the boy in his fight. Kabuto, it would seem that we will have to find other means of restoring my power. Orochimaru proceeded to sink into the ground. When I return with the elixir of life, I will show you all what it truly means to be immortal. And Naruto-kun, I will be sure to pay you back 100-fold for what you have done to me today. Naruto growled. There was no way he was going to let this snake get away after what he did. No way. He dashed forward, preparing to cut through both of them. Kabuto, however, was already preparing hand signs, and with a poof of smoke was gone. That little to deter the young Jinchuriki as he dashed into the smoke. Even if Kabuto gets away, he wasn't going to let Orochimaru escape. He plunged his saber into the ground where Orochimaru was sinking. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing but solid ground. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger and proceeded to scream out in rage. The Kyuubi's chakra growing more wild and out of control. That is until Jiraiya appeared in front of Naruto and placed a slip of paper on his forehead that read, "Seal," causing Naruto to collapse and lost consciousness. In flashback, to this moment, Tsunade still has a hard time believing what happened that day. To think that little Gaki had so much power inside him, enough to even beat and nearly kill her treacherous old comrade. She understood that he couldn't use his arms in that fight, but it was still unbelievable. What is that power, Jiraiya? Jiraiya finished his shot of sake. I don't know, but you know as well as I do that what we saw that day and today was not chakra. When I saw Naruto fight the snakes, I thought he might have been using Sage Mode, but he wasn't using natural energy either. At least not in a way I've ever seen before. Tsunade looked at her old teammate. So, do you think it has to do with the Kyuubi then? Jiraiya pondered and thought. No, I don't think so. The Kyuubi is powerful, and it may have abilities we have yet to have seen, but it's a being that is comprised entirely of chakra. Therefore, all its powers and abilities also consist of it. Whatever this force, powers, I haven't found any reference to it in the village archives or anywhere else yet. Tsunade gulped down another batch of sake. Do you think it was wise to let him keep that sword, Jiraiya? We don't know anything about it. Where it came from. Who made it? Nothing. It sure isn't a chakra sword, and it was even capable of holding back Orochimaru's Kusanagi. Shouldn't we study it first before we even consider letting Naruto or one of our other ninja use it? Jiraiya stared into his cup after he poured more sake into it. I think it's more wise to let Naruto keep and use it than some shinobi who's had no experience with wielding a sword like that and may accidentally cut their own arms off. Jiraiya took another sip. That's my point, Jiraiya. None of our shinobi in this village, including the experienced ones, wouldn't know how to handle a sword like that, and we're letting Naruto use it despite the fact that he's still a genin and needs more training and discipline before we let him use a dangerous weapon like that. He's still a child. Jiraiya looked at her with slight shock and disappointment. Tsunade, you saw how Naruto used it when he fought Orochimaru. He displayed such levels of skill and technique that are way beyond his years. I think that sword may be the best weapon for him against the likes of our old friend and the Akatsuki. Remember, Orochimaru swore vengeance on him. And when he comes to collect, and he will, Naruto is going to need that sword. Jiraiya sipped the last of the sake in his cup. Don't worry, I already had a talk with him and made him give me his word that he wouldn't use that blade or this mysterious power unless absolutely necessary. Though to be honest, the real reason I did it was because I didn't want the villagers to ostracize him even more than they currently are. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose again. That was another reason she didn't want to come back to this village. She just couldn't stand the close-minded ways of these villagers. The second she arrived and saw the glares the villagers shot at Naruto, when they thought she and the others weren't looking, she was filled with immediate disgust. It's not the boy's fault that he was chosen to bear the burden of being the vessel for the Kyuubi, and yet these villagers treat him like he's the beast itself. The village council members Hamura and Koharu are no better. They even tried to convince her to remove Naruto's shinobi status, have him kept under 24-hour watch by a team of Umbu who would follow him around wherever he went and forbid him from ever leaving the village. She knew the reason why they wanted that was because in their eyes, Naruto is the Leaf's greatest weapon and nothing more. And they didn't want to risk Naruto going on missions and falling into enemy hands. The idea that they would think he's just a tool for the Leaf still makes her want to throttle them both. After she poured another sake, she gulped it down. Jiraiya, promise me you'll protect him, no matter what. Even if it means turning against the council and possibly this village, you'll keep him safe no matter the cost. Jiraiya quirked an eyebrow at her. I was planning on doing that anyway, if it would come to that. Tsunade smiled, but while it was partially out of contentment from Jiraiya's statement, it was also because another issue was bothering her. I'm worried about him, Jiraiya. Naruto is changing, Every day, I can see his personality and everything else about him just diminishing, turning into something else. Jiraiya poured another shot of sake. You're worried that the QB is taking over his mind? Tsunade looked at her old teammate. Possibly, I'm not sure. You must have noticed a change in him too, haven't you? Jiraiya drank his sake. I have actually. Since the moment we came back to the Leaf, Naruto has become more withdrawn. I noticed that he avoids the villagers and his friends and spends more time at Ichiraku talking to some old man that I haven't seen before. As for his team, well, he and the Sasuke are even more at each other's throats than before. Kakashi has tried to get Naruto to open up on whatever problems he's having, but Naruto refuses to talk to him. One time Naruto practically bit Kakashi's head off when he stepped in the middle of some argument he and Sasuke were having. It wasn't pretty. Tsunade suddenly remembered something Naruto said to her earlier. Jiraiya, did you catch what Naruto said to me earlier about Kakashi not believing that he would be able to beat Neji and that he didn't teach him anything to prepare for the exams? The toad, Sannin, nodded. Yeah, I did. I couldn't believe that Naruto would think Kakashi wouldn't have faith in him. The part about not teaching him anything was an understandable reaction, though. Tsunade raised another question. Did Kakashi teach Naruto or his teammates anything before he allowed them to enter the exams? Jiraiya began to think. Not that I'm aware of. When I first met Naruto, he was trying to walk on water, which suggested that he already mastered the tree climbing technique. Other than that, no, I don't think Kakashi taught him or the others anything else before the exams. Tsunade quirked at Jiraiya. So he just allowed them to enter when the only thing he taught them was how to use chakra to walk on trees? Jiraiya nodded. Kakashi probably thought that they were more than capable. I think he was betting that they would rely on teamwork more than any special jutsus in order to get through these exams. Tsunade didn't look like she entirely agreed. I don't know, Jiraiya. If they were my students, I would have made sure to teach each of them a few jutsus or techniques before entering the exams. Teamwork is important, but if they don't have effective jutsus or skills to go along with it, their chances of failing would be even greater. Not to mention that with the sand and sound invasion, Naruto and his teammates would have been dead had it not been for the training you gave him. Jiraiya nodded and took a sip. I agree, but this is Kakashi we're talking about. I think the reason he allowed them to enter was so they could build and strengthen their trust and dependence on one another. The main purpose for their participation, in my opinion, was that they would become stronger together, not become chunins, though I'm pretty sure he had faith that they would do well and possibly succeed. Tsunade nodded a little, indicating that she understood why Kakashi allowed them to participate. I see, so in other words, Kakashi used the Chunin exams as a way to have them develop their teamwork more. Jiraiya set his cup down on the table next to the couch. Yep. Also, we can't blame Kakashi for ill-preparing them for the invasion, since there was no way any of us could have known about it beforehand. Tsunade set hers down too. I guess you're right about that. As for Kakashi's initial intentions for their teamwork, judging by how the way things are now between Naruto and the Uchiha, it would seem that plan of his backfired. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Yeah, looks like it. Tsunade was still confused about something. That still doesn't explain why Naruto believes that Kakashi had no faith that he would beat Neji. Jiraiya cupped his own chin and started to think. That certainly is a puzzle. We'll have to discuss it with Kakashi later. It's hard to imagine why Naruto would think so lowly about his own sensei. Tsunade nodded in agreement herself, and then asked something that's piqued her curiosity for a while. What about Naruto's other teammate, that Sakura Haruno? Is he fighting with her too? Jiraiya shook his head. No, far from it. Actually, he's rather quiet around her. Barely says a word. Tsunade eyes widened in shock. You're joking. Jiraiya chuckled. Nope, the little loudmouth that we've known him to be is almost totally mute around her. Tsunade then remembered what happened at the hospital. Well, considering Naruto's reaction with her when I healed their teammate, I guess I can understand his abnormally quiet behavior. Jiraiya quirked at her. What do you mean? What happened? Tsunade rested her head back a little on the couch. After I healed Sasuke, Sakura didn't hesitate in hugging and showing her affections for him. She acted like the Uchiha brat just came back from the brink of death while Naruto just stood there being ignored. She didn't even bother to thank him, and it's only because he risked his life to protect and bring me back that I healed her teammate. The look on Naruto's face, Jiraiya. He looked so sad and lonely, but at the same time, he didn't seem that surprised by her actions. Like he almost expected it. I tried to cheer him up by telling him that it was a very noble thing he did for her. It didn't work. I guess the little Gaki's feelings for her are deeper than I thought, and he's struggling to accept that she's infatuated with the Uchiha and not him. Jiraiya nodded and rested his own head back. It's not easy to get over being rejected. That certainly would explain his behavior with her even when her own behavior with him has changed. This caught Tsunade's attention, making her raise her head back up. It's changed? In what way? Jiraiya elaborated further. I noticed that she's been watching Naruto more, almost like she's trying to see right through him or something. There were times when she's in the middle of berating or criticizing him 1 minute, and she would take one look at him and then suddenly stop and just stare at him with a depressed look on her face the other. At first, I thought it was because a bit of the Kyuubi was showing, but Naruto's body and chakra didn't change in any way, so it wasn't that. She's also been trying to get him to open up more, but still not as much as when she tries with Sasuke, and she's had very limited success. And it looks like whenever Naruto and Sasuke are arguing rather than gang up on Naruto with Sasuke, like she did before, she's actually putting a little more effort into trying to get them both to get along and settle their disputes peacefully. Tsunade quirked an eyebrow. That's certainly quite a change in character for her. Tsunade couldn't believe that this was the same girl that just a few weeks ago barely even looked at Naruto when she patched up the Uchiha. Maybe this was her way of thanking him, or maybe she's learning to appreciate him more. She hoped that was the case. She went back to thinking about Naruto's reaction to not being promoted. Be honest with me, Jiraiya. Should I have promoted Naruto to a Chunin? Jiraiya looked down as he thought of how to answer her question. I agree with you that Naruto has a tendency to act without thinking. However, during the Chunin exams, the invasion, and as well as the fight with Orochimaru, Naruto has shown that he has come very far. He not only defeated Neji, a Hyuga prodigy, but he also managed to defeat Gaara, a Jinchuriki just like him, who even unleashed his own Bijou, the one-tailed sand spirit Shikaku. Tsunade's eyes were as wide as dinner plates, and she gaped at the toad Sannin. Naruto fought a tailed beast and won. Jiraiya nodded. Yes, Gaara was being controlled and possessed by the sand demon Shikaku. The original plan by the Sand and Sound was to have him release it and destroy the leaf. However, Gaara became too obsessed with killing Sasuke and Naruto. As they fought, Naruto not only managed to free Gaara from its control, he was also able to save him from the horrible, bloodthirsty mentality that the former Kazekage groomed him to have. Thanks to Naruto, not only was the village saved, but he also brought back Gaara from the darkness that had consumed him for years. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table in front of them. Not enough to break it, but enough to make it shake. Why wasn't I informed of this? A genin to be able to take on a tailed beast and defeat it and save the village. A feat like that more than deserves recognition and praise. Why wasn't this in any of the reports I've read about the invasion? It was the most ridiculous thing she ever heard of. Not only that, but for Naruto to still receive glares from the villagers after saving them from one of 9 Bijou was absolute ludicrous. It's because the villagers and most of the older shinobi don't believe a word of it. Tsunade was getting very tired of having to gap at the pervert's words. They don't believe it, not a single one of them. Jiraiya looked at her. There are few who did come to believe it, but then they thought that Naruto only allowed the village to be put in more danger by not finishing off Gaara when he had the chance. They fear that if the sand invades again, Gaara will unleash the Shikaku and kill everyone. Tsunade curled her hands into fists. That's a load of crap. Tsunade met Gaara on a visit to the sand during the negotiations. He wasn't bloodthirsty at all. In fact, he was very polite, well-mannered, and expressed a lot of regret and shame for what he and his village did in the invasion. There was no way that boy was still a bloodthirsty killing machine, because if he was, she'd be able to tell. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Back to the matter beforehand, Naruto defeated both him and Neji, and he also mastered the Rasengan, a technique no one except for me and the fourth Hokage have been able to accomplish. Well, Kakashi too, except he copied it. But anyway, he also managed to fight and best our old friend Orochimaru. Needless to say, Naruto's abilities at this point are far beyond that of a Genin, Chunin, and maybe even a Jounin. Tsunade contemplated everything Jiraiya said. So you do think I should promote him? Jiraiya closed his eyes for a moment before responding. No. Tsunade hit her head on the floor when she fell before she got up and curled her right hand into a fist and growled. Jiraiya, why would you give him all those compliments and praises for his accomplishments when in the end you don't think he should be promoted yet either? Jiraiya sighed. Naruto's skills have progressed very far. That's true. In fact, he may very well be the strongest shinobi we have next to Kakashi, but he doesn't have the right mindset for being a Chunin. He's close, but not quite there yet. And there's no way the village council or the villagers will allow him to be promoted right now. They'd sooner remove you as Hokage than even think about promoting Naruto. The villagers and older shinobi suspicions would also be a problem. If any of them were to become curious enough to investigate as to why we would allow the demon brat to be promoted, they could uncover Naruto's true identity and heritage. Tsunade sighed. It was true that if Naruto's true identity were to be revealed now, it would cause major problems. The main one being the boy's safety. Basically, we're just going to have to wait and hope that by the next Chunin exams, their opinion of him will have improved and that Naruto learns to get a bit more into the habit of thinking before acting. Tsunade looked out the window. Well, there actually has been one villager that's been very persistent with me about promoting him. Jiraiya's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that there was actually a single villager, apart from the Ichiraku family, that would be adamant about Naruto being promoted. Who is it? Tsunade looked at him with a bit of troubled expression. An old man by the name of Palpatine Saitosaki. He's a wealthy businessman who's from a village somewhere near the Land of Waves. He's been very helpful for covering much of the costs of rebuilding the village. I asked how I could repay him, and he said that he wanted Naruto to be promoted to a Chunin. I told him that the decision on which shinobi gets promoted lies with me and the council, not to the villagers. But I respectfully thanked him for suggesting Naruto. Jiraiya closed her eyes. Of course, because of Naruto's condition, the villagers' opinions of him are part of the reason he can't be promoted yet regardless. Tsunade nodded. She wished it wasn't the case. Did he request anything else, or has it always been the same thing? Tsunade shook her head, her eyes narrowing a little. No, and that's what's bothering me. It didn't at first until I kept getting the same request from him about promoting Naruto. I would get at least one request a week asking if there's any way I could persuade the council or make an exception or understand that Naruto is skilled enough to handle it. I respectfully declined him each time and told him that if there's anything else he wanted, I would see what I could do. Still has me a bit on edge, Jiraiya. Why out of all our genin would he suggest Naruto? Why is he so interested in him? What's his angle? It worries me, Jiraiya. Whenever I see him, he's polite and has a very friendly smile, but something about him makes my skin crawl. I can't explain it, but something about that old man doesn't feel normal. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at her a bit. This Saitosaki, does he have white hair? Looked to be about in his 70s or 80s. Looks like he hasn't slept in a long time. Tsunade looked at him. You know him? Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, he's the old man Naruto's been meeting and talking with at Ichiraku. He's the only one Naruto has been opening up to lately. Tsunade's troubled look started to become more apparent. You don't think he's with the Akatsuki, do you? Jiraiya cupped his chin and began to think. Maybe, I can't say for sure. In any case, though, I think we should keep on an eye on him. Naruto already has the Akatsuki after him, and Orochimaru wanting vengeance who knows why this old man has so much interest in him. Jiraiya stood up from the couch and walked to the window, taking in the view. We may just be being paranoid, but I'd rather be safe than sorry, so I think I'll be doing a little digging on our new friend. Tsunade nodded in approval of this course of action and got up and stood next to Jiraiya at the window. And that power? Jiraiya looked back at her. I'm going to do some more research on that as well. Hopefully I can find out what it is and why Naruto can use it. A small tick mark appeared on Tsunade. I certainly hope this is actual research you're doing and not the kind that involves you peeking in on women at the baths. Jiraiya took a step away from Tsunade and started waving his hands defensively. It isn't that I swear. I'm only focused on my godson's well-being and protection. That's all. Come on, Tsunade-heim, give me more credit than Dash. Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya's begging was cut off as Shizen slammed the door open. An alarming look on her face, and Taunton, who was between her feet, looked just as distressed. Tsunade and Jiraiya could tell from one look at Shizen's face that something terrible had happened. Shizen, what is it? Unknown to everyone in the Hokage's office, a small mechanical jellyfish-like creature was perched right over the Hokage's window. A small little antenna protruded from its head, and it started giving off strange beeping sounds. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the village, Naruto was jumping from roof to roof, still angry about Tsunade not promoting him. He was so excited about becoming a Chunin only to be flat out told no, cause he didn't deserve it. The hell he didn't deserve it. Why couldn't Tsunade and others see that he was ready like old man Palp did? Flashback earlier that morning. Naruto was eating breakfast at Ichiraku with old man Palpatine telling him about how the latest mission went and how Sasuke got injured from a chakra-enhanced sword. Palpatine nodded and smiled the whole time as he listened to Naruto's story. Your skills are definitely improving, Naruto. You've become even stronger than your teammates, Sasuke, now. Naruto slurped up a bunch noodles right when he looked at Palpatine with wide eyes. You really think so? Palpatine patted him on the shoulder. Very much so, which is why I've been making several requests to the Hokage lately concerning your career status. Naruto quirked a brow at Palpatine. My career status? Palpatine nodded and smiled at him. Naruto, I've been asking the Hokage about making you into a Chunin. Naruto dropped his chopsticks into his half-empty ramen bowl. Me? A Chunin? Naruto took a drink out of the tea he ordered with his ramen and took a deep breath to keep himself from getting too excited. I'm honored that you would do that for me, old man Palp. Really, I am, but Granny and the council are the ones who decide who gets to be Chunin. I know Granny would vouch for me, but the council, well, they'll never accept this. Palpatine gave him another reassuring smile. I think they will. They're already promoting Shikamaru to a Chunin. And if they're allowing him to become one when he didn't even win his match, then I'm sure they will without a doubt promote you. Besides, they need you, Naruto. More than you know. Flashback end. He couldn't believe that he allowed himself to get his hopes up like that. He knew that the council would be against the idea of promoting him, but he didn't think Granny herself would believe he's not ready. That he didn't deserve it because he used the Kyuubi's chakra. The thought of her denying his promotion because of the fox made him just as angry as when Kakashi-sensei chose to train that team over him. No matter how much he tried to reason with himself, Naruto still couldn't let go of the feelings of betrayal he felt from his sensei. He kept telling himself that it was for the best, because if it wasn't for his sensei's favoritism toward Sasuke team, he wouldn't have encountered and trained under Pervy Sage, who not only was stronger than the Closet Pervert, but was also more powerful and skillful than even Kakashi himself. It was because of Pervy Sage that Naruto was able to beat Neji and show everyone that he wasn't a loser or a weakling, that he was a shinobi determined to become Hokage. It was even thanks to Pervy Sage and his training that he was even able to save his comrades and the village from Gaara when he unleashed the one-tailed beast Shikaku. If it wasn't for the Toad Sage's guidance, then the vision that plagued Naruto's thoughts the whole month in his training for the exams would have come true, and his teammates would have been slaughtered by Gaara. In the end, though, he just couldn't get over the feelings of neglect he felt for that despicable act of Kakashi-sensei. And now he has to deal with that, and Granny not promoting him because he used the Kyuubi's chakra. It's not my fault. I had to rely on that stupid fox's power. Maybe if my sensei actually trained me, I wouldn't have. A thunderous roar echoed through Naruto's mind, making him skid to a halt on one of the rooftops. You ungrateful brat. If it wasn't for me, you'd be dead right now. Don't blame me for the fact that you were too weak and stupid to take on that Hyuga boy by yourself. Naruto grinded his teeth at that insult from a Kyuubi. Ever since Pervy Sage taught him how to communicate with the demon, he ended up been having spats like this constantly. Focusing his mind, he appeared in the sewer of his mindscape, where before him large rusted iron bars towered over his head. In the center was a piece of paper which read seal that kept the great demonic beast in. Naruto treaded through the green, ankle-deep water closer to the cage. Inside, through the darkness, two large blood-slit eyes opened and glowed, along with sharp, menacing-looking canine teeth that were so white they could easily be seen through the pitch-black darkness of the prison. Before long, the fox's face became visible, its dark orange for standing up as a sign of the fox's irritation. Behind him, 9 gigantic tails swished back and forth. There that stood before Naruto was the infamous, monstrous, demonic Kyuubi. Anyone else who would be standing before this great demon would have likely soiled their pants by now. Naruto, however, stood firm and locked eyes with the beast, not showing any fear in the slightest. It was one of the few things the great demonic fox liked and respected about the boy. That and his fiery temper. Care to make that comment again? You giant red mongoose. The fox snarled at that remark and raked his claws against the rusted bars of his prison before letting loose another shrieking roar. The water around them shook violently. The pipes around them quivered as if they were alive, and if they themselves feared the beast. Naruto just stood there, though, like this was just business as usual for him. And considering the amount of visits he's paid the fox lately, since the exams, it practically was. You dare insult me after I gave you my power? When I aided you in defeating the Hyuga boy, Gaara, and that sniveling snake Orochimaru when no one else did, I should kill you right here and now. The fox immediately began stabbing his claws out through the bars, trying to reach Naruto. It was no use, though, as like the many other times he's tried, the bars just wouldn't budge, and his claws would stop about a foot from Naruto's face. After a while, the demon pulled back his claws and growled, wanting nothing more than to tear the boy apart. You idiot. You said it yourself that if I die, you die as well. What? Is it so bad being in my body now that you want to kill yourself? The fox snarled at the boy and banged his head against the bars. Death would certainly be better than dealing with a spoiled, insufferable brat like you. Naruto's hands curled into fists, and he growled back at the giant demon fox. Spoiled. I am spoiled. How the hell can you say that I'm spoiled after being sealed inside me all these years? If after all this time, and after everything I've done and said that you think I'm actually spoiled, then you don't know me at all, you damn fox. The Kyuubi narrowed his eyes at the small boy that stood before his cage. I know everything about you, kid. In fact, of the two of us, I'm the one who knows and understands you better. Naruto cocked his head at the fox. How the hell could he not know or understand himself? That didn't make any sense at all. What the hell are you talking about, Kyuubi? The giant fox lowered his head down a bit and started to talk in a lower voice. Ever since you returned from that little trip to the wave country, you've been acting differently, kid. You've been sporting that fake smile of yours far less often and have been avoiding everyone, including your own teammates, a lot lately. The most noticeable change, however, is your hatred. Your anger towards this village and everyone in it, with the exception of a few, has increased quite considerably. You have also been getting into fights with your teammate Sasuke, even more so than before. And my personal favorite is that you've been threatening the villagers more often when they made snide remarks at you. I've come to like this change within you quite a bit. Naruto was seething at how this fox just accused him of hating his own village. He would die to protect it, and all his friends no matter what. Hell, he already proved his resolve when he fought Gaara. There was no way he was just going to stand there and let the stupid fox spout such nonsense and lies. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. This village is my home, and I would die to protect it and all those who are precious to me. Sasuke and I have been getting into fights a lot lately, but that doesn't mean that I hate him. And yeah, so I'm getting a bit sick of the villagers still going on about me being a demon like you, but I'm used to it. So stop trying to fill my head with lies, you damn fox. The QB snarled a little at the boy's cluelessness and denial. It was one of the many things he hated about the little loudmouth kid. You truly are an idiot, you know that, kid. The reason why you've been getting into these fights with Sasuke lately is because your hatred for him has been growing. Yes, it started right when you fought those sound genin in the Forest of Death. You felt it then, didn't you? The anger and hate inside of Sasuke has been accumulating towards you for those unnatural powers of yours. You hate these thoughts he has for you. You hate how you can feel them in your mind and soul. It's the same with the villagers. You thought they were starting to warm up to you, but you can sense that their hatred for you has only increased and is getting worse. Naruto's knuckles started to turn white with how hard he was gripping them. He hated to admit it, but the fox was right. It did anger him that he could sense Sasuke's and the villagers' hatred for him growing. He could feel it whenever he was around them, like when he felt the presence of the snakes Orochimaru hid in the grass to try to poison him, only it was much worse. Unlike the villagers, though, you seek acknowledgement from Sasuke the most. Instead of that, you've only achieved his anger and jealousy of your power. It also didn't help when you came back with Tsunade to heal him, where instead of thanking you and expressing his gratitude, he just pretended to ignore you when really he hated and felt humiliated by you for assisting him like that. But what really struck you to the core in that moment was what your precious Sakura did. Naruto's eyes widened. He looked down at the murky water that surrounded him as he remembered that emotionally painful experience. She ignored you even after you defended her in the forest, fought another demon to protect her, and had Tsunade heal Sasuke. She treated you like you were nothing, like you weren't even in a hospital room. She focused only on embracing the Uchiha and on the fact that he was alive and well. Never mind the fact that you nearly died to bring the old hag back with you, had to master a jutsu created by the fourth Hokage, and use my power and this unnatural force power to defeat Orochimaru himself. The QB snarled at that last part. The reason why is because he hated talking about matters concerning the Force. It was a power that he's never encountered in all the centuries of his life. He felt that whatever this power was, it didn't belong in this world, and he didn't like it. He also didn't want Naruto to hang around with that old man anymore who kept telling him about it. They got into many arguments concerning that. The QB didn't trust or like him at all. No human being is that kind and compassionate without some ulterior motive. The QB could sense that there was some kind of dark shadow emanating from the old man's presence, but the stupid brat wouldn't believe him. Even as you left that hospital room, she didn't even bother to track you down and thank you. She stayed there for hours on end and visited Sasuke frequently and didn't bother to talk to you until the Uchiha fully recovered and your team began doing missions again. Even then, she still didn't express any gratitude or thankfulness. She only proceeded to criticize and lecture you while she still treated Sasuke as if he were the best thing ever to happen to her, even though he treats her like trash. Naruto didn't say a word. No retort, no comeback, nothing. He just stood where he was and listened as the QB reminded him of everything that has happened since Sasuke got better. Only it's a bit different now because she's afraid of you. Afraid that you'll snap and go berserk and kill her just like you try to kill those Sound Genin. That's another reason why she clings to that Uchiha brat so much, because she naively believes he'll protect her from you. Naruto started to shake. Droplets of tears started to drip into the sewer water. Now, do you understand? No matter how much you improve, what feats you accomplish, or even how many lives you save in the end, Sakura and the villagers will never see you as anything more than a monster. As for Sasuke, well, he'll only ever see you as a loser that doesn't deserve the powers you have. The QB started to slink back into the darkness of his cage. The only thing visible now was just his red, beastly eyes. There's one more thing you should know. If you think that I'm the one that's been lying to you, then you're sorely mistaken. The ones who are really lying to you are Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. They've been lying to you from the very beginning about what I'm not going to tell you. That's something for you to figure out, assuming if you're smart enough to do it. See you around, kid. Naruto looked up at the QB, wondering what on earth could Kakashi-sensei, Pervy Sage, and Granny be lying to him about? Before he could ask anything more, he heard his name being called. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes and found himself back in the real world. He felt two hands strongly, yet gently grip his shoulders. He looked and saw Sakura standing in front of him with a concerned, worried look on her face. Sakura-san. Naruto was about to ask what she was doing until he noticed a bunch of objects fall down onto the roof around them. There were clothes, clothespins, baskets, etc. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized what happened. Damn, I let the force get out of control. I need to get out here. I just can't deal with Sakura-san being afraid of me right now. Not today. Naruto tried to move, but Sakura held him firmly in place by the shoulders. He looked at her wondering why she was keeping him from leaving. Naruto, why are you crying? Naruto didn't understand what she was talking about. He rubbed his finger under his right eye and found that the skin was wet. Apparently, he was crying in the real world as he was in his mindscape. He quickly rubbed the tears away. It's nothing, just got hit by some pepper powder some old lady threw out her window by accident. Sakura wasn't convinced in the slightest. She knew something was bothering Naruto, and she was going to figure out what. Don't lie to me, Naruto. Tell me what's going on. I saw you were using that power again, so I dash. Sakura immediately cut herself off as she realized that Naruto still doesn't remember what happened in the Forest of Death with the Sound Genin. She didn't want Naruto to remember and suddenly go berserk again. Never again. Naruto, just tell me what's wrong. Naruto was barely listening. He was too busy sensing Sakura's thoughts. Her fear of him losing control and going on a rampage was even stronger than before. Not being able to take it anymore, he shrugged her arms off a bit roughly and proceeded to walk away. I told you it's nothing. Shouldn't you be visiting that team in the hospital for the 100th time? Begging him to take you to the Kyuubi festival. Sakura was cut off guard by Naruto's reaction. Naruto has never done anything physically aggressive with her, not even in training. Granted, though, she doesn't train as much as her teammates, but still he's never laid a finger on her in a threatening manner. And what was with that tone he used for when he asked if she was visiting Sasuke and asking him out to the festival? She didn't understand what was going on with Naruto. What's wrong with him? A part of Sakura wanted to pummel Naruto into the ground for using that tone with her and for roughly shrugging her off like that. But another part just wanted to help and find out why Naruto looked so upset and stressed. In the end, the latter part won out, and she decided it would be best to just answer his questions rather than risk infuriating him by going berserk herself on him. I just got back from the hospital just now. Unfortunately, he's still not fully recovered, so he won't be able to attend the festival. Naruto looked at her with confusion. He just couldn't understand why she was so obsessed with Sasuke's well-being and happiness when all he does is treat her like crap and ignores her. It's because she's in love with him and fears you. That's why, you idiot. Naruto hated to admit it, but there were times where even he had to admit that he was stupid. Well then, I guess you'll both miss the festival, cause knowing you're going to stay right by his side, so he won't feel lonely during it. Sakura held her hands together in front of her and looked at her feet. Actually, Sasuke told me to stop annoying him and to just go with someone else. Naruto looked at the ground and sighed. I see. He then continued, walking, preparing to leap off onto the next roof. Well, good luck trying to get a date for the festival. Try asking Lee. I heard that Operation Tsunade did on him went well, and knowing him he'll be thrilled to go on a date with you. Might speed up his recovery. Sakura was surprised by Naruto's suggestion. It was shocking enough that it was well thought out and logically as well as ethically made sense, but it was even more surprising that Naruto wasn't asking her out himself. Sakura lowered her head a bit more. Then again, Naruto hasn't bothered asking me out since before the Chunin exams, and he still keeps calling me Sakura-san. I still don't know why. Deciding she's had enough of this strange behavior of his, Sakura decided it was time she surprised the unpredictable ninja. Actually, why don't you and I go together? As much fun as it would be to go with Lee, I don't want him to suddenly have a relapse when he should be resting and doing physical therapy. We'll have lots of fun, I promise. I'll even take you out to Ichiraka, my treat. So how about it? Naruto looked at her and could swear that he was dreaming. Sakura was asking him out on a date. An actual date. You should be bouncing around on the roof and screaming out to the world that he finally got a date with Sakura. However, he wasn't. Deep down, he knows that she's just using him as a backup date for the festival because she couldn't get Sasuke to go with her and Lee was still recuperating. Not only that, but he could still sense her fear of him. It tore him up inside that she would be afraid of him like he was a monster, especially when considering that she doesn't even know about the QB yet. There was another reason that he didn't want to go to the festival, though. It was a simple one, too. I'm not going to the festival, Sakura-san. I hate the damn thing. It was true. He really hated the festival. When he was younger and tried to attend it, he was kicked out because the adults said he's too much of a troublemaker. When he grew older, many times the villagers would get drunk, form mobs, and chase him around the village. One time they caught him and beat the crap out of him. It would have been a lot worse had not Irika and Old Man Third shown and broken it up. It was after that terrible event that Naruto decided that he didn't like the festival. When he found out that the QB was sealed inside him, he grew to hate it because it was basically a celebration of the day that this curse was put on him and that it gave the villagers the idea that it was okay to hunt him down and beat him to a pulp. I'm never going to that shitty festival ever again. Sakura couldn't believe what she was hearing. Naruto Uzumaki was actually rejecting a date with her. It was absolute madness. This isn't like Naruto at all. That settles it. Something is definitely wrong with him, and I'm going to find out what. Sakura started to march forward, determined to get the truth out of him. Naruto, I'm going to get to the bottom of what's bothering you, even if I have to pin you to the ground. Naruto raised his hand up with his palm, facing her, and Sakura gasped as she felt herself being pushed back. It was like some invisible wall was pushing her away. It wasn't a violent push, but it was still strong enough to move her against her will. Her feet skidded across the rooftop before she came to a gentle stop to the other side of the roof. She looked at Naruto with disbelief on her face. How could Naruto possess such a power? Just what jutsu was this? A Kekkei Genkai? She just couldn't figure it out. Sakura gasped again when she looked at his eyes. They were a mix of rage, sadness, and loneliness all compressed together in those blue eyes of his. Eyes so full of pain. Just like in a forest. Naruto, what's happening to you? I refuse to go to a festival that celebrates the man who ruined and damned my life and existence. Naruto suddenly leapt very high into the air. He looked like he was about 50 or 60 feet high. He landed a few roofs away and started sprinting away at top speed. Sakura stood there completely shocked. Her hand clutched tightly where her heart was. A few teardrops dripped down onto the roof. She started to shiver, which was odd considering that there was no wind and the weather was warm. She felt cold. So very cold. Chapter 5. Tragedy of a Jinchuriki. It was a colorful night in the village hidden in the leaves. Party lamps were strung about everywhere in the streets with food and game stalls set up and open for business. The villagers were all gathered in party kimonos, celebrating the anniversary of the 4th Hokage's battle and selfless sacrifice against the dreaded Kyuubi no Kitsune. It truly seemed to be a splendid, happy evening for everyone. Despite the joyous occasion, there were a few in the village that weren't partaking in the festivities. One was handling a serious dilemma. Another was trying to sort out what was happening to their teammate. The third was stewing in jealousy, anger, and their goals for vengeance, while the fourth was sitting on top of the Hokage monument, alone, looking down in pain and rage at the festival occurring below them. Hokage's office. Tsunade looked down from her office's window at the villagers partying. She looked absolutely stunning in her green kimono. Any man who would look upon her would instantly ask her to be her date for the festival. A few have tried already, but Tsunade rejected them all. Though she did it politely where in her youth she would have punched them straight into another village, especially with the perverted looks they had in their eyes. Despite how beautiful she looked, she wasn't eager to partake in the festival. Even though, as the Hokage, it was her duty to attend and give a speech about the heroics of the fourth Hokage, she seriously didn't have the stomach for it. Not tonight. For one thing, she didn't really see the event as something that should be a joyous occasion. The village lost a good man who killed himself to save them all, and he had to sacrifice the happiness of a child to do it. Something like that should not be celebrated. No, this night should be a time for remembrance and honoring the two individuals that gave everything to save the leaf, one of which didn't even have a choice in the matter, not as one to be an excuse to get drunk and stuff up on delicious food and cuisines. Another thing was that she hated how this event was used as an excuse by some to make the child's life even more miserable, to punish him for something that was nowhere near his fault, and to treat him even more like a monster when he clearly wasn't. She was so tempted to cancel this event, but she knew how much it meant to the villagers, and as Hokage, she couldn't deprive them of what is one of the Leaf Village's most important holidays of the year. And there was no way the council would allow her to do that. Damn bastards. However, there was one reason above all the others that really took the joy out of her that night. Something terrible had happened. Something truly awful. She knew without a doubt that it was her fault. Once the news would spread and reach the ears of the boy, whom she had to come to view as like a surrogate brother or son, she knows that he will be in so much pain because of her. The only thing Tsunade could do was try to stave off what had just happened from becoming public knowledge for just a little while longer. She didn't want the young boy to find out on tonight of all nights. This night already causes the poor boy enough torture. She would be damned if she let it cause him any more misery. When the time comes to announce the news, she will make sure the boy would be the first to know. She won't allow him to find out through the gossiping of the villagers or the whispers of his fellow shinobi. She would make it that he would find out first from her personally. He had the right to be the first to know. Tsunade's door slowly creaked open to reveal Kakashi Hitaki. "Lady Tsunade, the villagers are waiting for you." Tsunade turned to see the copycat ninja in his light blue kimono. No doubt he was Shizun's date for the festival, since the shade of blue of his kimono was Shizun's favorite color. Tsunade sighed. She really didn't want to go out there. "Come on, Tsunade-heim, you're not that ashamed to be seen out in public with me, are you?" Tsunade looked to see Jiraiya standing behind Kakashi in a darker blue kimono. He was her date for the festival, since she would rather go out with a pervert that she knows and has experience with than some stranger. While Jiraiya may have finally scored the date of the woman he's loved for years, he wasn't wearing any genuine smiles tonight. He couldn't. Neither could Kakashi either. Nothing would plaster their faces except fake grins and laughter for the rest of the evening. They all know what has happened, and they were all worried about how the boy would handle the news. "HMPF, I would rather be seen out with one of your toads than with you, Jiraiya." It was a nasty comment, and she knew it was in poor taste, but she couldn't help it. She was covering up her nervousness and her sense of guilt. Luckily, being her teammate for many years has allowed Jiraiya to pick up on that, so he wasn't really hurt by the remark. Tsunade started to walk to her date, but stopped halfway in the room. "Remember, both of you, I don't want anyone to know of what happened. Not until we tell Naruto first." They both nodded. Even though keeping secrets wasn't a problem for two distinguished veteran shinobi, such as themselves, they knew how much Tsunade needed to reiterate how important it was to keep a lid on this. The boy can't find out now, not on what is possibly the worst night of the year for him. Kakashi looked down at the ground, his lone eye showing much concern and worry. "I just hope we'll be prepared for what's coming." because I don't think I'm going to be of much help to him if he's not. He's still been giving me the cold shoulder, and I can't figure out why." Jiraiya and Tsunade both understood. When they both told Kakashi what had happened, they had also told him of the boy's new opinion of him and inquired why he had developed these negative views towards him. Kakashi didn't have the slightest idea, but he was shocked that one of his own students would think that he didn't believe or have faith in him. He tried to think of anything he might have done to warrant such aggressiveness from the kid, but he couldn't come up with anything. Not that he could fully concentrate on the matter, since this issue was taking precedence. Jiraiya closed his eyes. When the time comes to tell him, he's going to need all of us there to support him. This may possibly be the worst pain he'll ever go through in these early years of his life. Tsunade winced at that. She didn't want to cause the boy more pain than he was already going through, but she knew it was only a matter of time before he would find out. Better that he would be the first to find out from them than from anyone else in the village. "It's all my fault. I knew there was something fishy about it, but I still granted it." Jiraiya and Kakashi looked at the slug princess. "You can't blame yourself, Tsunade. You had no way of knowing of what would happen. It's the same for any of them you sent away. The village was still being rebuilt, and we needed the income to support the reconstruction and repairs." Tsunade lowered her head, and her hands curled into fists of frustration and guilt. "I am responsible for what happened, Jiraiya. Me, and me alone. I chose to go through with it. I chose to ignore my instincts telling me that something was off about it. And look what happened. I made a mistake, and the poor boy is going to be the one who pays for it." Jiraiya walked into the room and placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Tsunade, it's not your fault. There was nothing you could have done. Instead of blaming yourself, you should be focusing on how you're going to tell him, because if I know him, and I do, he's going to take it hard. Very hard." Tsunade looked up at her old teammate. She knew he was right. She had to focus on how she was going to break the news to the poor boy. She figured the best way would be to have him come to her office and tell him there in private with Kakashi and Jiraiya. The kid was going to need them. He will need them. Still, she had a very difficult time trying to muster up the courage to be ready to tell him. Sure, she's had years of experience of breaking bad news to people when it came to medical or other reasons, but this was different. This involved someone who was precious to her. Someone who brought her back from the depths of her very own depression and self-exile. She doesn't know if she could handle the look on his face when she tells him. "Maybe we can keep it an S-class secret until he's old enough." Everyone looked to see Shizen in a black kimono, holding Taunton standing behind Kakashi. It was a possible solution that may work. However, it would more than likely only work in the short run and not in the long. And to keep a secret like that from him for such a long time would likely cause even more damage than telling him in the present. No, he needs to know about this as soon as possible. It's only a matter of time before the news starts to spread, and I don't want him to find out from some idiot who couldn't keep their mouth shut. Besides, we're already keeping one secret from him that he has more than a right to know, and we still can't tell him. We can't keep this one with it. At least not for too long. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was true. If he were to learn of both secrets at once, it could devastate him. No, it could destroy him. They proceeded down into the village with their fake smiles, greeting the villagers. Deep down, though, they all knew that soon enough, Naruto Uzumaki's life was going to go through hell. Leaf Kyubi Festival. Everyone around her was enjoying the night, playing some of the various games at the stands, and helping themselves to the food and sake stalls. They were all having so much fun, and with their dates too. Sakura Haruno, however, wasn't enjoying the evening. No, she chose to spend it sitting at a small tea shop alone in her pink kimono. In front of her sat her tea, which she barely touched even after she received it almost 40 minutes ago. The tasty hot brew was probably stone cold by now, especially considering that it's always been very cold during October in the Leaf Village. The pink-haired Kunoichi has always spent the festival alone, but this time it was different. All the previous festivals she chose to spend alone because she was saving herself for when she would be Sasuke's date. Each time it was boring and a bit irritating having to watch others have a fun time with their dates. but she kept telling herself that it would be worth it when Sasuke would accept her as his date, and she could finally have the festival experience she's always wanted and dreamed of having. This year, like the others, wasn't the case. Sasuke couldn't come to the festival because he was still recuperating from their last mission. She tried to salvage her hopes of spending the evening with him by offering to stay with him during the festival, but he declined and told her to go without him. It really stung, but she understood. After all, he's always seen her as annoying despite how hard she tries to show him that she's worthy of his attention and company. But Sasuke and his rejection wasn't what was on her mind during the festival. No, it was her other teammate, the one who's been chasing after her for a date for years now, and when she finally decided to go out with him, he turned her down. To this moment, she still had a hard time swallowing the fact that Naruto Uzumaki refused to be her date for the festival. I can't believe Naruto rejected me. Sakura has tried to wrap her head around it many times, but she still couldn't figure out the puzzle that was Naruto. He's always pestered her for dates. Hell, a few of the times he even got on his hands and knees and begged her for them. She never admitted it, but she thought it was kind of cute when he did that. Was this his way of getting back at her for all those rejections? Did she do something wrong? Did he not like her anymore? That last question really put the fear into Sakura. For some reason, the thought of Naruto not liking her anymore hurt more than being rejected by Sasuke. It couldn't be true. No, Naruto isn't like that. He wouldn't just stop liking me just like that, would he? Sakura began to reason with herself. Naruto has never given up on anything, so he couldn't. No, he wouldn't give up on liking her. No, it must be this strange behavior of his. That had to be the reason. He's been acting differently with everyone, not just her. But what's causing this change? This change inside him? What's going on with you, Naruto? Why won't you let me help you? Hey, forehead. Sakura was snapped out of her deep thinking by her friend and rival, Ino Yamanaka. Ino stood in front of her with her hands on her hips, sporting a purple kimono with a slightly annoyed expression on her face. Finally, I've been trying to get your attention for 10 minutes now. What's going on in that big billboard brow head of yours? Sakura growled at that comment. She always hated being reminded of her large forehead, and by Ino of all people. Wouldn't you like to know? Ino Pig. Ino growled at the cherry blossom kunoichi, and both girls immediately got into each other's face, their eyes looking like white saucers while their teeth were grinding. A few of the villagers nearby started to get nervous of the killer intent radiating from the two kunoichi girls. After what seemed like hours, the girls stepped away from each other, took a deep breath, and sat down at Sakura's table. Sheesh, this is the thanks I get for checking up on you to see why you looked so upset. Talk about appreciation. Sakura took another deep breath. She really wasn't in the mood for Ino's complaints or insults tonight. She just had to fool her into thinking everything was fine so she could leave her in peace. Well, sorry for wasting your time, Ino, but I'm not upset. I just wanted to have a nice, quiet evening. Okay. Sakura put on a big grin to let her know that nothing was wrong. However, Sakura looked at Ino and could tell that she wasn't going to budge. No, when that girl had her mind set on something, she could be stubborn as hell. You can't fool me, forehead. I know when you're upset, so spit it out. Sakura groaned and rubbed her hands over her face. It was obvious at this point that Ino wasn't going to buy it. If she couldn't fool her the first time, then there was no point in prolonging the inevitable. Ino leaned her chin onto her hands while her fingers were clasped together. Let me guess, Sasuke-kun rejected you even when you offered to stay with him at the hospital? Sakura's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. How did Ino know about that? Was she spying on them at the hospital? Sakura started to grind her teeth again, thinking that had to be the explanation. That pig is going to get it now. Shinaro. Ino saw the angry look on Sakura's face and rolled her eyes. No, forehead, I wasn't spying on you and Sasuke-kun. I knew he rejected you spending the evening with him because he did the same thing to me. Man, you can be so predictable in how you think, Sakura. Sakura calmed down a little but was still ticked off. She folded her arms on the table. sticking her chin up to the side. HMPF. Well, for your information, I wasn't rejected by Sasuke-kun. He was just tired and wanted to rest this evening without anyone disturbing him. Sakura was lying, of course. However, she wasn't about to let Ino think that she didn't have some leeway with her Sasuke-kun after all. Ino, of course, didn't look like she was buying it as usual. Whatever you say, forehead. So, where's your date? Sakura was caught off guard with Ino's inquiry. She didn't want Ino to know that she was spending the festival alone again, even after she tried to get another date besides Sasuke. But she knew that there was just no line to her at this point. I couldn't get one this year, Ino. Ino stared at Sakura for a few seconds before bursting out laughing. She held her sides with how hard she was cracking up. Sakura's face became crimson as she started to feel embarrassed. Finally, having enough, she clenched her fists and growled. What's so funny, pig? Ino finally started to calm down and wiped the tears from her eyes, being careful not to ruin her makeup. I'm sorry, but that is just hilarious, Sakura. I mean, you being sad about Sasuke-kun rejecting you is one thing, but also being depressed that you couldn't get a date. I mean, Sakura, you have to admit it's pretty funny, especially when the answer to your date troubles has been right in front of you the whole time. Sakura was really starting to get pissed. What the hell did she mean it's been right in front of her? She hated when Ino makes no sense, almost as much as when she's being annoying. What the hell are you talking about, pig? Ino rolled her eyes and chuckled more before she gave her answer. Naruto Uzumaki. Sakura eyes widened. All the anger and frustration she felt just mere moments ago melted away, instantly replaced by depression and worry for the blonde idiot. Ino didn't notice the change of expression as she had her eyes closed and was still droning on. I mean, all you had to do was ask him to come to the festival with you, and your date problem would have been solved. He's been crazy about getting a date with you since the academy. It would have been easy. Sakura looked down at the table, her eyes filling with sadness, thinking of what happened on that rooftop a few days ago. I did ask Naruto, Ino. He turned me down. Ino's own eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. What? Bang! Sakura winced as Ino fell out of her chair and hit the ground hard. Before she could ask if she was all right, Ino was already back on her feet and slammed her hands down on the table, her eyes still full of shock. Naruto Uzumaki actually rejected a date with you? Ino's shouting started to attract the attention of the crowd. Some of them minded their own business, but Sakura caught glimpses of some of the villagers scowling or narrowing their eyes. It wasn't towards Ino, though, despite the ruckus she was making. Sakura knew it was the mention of her teammate. She couldn't help but wonder why they act so angry and annoyed at just the mere mention of his name. She could understand the annoyed part because of the pranks he used to pull, but still. Before Sakura could think further on the subject, she felt her shoulders being grabbed by Ino, who started to shake her. Sakura Haruno, you are going to tell me every single detail of what happened. Sakura knew that there was no escape now. Once Ino gets a taste of some gossip, she never quits until she hears the whole story. So, Sakura decided to tell her everything. Who knows? Maybe Ino would be able to help her figure out what is wrong with Naruto. I was leaving the hospital after Sasuke turned me down when I saw Naruto on the rooftops. At first, I thought he was being attacked. There were a bunch of objects flying around him like he was trapped in a tornado. That wasn't it, though. Ino. Sakura took a deep breath. He was using that power again, the one we saw in the Forest of Death. Ino was stunned. She knew exactly what Sakura was referring to. She slowly moved and sat in the chair next to her, looking down at the table as she remembered everything she saw in the fight with the Sound Genins. What happened? Is he all right? Sakura looked down at the table herself. No, he's not all right. When I approached him, he didn't even know I was there until I started shaking him. He looked like he was in some kind of trance, and he was crying Ino, just like he did in Forest, only it felt worse this time. The pain he was feeling felt worse. Ino cocked a brow at Sakura a little, confused by what she was saying. It felt worse? How? Sakura realized her confusion with what she said. I can't explain it. It just felt worse to me. Anyway, I finally managed to snap him out of it. I asked him what was wrong. He wouldn't tell me. He told me that I should just focus on visiting Sasuke and that I should take him or Lee to the festival. He didn't even try to get a date out of me. Sakura looked at Ino, her emerald eyes showing more worry and concern than before. As she continued, her voice started to break a little. I'm worried about him, Ino. He's changing. Even before the Chunin exams, Naruto's been acting differently. He started calling me Sakura-san when he has never called me anything before but Sakura-chan. When we fought those sound Genins, I was so scared of what was happening to him in that fight that I just couldn't take it. Even after that fight, I could still tell that something was wrong with him. He barely speaks a word to me. He's fighting Sasuke more often. He won't tell our sensei anything, and one time he even screamed at our sensei when he stopped a fight he and Sasuke were having. I tried my best to get them to get along and to get him to open up to me, but nothing's working. But that's not the worst of it. No, what's worse is how Naruto and the villagers interact. Every time we get back from a mission, they would give Naruto these awful looks and glares like they're eager to attack him, and Naruto would just glare right back at them with such hate and anger in his eyes, and also pain. Sakura took a large gulp of her cold tea before continuing. I couldn't take it anymore, Ino. I wanted the old Naruto back. The one that would always wear that stupid grin on his face, who's constantly yelling that he'll be Hokage. I wanted that Naruto back, Ino. I wanted to help him with whatever problems he was having. That's why I asked if he would be my date. I thought if he went on a date with me, everything would be fine. That he would cheer up, I would get the old Naruto back, and then everything would go back to normal. Instead, he actually rejected me. That's when I realized that something was seriously wrong with Naruto. I was determined at that point to find out what it was, and I was going to pin him down to do it. He pushed me away, Ino. He used that power to push me away from him. Ino was shocked as Sakura finished her story. For one thing, Sakura didn't refer to Sasuke with the Kuin suffix, which was really odd. Second, she knew Naruto for a long time, even a little before the academy. She's always thought of him as an obnoxious, stuck-up, loudmouth moron. This didn't sound like the boy she knew, that any of the Rookie Nine knew. Then again, Naruto was not himself in the Forest of Death. Those yellow eyes he had really gave Ino the creeps. After the forest, she thought Naruto had gone back to normal. He seemed normal when he fought Kiba and Neji, albeit he looked a little pissed when he did. Then again, Ino didn't see much of him or Sakura and their team after the invasion. She was busy with her own team, taking missions to help rebuild the village. Did Naruto really change that much? I don't know what to do, Ino. I can't figure out why he's acting like this or why he wouldn't come with me to the festival. Ino started to think of all the possible reasons. It could be that maybe Naruto is sick of his teammates. It would explain his fights with Sasuke and his attitude towards his sensei. Also, Ino would never tell her this, but she always thought Sakura could be a tad harsh when it came to treating Naruto, and that says a lot coming from her. Still, she thought Naruto had thicker skin than that. It didn't make sense. None of it. Did he tell you why he didn't want to be your date? Sakura was about to say no when she remembered what Naruto said to her. Flashback few days ago. I'm not going to the festival, Sakura-san. I hate the damn thing. I refuse to go to a festival that celebrates the man who ruined and damned my life and existence. In flashback, Sakura face palmed herself. How could she have been so stupid? She was so focused on Naruto rejecting her that she forgot that Naruto told her his reasons for not wanting to go to the festival. He did. I can't believe I forgot. He said he hated the festival and he didn't want to come because he blames the fourth Hokage for making his life miserable. Ino looked at Sakura like she just sprouted a new head. That's crazy. Why would Naruto hate the festival? It's the best festival we have all year. None of our other holidays or other festivals come even close. Also, why would Naruto blame the fourth Hokage for anything? What did he ever do to him? Can TT tell you? Sakura and Ino looked up to see Hinata Hyuga wearing a lavender kimono. fidgeting around with her thumbs, looking nervous and shy as usual. They were actually surprised to see her here. Hinata? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the Hyuga compound resting? Sakura wasn't asking out of annoyance. Hinata took a very severe beating from her cousin Niji during the preliminaries. So much so that when Sakura found out Naruto was set to fight Niji in the finals, she nearly had a heart attack for her teammate, having to fight that cold-hearted bastard. Nevertheless, she cheered and rooted for Naruto to kick the crap out of the arrogant Hyuga. She was still thankful and amazed that he won. The heir to the main family branch picked up the seat that Ino was sitting in earlier and propped it back up before sitting in it. I had managed to convince him and my father that I was well enough TT to attend, though he only allowed it if I took a C couple of G guards with me. She motioned with her head to a couple of Hyuga guards standing watch nearby them. And I thought my dad was strict. Sakura nodded in agreement with Ino before she inquired to the Hyuga girl on what she said earlier. Hinata, do you know why Naruto hates the festival and the fourth Hokage? Hinata looked up at Sakura and started to push her fingers nervously. I don't know why Naruto-kun hates him, BB, but I think I know why he hates the FF festival. Hinata looked up and sweat dropped as both Ino and Sakura were leaning over the small table towards her. Both were eager to hear why he would hate such a wonderful event. The Hyuga heiress started to get more nervous but steeled her resolve. They had to know why Naruto hated this festival. They had to understand his reasons for not coming. It all happened 4 years ago. I was at tending the festival with an aide of mine. We were having a great time until we heard a C commotion nearby. We headed over and saw that Naruto-kun was arguing with an M man who was an owner of a FF fish stall. Naruto-kun said that he caught the F fish fair and square and that he deserved to keep it as a pet. The man didn't believe him and said that he was in nothing more than a lying cheating brat. Naruto-kun got really mad and said that the man W was the one lying BBB because his fish game stall was nothing but a SS scam. He said that all the innets broke B before they even touched the fishes, and it W was the same WN other people tried to catch them. As they listened to Hinata's tale, both Ino and Sakura recalled playing at that stall about 5 years ago. They were both determined to prove they were better than the other and made a competition out of it, though not a friendly one. Neither of them caught any fish. In fact, neither of them could even get close to a fish cause the nets constantly broke when they went into the water. They both accused the man of being a cheat, which caught the attention of the authorities, and the man got into trouble. The man got really angry and tossed his whole F-fish tank right at Naruto-kun. He was completely de-drenched. Poor Naruto-kun was shivering from the sea-cold water and air. Then the M-man said, "There's your fish." Naruto-kun actually got on H's hands and knees to look for the fish he caught. When he found it, a W woman stepped out of the C crowd and stomped on it. She grinded it into the ground right in front of Naruto-kun. Then she said that little D demons don't deserve P prizes. Naruto-kun called her a mean D drunk, and he was right. That W woman and the whole crowd W with her were drunk. I could smell it. She got angry and kicked Naruto-kun in the F face. After that, Naruto-kun started to run, and the fish stall owner, the W woman, and the whole crowd all chased him. I got so W worried that I left my aide and FF followed them. I was horrified with what I saw. They were all beating and kicking Naruto-kun while the W was on the ground. He was just a C child, and yet they beat him mercilessly. I thought they W were going to kill him and ran for help. Luckily, Lord Third and Irika Sensei were in nearby, and I told them that Naruto-kun was in TRTR trouble. They broke up the C crowd and took Naruto-kun to the hospital. Poor Naruto-kun had serious CC cuts and bruises everywhere but he was going to be alright. But ever since that night, I never saw Naruto-kun at the F festival again. Sakura and Ino both had their hands over their mouths. Their eyes were barely holding back tears. They couldn't believe Hinata's story. They couldn't believe the villagers did that to Naruto. How could they? Sakura was disgusted and horrified that her own people would do that to a fellow member of her team and the village, who was a child at the time, no less. It also didn't make any logical or ethical sense. The man who ran that fish stall was already proven to be a liar and a scammer. Why would the villagers take his word over Naruto's? Even if Naruto was lying, how does lying about cheating in a simple game like that warrant a public beating as punishment? And calling him a demon was also out of line. Naruto isn't a demon. He could be an annoying pain in the ass, but he is no demon. None of it made any sense at all. If that happened to me, I would hate the festival too. Yeah, me too. Sakura agreed with Ino. In fact, she was starting to not feel comfortable coming to the festival anymore. Not after something like that happened to her teammate during a previous one. Were any of those people arrested? Ino asked a good question. Sakura also wanted to know if Lord Third punished those people for doing something so heinous as beating a child that was her teammate. The look on Hinata's face suggested that they weren't going to like the answer she was about to say. And no, he just gave them all a warning that if they harmed Naruto-kun Eiji again, then he would punish them harshly. What? Slam. Hinata became startled from Sakura's outburst and her slamming her hands down on the table, causing her cold tea to fall off with the cup breaking on the ground. Hinata looked at Sakura and saw that she was furious. She's never seen the cherry blossom kunoichi so angry before. Ino placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder to calm her down. After a few seconds, she did and sat back down in her chair. What the hell was the third Hokage thinking? Ino and Hinata were shocked that Sakura said that. They've never heard Sakura talk like that about the old Hokage before. She was always respectful of him, even when she was disappointed and annoyed that he chose Naruto to be placed on her team on the day when teams were announced. Despite the disrespect, they both fully agreed with her. It was insane not to punish the villagers for committing such a horrid crime upon a child. Such an act is unforgivable and deserves severe punishment. Sakura looked at the Hokage monument. I think I'm beginning to understand why Naruto pulled all those pranks on the Hokage's faces. I'm starting to wish I joined him. Once again, Ino and Hinata were surprised by Sakura. She always complained, lectured, and smacked Naruto around for pulling them. It looked as if her opinion of the boy was greatly changing. Ino looked up at the monument. Yes, it certainly made sense why Naruto pulled all those pranks now. Ino thought Naruto did it because he was an undisciplined brat. Now, she realizes he might have done them because of the cruelty of the villagers. If she knew they did that to him beforehand, she would have helped Naruto with his pranks too. I still can't believe they did that to Naruto-kun, especially on Day of all D-days. Ino looked at Hinata. You said it. I can't believe the villagers did something like that on the night of the Kyuubi festival. It's supposed to be a night when we all get together in honor of the fourth Hokage for saving us, not chasing down and beating up Naruto. At least that's what I understood from my parents and all the adults. Sakura nodded in agreement again. She honestly didn't know what was worse. The fact the villagers tried to kill her teammate when he was only 8 years old, or that they tried to do it on the happiest night of the year for the Leaf. Either one just made Sakura angry towards the villagers and even more disheartened and worried about Naruto. How come Naruto never mentioned this? Or Irika-sensei, or even the third Hokage? Naruto, why didn't you ever tell us they did that to you? Why didn't you ever tell me? Hinata looked at Ino and Sakura in shock before her expression turned to sadness and understanding. Why you two don't know W. Watts also today, do you? Sakura and Ino looked at each other in confusion, wondering what Hinata was talking about and if the other could explain what she was referring to. When Ino shrugged her shoulders, indicating she doesn't know, they turned back to Hinata. Today is Naruto-kun's BBB birthday. The next scream both girls did practically broke the sound barrier. Wawawawat. It was incredible that Hinata didn't fall out of her chair from the power of Sakura and Ino's lungs. She was holding onto the table for dear life, as her body wouldn't stop shaking from the sheer volume of their screaming. Of course, Sakura's next outburst didn't help settle her nerves. It's Naruto's birthday today. Hinata, not being to withstand it anymore, flew off the table. She laid sprawled on the ground with her eyes in spirals. Ino and Sakura immediately rushed over and helped her back up onto the table. Hinata's bodyguards also rushed over, but Hinata held her hand up, letting them know she was fine. After she got settled back in her chair, Sakura and Ino started apologizing, but she told them it was fine. An awkward silence followed before Sakura broke it. I can't believe Naruto didn't say anything. I can't believe he didn't tell us it was his birthday today. So, Naruto wouldn't tell me that too? Why would he keep something like that a secret? None of this makes any sense. Sakura's depression for Naruto earlier felt like it just now increased 100-fold. Between his strange change in behavior, finding out the villagers formed a lynch mob and attacked him when he was a child, and that they did it on both the Kyuubi festival and his birthday, she felt more than anything that she wanted to find Naruto right now and give him a big hug. That or strangle him for not telling her any of this. She also had a desire to pull pranks on all the villagers before the night ends. She didn't know which to do first. Sakura started to think of all the possible reasons why Naruto wouldn't tell her, their sensei, or hell, even Sasuke about his birthday. It's not like he had anyone else to celebrate it with. Irika's sensei probably took him out to ramen, since she never heard of him throwing Naruto a party or giving him presents, because Naruto would have talked about it nonstop if he did. She and the rest of Team 7 could have thrown a party for him and had gifts. Her eyes widened as she realized and cursed herself once again for being stupid and insensitive. Naruto had no one. No family. No relatives. No one. Aside from hanging out with Irika Sensei, most of the time Naruto has been alone. He never even had a hug until she gave him one in the Forest of Death to calm him down. Coming to this festival may have been the closest thing he had to celebrating his birthday, and that fish he won may have been the closest thing to a present he ever got too, until the villagers took that all away from him. Maybe he didn't tell them because it was all too painful. Painful enough to not want to share with anyone, not even his own team. Perhaps it was also too painful to ever want to celebrate his birthday again. Sakura started to clutch her heart again. It was hurting so bad. She started to feel cold again too. Like some wind came out of nowhere and was somehow colder than the already chilling night air as it washed over her. She started to shiver from its unearthly cold touch. Come on, let's go, Sakura. You too, Hinata. Sakura and Hinata looked at Ino in confusion, both wondering where Ino was intending on dragging them off to. Probably to go shopping. That's what Ino usually does when she feels sad or depressed about something. We're all going to go shopping to buy Naruto presents. Yep, Ino wanted to shop, all right. Of course, neither of them expected her to say that they were all going to go shopping to get presents for Naruto's birthday. Sakura and Hinata looked at each other and then back at Ino again, wondering if their friend was substituted with an enemy ninja that was transformed as her. Ino rolled her eyes and placed her hands on her hips in annoyance. Look, I've always found Naruto to be annoying and to have poor fashion taste, but by God, I'm not going to let him spend his birthday without getting at least one present, all right? Every person deserves at least that much on their birthday. Well, except murderers, rapists, traitors. Well, you get the picture. She pointed an accusing finger at Sakura. And you, forehead. Out of all of us, you should have the most obligation to get him a gift. He's your teammate and friend, and yet you weren't planning on getting him anything for his birthday. Batidi. Sakura was cut off as Ino covered her mouth with her hand. Nobots bilbordvrao. Like I said, he's your teammate and friend. So, you're coming with me and Hinata, and you're going to get Naruto a very special gift, or so. Help me, I will use my mind transfer jutsu on you again, and when I find Naruto, I'll make you kiss him. And I mean really kiss him, Sakura. Hinata's face started to blush fiercely until it became as red as a tomato from Ino's threat, and she fainted. Ino noticed this and immediately rushed to her side while her bodyguard's sweat dropped at Lady Hinata, fainting again. As Ino was so focused on waking Hinata up, she didn't notice that Sakura's face was also blushing. She clutched her heart again, which was no longer aching in pain, but was beating 100 miles a minute. She didn't understand what was making her heart beat so fast. She's never felt like this, not even when Sasuke complimented her on her forehead that day in the park. After some slow breathing, she was able to get it to calm down. Ino was still busy trying to wake Hinata up, which left Sakura thinking. She realized Ino was right. She had to get Naruto a gift. Not just because it was her obligation as a teammate and friend, but because she wanted to. Those cruel villagers practically took the joy of celebrating his birthday away from him. Maybe she could help give some of it back. Sakura started to smile. Yes, she would give some of it back, and maybe Naruto will get so happy from her gift that he'll go back to being normal. The thought of Naruto jumping around, acting all hyper and shouting that he'll become Hokage again made her feel a little giddy inside, and she started to blush a little again. She got up from her seat and started to help Ino wake Hinata up. She wanted to get started on shopping for his gift right away. She wanted to see the look on his face when she gave him his present. Just the thought started to make her blush more. Unknown to them, a group of villagers nearby were scowling and glaring at them as they mentioned the demon brat's name constantly over and over with such disgusting sympathy. The boy was a demon through, and demons don't deserve that or birthday presents. They don't even deserve the simple pleasures of life. The group of villagers all grinned sadistically at each other. For after tonight, the QB brat wouldn't even have that in the village. No, he was going to learn the same pain they felt when the beast attacked them 12 years ago. A pain that's been long overdue. Leave hospital. The lights of the festival could be seen glimmering from the window of his hospital room. However, as beautiful and captivating as it was, it did little to attract the attention of Sasuke Uchiha as he sat up in his hospital bed in deep thought, thinking about the recent uninvited visitors he had not just an hour ago. Visitors that came with a very tempting offer. An offer that may come once in a lifetime that would greatly aid him in achieving his goal. The goal which was to kill his brother and restore his clan. Such an opportunity may never come again, and he was eager. So eager to avenge his parents and the rest of his fallen clan members. That's what his purpose was after all, to be an avenger. Still, as good as the offer was, it demanded very steep prices. Things that he would have to give up and let go if he hopes to attain this promised power. The power needed to defeat Itachi. There was one requirement he had to fulfill above all the others, though, that weighed heavily on his mind. One that he was not sure if he had the strength or will to do it. He started to recall the group of shinobi he met recently in this room. The parting words their leader gave him before they left. Flashback an hour ago. Sasuke Uchiha slept uneasily in his hospital bed, his dreams haunted by two individuals. One was the being who has been plaguing his mind since the Uchiha massacre, his older brother Itachi. The other was his own teammate, the teammate that has been growing stronger and stronger, while he's remained the same since the Chunin exams. The teammate whose own power and rage has been starting to greatly eclipse his own. No matter how hard he tried or how much he improved, his brother was still too far ahead of him, as was evidenced when he humiliated him just a little over a month ago. That, and now his comrade has been leaving him behind in the dust. It had to be that accursed power of his. A power that should be his. He had the right. He was an Uchiha. There was no way he could be outdone by a loser like him. No way. Sasuke's nightmare was interrupted as his window slammed open, causing the raven-haired boy's eyes to snap open. His eyes darted to the window and found that no one was there. The curtains were blowing and flapping from the wind. Sorry if we woke you up, Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes darted to the foot of his bed, where four individuals stood before him. One had dark skin and four arms. The other was a large fat man that looked to be at least 6 feet tall. Another was a short, red-haired woman that had a nasty-looking scowl on her face. The last, who appeared to be the leader of the group, had blue-grayish hair and what appeared to be a second head. Sasuke's eyes widened when he noticed that their headbands were that of the Sound Village, the village that was responsible for the invasion. He started to flash through some hand signs, but the large fat man body flickered to the right of his bedside and grabbed the Uchiha's face, pressing it down hard against the pillow. Sasuke struggled and squirmed against the large man's grip. He could have tried calling for help, but his Uchiha pride wouldn't allow it. Not to mention that apart from his right eye, his whole face was covered by the large and what felt like grimy hand of his assailant, so he wouldn't be able to call out even if he wanted to. His head felt like it was going to pop from the pressure this large man was putting on his head. It was also getting harder to breathe. If he didn't think of something fast, he'd be done for in his own hospital bed. Jirobo, remember, Lord Orochimaru wants him alive. The large man looked up at the dark-skinned one and grumbled. I never get to have any fun. The red-haired woman scowled. Quit complaining, you fat sack of crap. Enough, all of you. Jirobo let him up. The large man looked at the one with two heads and grumbled a bit more before releasing the boy. The Uchiha gasped for breath before he regained his composure and stared cautiously at the uninvited guests. Who are you? The man with the two heads looked at the Uchiha boy before answering. We are the mightiest of Lord Orochimaru's servants. The Sound Four. Sasuke eyed each member of the group, making sure no one was going to jump him again. He's pretty sure they didn't come to kill him since that one ordered the big guy to back off. Not to mention the four-armed one said that Orochimaru wanted him alive, which means that they're likely here to take him to the foul snake. If that was the case, though, why didn't they just take him already? The fat one, called Jirobo, could have just knocked him out or suffocated him long enough till he lost consciousness. Something else was going on here. But what? It was time the Uchiha found out. Why are you here? The four-armed man answered. We came here to give you a message from Lord Orochimaru. Sasuke didn't like where this was going. Nothing from Orochimaru was ever good. Still, he was curious, so he inquired. What message? The two-headed man smiled before answering. Lord Orochimaru wants you to come with us back to the Sound Village. If you cooperate, he will bestow upon you strength and power beyond your wildest imagination. Strength that you have yet to attain from the curse mark he has already given you. Sasuke instinctively rubbed his neck where the curse mark was, remembering the power it gave him in the forest of death. Power he wanted to test and experience, but wasn't given the chance due to his teammate going on a rampage with that own strange power of his. That, and his sensei placing a seal on it to keep it from controlling him again. If there was more power within the curse mark than what he felt in the forest, then he couldn't help but be more interested in this offer. This village is doing nothing more than stripping you of your potential. You could have become so much more right now if you didn't allow yourself to be chained here like a dog. Why do you waste your time here with these weaklings? Lord Orochimaru offers you power. The four-armed man and red-haired girl had good points. Sasuke has recently felt like his training and skills weren't getting anywhere in this village. It didn't seem like there was anything left for him to learn or gain here. Nothing that he could use to become stronger. But it was his home. He couldn't abandon it and his friends to achieve more power. Could he? If you come with us, we will show you how to unlock the next level of your curse mark. After that, when we reach the Sound Village, our master will give you even more power. Surely you have a desire to grow stronger, a desire to fulfill your goals and true purpose in life. Once again, Sasuke thought of his true reason for existing, to destroy Itachi and avenge his clan. He had to accomplish that goal, no matter what it takes. We will wait for you answer until the day after tomorrow, on the outskirts of the village, on top of the hill overlooking it. If we haven't heard from you by then, we will take you by force if necessary. Only a weakling and a fool would resist against the will of Lord Orochimaru. The four-sound shinobi started to sleek back into the darkness of the back of his room, with only the two-headed man remaining, apparently having a little more to say. There's one last thing. If you do decide to join us, Lord Orochimaru requires that you bring him something as proof of your loyalty. It would also help you become stronger in your goal of attaining ultimate power. Sasuke's curiosity was at its peak, wondering what he had to do that would help him become stronger and to gain even more power from the Snake Sannin. Whatever it was, it would likely have to be extremely difficult. Sasuke hated to admit it, but he felt kind of excited for the challenge. He wants you to bring him the head of your teammate, Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. The man's just recently spoken words echoing slowly through his head. He had to kill Naruto, his own teammate and friend, just to gain this power? The excitement he had just moments ago all but diminished completely, his mind already starting to think into overdrive. The two-headed man started to step back into his shadows that his teammates disappeared into. Do not forget your true purpose. After those words, he was gone and Sasuke was alone in his room. In flashback, any true shinobi of a leaf wouldn't even think about taking this offer. Yet, Sasuke sat here debating with himself back and forth with it. Unfortunately for him, the desire to protect and carry out his duty to the leaf and his friends was losing to his hunger for power and vengeance. It was all there waiting for him. All that power and his best chance at beating Itachi. All he had to do was leave the village and his friends to join the man responsible for attacking his home. Then again, the village has never really felt like his home since his clan was wiped out. All the sympathetic looks from the adults and crazy hungry eyes from the girls of his age in this village has irritated and disgusted him to no end. They could not begin to understand the losses he's suffered through, the betrayal he suffered through, the loneliness he suffered through. There is only one person in this village who truly knew the pain of being alone. The very same teammate who he ridiculed, argued with, fought side by side with, trained together with, respected, and probably the closest thing to a best friend he had. Naruto Uzumaki. It was that same friend that he would have to kill. Sasuke pressed his hands against his temples like he was trying to suppress a headache. He couldn't kill Naruto. It was crazy. He wants to become stronger to make his brother pay, but not like this. Not where he would have to betray and kill the one person who could possibly be his only friend, the one who more than most understands his pain. Then again, what if there was no other way? What if killing Naruto and leaving the village was the only path that would lead him to ending his brother? What if he doesn't take it and will never get to experience killing that evil bastard with his own hands? Besides, while the doe may know what it feels to be alone, he doesn't know what it's like to lose someone. He was lucky. He never got to know his parents before they died, so he didn't have to feel the pain of their loss. And he's always been bragging about becoming Hokage. The fool. There was no way a weakling like him could ever achieve that title, especially when considering that he's flunked the academy several times. He was a loser. Sasuke stopped pressing his hands into his head as he started to realize something. If he was such a loser, then why was he allowed to pass the academy when he flunked the graduation exam? Why was he able to defeat Haku? How did he come to possess that power he witnessed in the Forest of Death? Why and how was he able to get one of the legendary Sannin as a teacher? Why and how was he able to master the Rasengan? Why and how was he able to defeat that rogue ninja that wielded the sword of the second Hokage? More and more questions kept piling up in his mind for what felt like days until he came to the same conclusion he did before that's been causing him to stew like this. Naruto was improving. He was growing stronger and stronger while Sasuke was staying the same. The tables were turned with Naruto now being the one ahead and him being left behind. Sasuke's fingers started to dig into his palms from how tight he held his fists. He wasn't going to allow this. No, he was an Uchiha. He is the one that is destined to become the strongest and leave everyone else behind. Not Naruto. He had to become stronger. He needed to become stronger. He will become stronger. I have to beat him. No, I have to beat them. Hokage Monument. The air was cold, and the wind blew on top of the Hokage Monument. The cold would cause most to complain, but not the boy sitting on top of the fourth Hokage's head. He was used to it, used to the cold bite of the wind, just as much as he was used to the cold treatment dealt to him by the ungrateful villagers that partied down below him, partying to his misery and suffering. A suffering he must go through just so they could celebrate the day of his birth as the day that this curse was inflicted on him. The duty of bearing the Kyuubi no Kitsune, that was Naruto Uzumaki's curse. Naruto sat here in his orange jumpsuit, wishing nothing more than to go down there and pull pranks on every single villager partying to his pain. No, he was no longer a child. He is a shinobi. He should beat the crap out of them instead. Those spoiled bastards wouldn't even be alive right now if it wasn't for me. Then why don't you go down there and do something about it? Naruto shook his head and pinched the bridge of his nose, like he was trying to suppress a headache. After what happened between him and the Kyuubi a few days ago, more and more Naruto has been feeling himself, slipping, almost like he was losing a part of himself, a very important part of himself. And he knew what he was losing it to. He was losing himself to all these thoughts of anger, rage, and pain that had been plaguing his mind for what felt like an eternity. He's tried everything to get himself to let it all go, to just accept what has happened between him and his sensei, his denial of promotion, the hatred of the villagers, and most of all Sakura's love for Sasuke. Nothing worked. Worst of all was that the Kyuubi has sensed this and has been trying to get Naruto to let his rage out by unleashing it on the villagers. Naruto has tried his best to ignore him, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. The festival below certainly wasn't helping the situation either. After a while, he heard the Kyuubi grumble and complain before falling back to sleep. He really wished Irika-sensei were here. Ever since the mob incident, when he was 8, he spent all the previous festivals, following said incident, on top of the Hokage monument. The orphan boy would often sit up here alone, watching everyone having fun below, until he would smell the sweet scent of delicious ramen, and he would turn to see Irika-sensei with a bag of several takeout orders from Ichiraku. Then they would eat and laugh together while watching the fireworks that would shoot up and litter the sky with their beautiful explosions. Unfortunately, it was not to be this year. Irika had been called out on a long-term mission and wouldn't be back for some time. At least that's what he learned when he asked him about it. Now, here he is spending the evening completely alone and isolated on top of the Hokage monument. Not even one of his friends had bothered to check up on him. Not his team, not Pervy Sage, no one. Then again, Sasuke was in the hospital. He was still mad at Kakashi-sensei. Pervy Sage was probably peeking on girls, and Sakura is probably mad at him for blowing her off. Naruto started to feel even more depressed. He knew he really hurt Sakura's feelings. He should have just said yes and taken her to the festival. It was something he always wanted, to be on a date with Sakura. The reason he couldn't accept her offer was that he wanted her to take him because she wanted to not, because she was scraping the bottom of the barrel for dates. Not to mention, there was no telling how the villagers would have reacted if they saw her with him attending the festival. Being with him might turn her into a pariah with the villagers. Naruto would not have that. He would not have Sakura go through the same cold stares and torture from the villagers he still suffers through. He would rather die than allow that to happen to her. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted as his nose picked up a very familiar and delicious aroma, one that he was all too familiar with. The young shinobi turned around hoping that Irika-sensei was back from his mission. To his surprise, it wasn't him, but his other precious person, Palpatine Saidasaki, who had a bag of what looked like ramen from Ichiraku. "Pardon me, my dear boy, but is this seat taken?" Naruto was surprised that the old man was able to find him up here. He didn't think that someone like Old Man Palp would be able to track him down on top of the fourth Hokage's head. He wouldn't have been surprised if his other friends found him, since they were trained to track people down. That old man sure is something. Naruto greeted Palpatine with a big wide fox grin and patted the spot next to him. "Not all. Help yourself." Palpatine smiled and sat down next to Naruto. The old man opened the bag and placed bowls in front of them, where Naruto proceeded to dig in after thanking for the food. Palpatine proceeded to eat his ramen at a slow pace, while Naruto scarfed down his bowls like they were trying to get away. After a few minutes of eating several ramen bowls, Naruto decided to inquire why his friend wasn't attending the festival. "Hey, old man Palp, why aren't you down at the festival with everyone else?" Naruto couldn't help but wonder why the old man wasn't down there partying with the other villagers. Surely it was more fun down there than up here. It was also much warmer too. The old man looked at the young shinobi and smiled. "It's rather a bit too crowded for me down there. I'm not as young as I used to be, and celebrating with a large crowd of civilians is more of a young man's game. Up here it's more peaceful, and I was also told it's the perfect spot to watch the fireworks." As if on cue, a red rocket shot into the air and exploded, showering the night with red sparkles. Then a green one shot up, then a blue, until the whole sky became showered with various colors. Naruto watched in awe at the fireworks. This was always his favorite part of the festival. Not to mention that Old Man Palp was right. This was the best spot for watching them. "I also came to find you, Naruto." Naruto looked at his friend. "You were looking for me?" Palpatine nodded before reaching into his robe and pulled out a box. He unwrapped the string around it and opened it to reveal a slice of chocolate cake. The old man then took out a candle and inserted it into the cake. Then he used a match to lit the candle. He handed the cake over to Naruto, who was confused with the gesture. "Happy birthday, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto's eyes widened and his eyes became engulfed with tears. Droplets were dripping down his face like his eyes were faucets. These weren't tears of sorrow, though. These were tears of joy. The only one who's ever wished him a happy birthday was Irika, but not even he has ever given him a birthday cake. He looked at his friend with tears still flowing out of his eyes. I don't know what to say." The old man smiled and placed his hand on the boy's back and patted him. "You don't have to say anything. Just blow out the candle and make a wish." Naruto wiped his eyes with his sleeve and smiled. He took a deep breath and blew out the candle, knowing exactly what he wanted to wish for. "I wish for everyone in the village to appreciate and acknowledge me for who I am." Naruto then proceeded to gobble up the slice of cake. It was so delicious. The blonde boy has never had chocolate cake before. Now he knew what he's been missing all these years. Naruto licked his lips and sucked the chocolate off his fingers. The chocolate frosting was so good. He wished there were more, but he would just have to settle for that one piece. Naruto looked at the man and smiled. However, he was also confused. How did the old man know today was his birthday? "Irika Yumino told me when your birthday would be." Naruto nodded and smiled. Even when going on a mission, he could still count on his former sensei. Still, the boy couldn't help but feel saddened by the fact that his brother figure couldn't be here to join them. Naruto turned back to watching the fireworks as they started to take different shapes. A few minutes passed before Palpatine spoke. "Naruto, there was another reason I came to find you. You know, that I have not been able to rely on the Lady Hokage or the Council, particularly when it came to matters concerning your career and well-being. If they haven't included you in their plot, they soon will." Naruto looked at Palpatine with a bewildered expression. "I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, old man Palp." Palpatine returned his gaze to the fireworks, but continued speaking. "Your force powers have long since allowed you to feel others' thoughts. You must sense what I have come to suspect. Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi Hitaki, along with the Leaf Council, want control over you and your abilities. They're planning to betray you." Naruto felt all the warm and happy thoughts within him vanish completely at Palpatine's revelation. It couldn't be true. They were his friends, his precious people. They would never do such a thing to him. Maybe the council would, since they never had any compassion for him, but his friends? It cannot be true. The old man must be mistaken. He must be. I don't think that, Dash. Naruto, search your feelings. You know, don't you? Naruto didn't want to admit it, but he felt that something was off about Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi lately. Ever since he was denied of his promotion, He could sense that they were hiding something from him. He didn't know what it was, but he could feel their fear of him finding out the truth. I know that there is something they've been keeping from me. Palpatine nodded as if that was the answer he was expecting to hear from the boy. As have the villagers, your classmates, and even Hiruzen Sarutobi before his untimely death. It seems that the only person around here who is not allowed the luxury of knowing any of these secrets that concern you is you, my boy. Naruto looked back at the fireworks as they started to explode red, orange, and yellow rockets. I have to admit my trust in Granny, Pervy Sage, and Kakashi-sensei has been shaken, along with my relationship with the villagers. Why? Palpatine looked at the boy with curiosity to his confession. They neglected and treated you with cruelty for something that was done to you to protect themselves, didn't they? Suddenly, a large rocket exploded, the red sparkles and flares taking the shape of a giant red fox with 9 tails. Palpatine saw the image out of the corner of his eye and noticed Naruto flinch as he looked upon the image of the beast as it faded away. They hate you for the QB being sealed inside you, don't they? Naruto closed his eyes and scrunched his face. The moment he dreaded for months has finally come. Old Man Palp now knows that he has the fox sealed inside him. It may have been in the form of a question, but Naruto couldn't lie about it anymore to him. Not after everything this kind man has done for the boy. He wished he knew how to explain it to the old man. I don't know what to say. He just hoped his friend wouldn't hate him for it. Hate and fear him like those damn fools below them. To his surprise, the old man didn't run away or shouted at him that he was a demon. He remained calm and stayed where he was. There is something you must come to realize about leaders, Naruto. There are those who will sacrifice anyone to keep their power, and those who will sacrifice anyone to keep the people they lead safe. Even Hokages. Naruto couldn't believe Palpatine would say that. Being Hokage was his dream, his goal. Yet, he described it as nothing more than a position where you do nothing but sacrifice others for one cause or another. The old man used his position as Hokage for good. He never sacrificed anyone's life to stay in power or to keep the village safe. He kept his title for years because he was a good man and has even given his life to protect the village. Granny didn't even want the job because she thought it just gets people killed, but now she has it and is running things the same way the old man did. She helped heal Sasuke and Lee. She rebuilt the village, made peace with the sand, and she did all of that without sacrificing anyone. She even gave me this necklace, which belonged to the first Hokage, because she believes that I'll achieve that title one day. I can't say anything about the first or second Hokage, but I'm sure they ran things the same way too. Palpatine still didn't look like he was convinced. And the fourth Hokage did not sacrifice others as well. The Genin didn't know how to respond to that question. How could he? When after all the fourth Hokage did sacrifice someone to protect this village. He sacrificed Naruto's happiness and chance of having a normal life to keep the village safe. Still, it wasn't the same as if he sacrificed the boy's actual life, right? And he was defending the village against the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the mightiest of all the Bijou. The man clearly had limited options against such a powerful foe and even gave his life to stop it. The fourth Hokage did what he had to do to keep the village safe, even if it meant that I had to pay the price along with him. Palpatine turned his attention back to the fireworks. The beautiful explosions started to take on the shapes of the symbols for the leaf and the fourth Hokage. A few seconds passed until he spoke again. Did you ever hear the tragedy of the former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? Naruto turned his gaze back to his friend with a puzzled look. Pervy Sage told him all about what Jinchuriki were. They were basically people who were vessels of Bijou like him and Gaara. Despite that, though, he's never heard of any other Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi before him. No. Palpatine nodded. I thought not. It's not a story Jiraiya, Tsunade, or any one of the older generation of shinobi would tell you. It's one of the many secrets of the village's past. Naruto's attention while was already captured when Palpatine mentioned another Jinchuriki with the Kyuubi, was even more captivated by this story now. The former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune was a refugee from the former Whirlpool country. It was because of her clan and bloodline that she was chosen to be the vessel for the terrible beast when its previous host was dying of old age. The village gave her little to no choice in the matter. If she wanted to remain and be kept safe in the village, then in exchange, she had to become its secret weapon to help maintain the balance of power between the five great nations. The villagers despised her, of course, and thought of her as little more than either a demon or a weapon of war for a time. Yet, she was so powerful, and so why she could use seals to protect against and tame Bijou. She had such a knowledge of seals and possessed such unmatched beauty and kindness that she eventually managed to win the respect and admiration of the entire village. If Naruto were sitting in a chair, then he would practically be leaning over it. He couldn't believe it. This former Jinchuriki actually achieved what he has longed for his whole life. She actually gained everyone's appreciation. Why hasn't he ever heard of her? Who was she? As all of these questions popped into his head, there was one. He needed to hear one answer above the rest. What happened to her? Palpatine's face became more serious as he continued the story. She became so loved that she even won the feelings of the man she herself fell in love with. His name was Minato Namikaze. She shared and taught him her knowledge of her clan's seals. Doing so allowed him to become a master of Fuinjutsu. Eventually, they became married, and soon after that the man's skills led him to be chosen as the fourth Hokage. It wasn't long after when the woman became pregnant with the fourth Hokage's child. Unfortunately, on the night when she was giving birth to their baby boy, the Kyuubi escaped from her seal. The beast attacked the village in vengeance of its imprisonment and for being treated as nothing more than a tool for the village. It could not be resealed inside the woman due to her strength weakening from giving birth to her child and from the beast escaping from her body. As Palpatine continued telling the story, the color of the fireworks started to change to darker red. Before the entire village could be destroyed, the fourth Hokage formulated a horribly cruel plan. Since the child inherited his mother's strength and bloodline, he was the only one who could contain the beast. The woman begged and pleaded her husband not to have their child carry such a terrible burden. In the end, however, she could not refuse the man she loved and married, even when he said that as the Hokage his duty was to their village. He could not allow the Kyuubi to run rampant and to have the leaf without its greatest weapon and only means of maintaining the leaf status of power among the five great nations, meaning that he was willing to choose the safety and welfare of their village over that of his own son, and so he did. The fourth Hokage sealed the Kyuubi in his own child, but not before the demon ended both of their lives, forcing the child to grow up all alone, being feared and hated by the very people who were saved by his own parents. The last of the fireworks exploded, just as Palpatine finished telling the tale, before the sky once again returned to the darkness of the night. It's a cruel irony that his mother could gain their love, but the boy still could not. Naruto's mind and soul were both shaken to the core. Tears were pouring out of his eyes, as if they were barely holding back a river. The boy's body trembled violently like he was having a seizure. The ramen bowls in front of him started to crack, and small rocks began to float around him. He turned to Palpatine to ask one final question. What was the name of this woman? Naruto was practically breaking. He sounded like it was taking everything he had to hold all his emotions in with that question. One look at him would tell that the boy was either going to break down at Palpatine's response or go completely berserk. Palpatine fully turned to the boy and gave his answer. Kushina Uzumaki. Meanwhile, in the shopping district, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata were browsing around the various shops and stands, trying to find the perfect gifts for Naruto's birthday. Each of them had trouble figuring out what to get the hyperactive, or rather former hyperactive knucklehead. After looking at various items and goods, they each managed to find something they thought the boy would enjoy. While they were satisfied with what they got him, They decided that his big day would be even better with a birthday cake, so they started perusing through some bakeries to find a delicious cake for the birthday boy. They happened upon one bakery that had very tasty, exquisite-looking cakes, and the owner seemed very nice. That is until they mentioned that the cake was for Naruto Uzumaki. Then the owner kicked them out of the store and told them never to come back again. Ino and Sakura were not happy and were venting out their frustrations while heading to the next bakery with Hinata, which is where we now find the three kunoichis of the leaf. Man, I can't believe that jerk. What the hell did he throw us out for? We didn't do anything wrong. Sakura fully agreed with Ino. They weren't causing any trouble at all, yet the man acted so hostile with them. Sakura was sure that the man looked like he was going to throw his own pastries at them if he hadn't gotten death glares from Hinata's bodyguards. The situation, however, was still odd. He acted crazy the second they mentioned that they were looking for a cake for Naruto. That was when it hit her. The fact that they said the cake was for her teammate was what set him off. But why? Naruto never did anything to him, did he? Maybe at one point Naruto pulled a prank on that man, like painting graffiti on his store or messed with the ingredients of his products. Before she could think further, Sakura's train of thoughts were interrupted by Hinata speaking at an alarming tone. "Hey, WY, is there smoke coming from over there?" Sakura and Ino both turned to where Hinata was pointing, and both became alarmed as they saw a huge column of smoke coming from what looked like the residential area. "It looks like a fire. Come on, let's go. There could be people in trouble." Sakura and Hinata with her guards followed Ino's lead and headed towards the area where the smoke was coming from. Center of the village, at the Hokage Tower. Tsunade was beyond exhausted both mentally and physically. After she gave a half-heart speech about the fourth Hokage sacrifice and the will of fire never burning out in the village, she wanted nothing more than to go home and escape from this sickening festival. Being Hokage, however, had its drawbacks, meaning she had to stay and participate in the dancing that took place after the speech. It was tradition that the Hokage would start off the first dance with her partner before everyone else joined in. Never in a million years did Tsunade ever think that she would allow herself to dance with Jiraiya. To her surprise, though, the toad pervert never made any moves or sultry comments to her. He complimented her on her beauty, but he didn't mean anything perverse by it, and she also found it flattering. She was also disappointed that Naruto didn't come to the festival. Not that she could blame him. If she were in his predicament, she wouldn't ever attend a festival full of people celebrating her misery and would find any means to force her out if she did attend. "You know, I always knew you wouldn't be happy being on a date with me, but I never thought you would wear such awful fake smiles to hide it." Jiraiya was referring to how Tsunade has been showing off a fake grin the entire night. He wasn't annoyed by it or took it as her being unhappy about being with him. Still, he felt he had to lighten the mood so that she could enjoy some of the night. Tsunade, however, didn't look like she was finding the joke amusing at all. In fact, her fake smile twitched quite a bit, and she looked like she was about ready to snap. That is until Jiraiya started trying to calm her down. Whoa, easy there, Tsunadeheim. Just trying to bring out a real smile from you is all." Tsunade still didn't drop her fake grin, but at least it stopped twitching. "Do you always have to call me that, Jiraiya? You know that there's no chance of me ever falling for you. Especially after you wrote all that perverted garbage you call books, and that time I caught you peeking in the women's bath." Jiraiya formed a grin of his own. It wasn't a lecherous one or one of perversion. It was a kind, heartwarming smile. "Don't be so sure, Tsunadeheim. We still have the rest of our lives, and a lot can change in that time. Also, I'll have you know that my books are works of art, not garbage." Jiraiya started pouting. It was fake, of course, since he had thicker skin than that, and he was just trying to look cute. Tsunade rolled her eyes, but was a little amused by the gesture. "Yeah, we'll see about that." Jiraiya suddenly pulled her a bit closer to his body. Not enough to make her feel uncomfortable or to call down the thunder of her wrath, but enough to make her blush a little at the bold move. She looked up at him without any fake smiles, but with a startled expression. "We sure will. Lady Hokage." Tsunade looked over to see one of the guards, who was stationed around the area, running towards her with an alarming look on his face. There's a fire in the residential district. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other and immediately leapt into action with Kakashi, Shizune, and Umbu guards following them. The group of shinobi sped fast through the village across the rooftops until they ran into a smaller group also heading towards the fire. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi saw that it was Sakura, Ino, and Hinata, followed by a couple of Hyuga guards. Sakura, you saw the smoke? Sakura nodded. Yeah, we thought that there might be trouble. Oh no. All heads turned to Jiraiya, who was standing wide-eyed at the large pillar of smoke that was emanating from the residential district of the village. The good news was that it looked like it was coming from the older part of the district where not as many villagers took up residency. However, a few members of the group started to get a bad feeling when that area started to look very familiar to them, like there was something important about it. That's where Naruto lives. Jiraiya's revelation instantly jogged everyone's memories. That was indeed where their little blonde shinobi lived. The two groups no longer wasted any time and instantly took off to the source of the smoke. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Shizune, and Sakura were in the front of the group, while everyone else followed behind. They were all beyond worried for the little gaki. While their running didn't take long for them, it felt like it took an eternity. An eternity to reach a sight that absolutely horrified them. They all stood stunned with terror as Naruto's apartment building was ablaze. Flames were pouring out of the windows and the various cracks in walls. The heat made it difficult to get within even 100 feet of the building. And the building looked like it was about to collapse any second. Tsunade turned to the Umbu and began shouting her orders. I want a perimeter set up around the building. Gather our best water-style users and bring them here to put the flames out. We need to evacuate any survivors from the building immediately before it comes down. Lady Tsunade looked. Tsunade turned to where Shizune pointed to see a man running from the flames. You there, stop. The man turned to Tsunade and recognized who she was before running to her, while the Umbu went to their assigned tasks. Lady Hokage. The man appeared to be about in his 70s. He panted and wheezed from the smoke and had a nasty gash upside his head. Shizune helped settle the old man down and started healing him while checking for other injuries. When it appeared that he had none, Tsunade began asking what happened. How did this fire start? Where are the other residents of the building? The old man looked at the Hokage and told her what happened. We all got a note today that said we had to evacuate the building by nightfall. Said something about taking care of a pest problem. I thought it was a hoax. Kids playing a practical joke. Until I noticed that everyone in the building packed up and left. The only ones still around were me and the Uzumaki boy. I thought it was very strange. I went to ask the super about it when I saw some punks in one of the vacant apartments up to no good. It looked like they were trying to start a fire. They saw me and one of them knocked me out. When I woke up, I smelled smoke and saw that the building was in flames. I got out of there as fast as I could. I just hope the kid isn't still in the building. Everyone darted their eyes to the complex with fear that Naruto might still be inside. Naruto! Sakura immediately dashed towards the hellish fire until Ino grabbed her. Sakura, you can't go in there. You'll be killed. We have to wait and hope the Umbu find him if he's still inside. Sakura struggled against the firm grip of her rival. She didn't care about the fire. She had to make sure Naruto was safe. Sakura's struggles came to a halt when the building began to creak and moan before it finally collapsed. Eyes widened as the apartment complex was now nothing more than a pile of burning cinders and wood beams. Tsunade herself started to make a break for the pile. That was until Jiraiya and Shizune grabbed hold of her to keep her back. It was extremely difficult due to Tsunade's immense strength. She started to drag them across the ground, causing their feet to dig and grind against it, leaving a trail. Sakura followed her example and began to drag Ino, though it became difficult when Hinata and Kakashi jumped in to help restrain her. Both Tsunade and Sakura's struggles ceased when a mob started to form around the perimeter fence. The Umbu were setting up and began to cheer. They all looked in horror as the group of villagers were cheering for the burning of the building. Sakura felt like she was having a bad dream. She didn't understand why the villagers could possibly be cheering for something as horrible as this. Her teammate could be dead, and yet those villagers were yelling and screaming for joy like it was the most wonderful thing that ever happened. Sakura's body suddenly began to feel deathly cold. She started to shiver violently. Something did not feel right. This chilling feeling, whatever was, felt so unnatural, more out of place than the previous cold episodes before. Like it was a shadow that felt as if it was looming over her and the whole village. Tsunade started to grit her teeth in rage of the heartlessness of the villagers. They were going too far this time. She has absolutely had it with the backwards thinking of these villagers. She wasn't the only one. Jiraiya was also glaring daggers at the mob. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Tsunade decided she was going to order her Umbu to round up these civilians for interrogation by Ibiki. Crack! Dead silence fell upon the crowd at the thundering, earth-splitting sound that was coming from the Hokage monument. All eyes looked up and were shocked to see there was a large crack that ran across the face of the fourth Hokage. It was long and deep, and it looked like it was getting bigger as it started to snake its way, forming spiderweb-like tendrils all over the former Hokage's face. Everyone began to shout in fear that the face was going to crumble apart, with the pieces falling straight onto the homes and buildings below. After a few seconds, though, the cracks stopped spreading and the head remained intact. The damage to the monument's face, though, was very severe. While everyone stood in shock of what just happened to the monument, honoring the man who saved them all from the Kyuubi, Tsunade took this chance to order her Umbu to round up everyone in the mob for questioning about the fire. She also sent another division to the Hokage monument to see if there were saboteurs responsible for the damage. Her tone of voice, from her first order, struck fear into most members of the crowd. Everyone knew of Tsunade's reputation for her temper, but the killer intent in her eyes had many believe those rumors did her no justice. The Umbu and most of the shinobi there began their tasks instructed to them by the Hokage, but Sakura Haruno stood in the same spot the whole time, without taking her eyes off the fourth Hokage's head. She could swear that she saw a small, bright red light atop of the fourth's head as the face was cracking. But now there was nothing there but darkness. Still, that did little to set her at ease, because the cold shadow that she was feeling was coming from up there. Next morning, Hokage's office. Tsunade sat in her office, staring menacingly at the small group of villagers in front of her. Standing by her sides were Jiraiya and Kakashi, the two of which were also giving off threatening looks. They all had good reason when considering that the civilians in question were the ones responsible for torching Naruto's home. Tsunade was beyond furious and exhausted. She spent the whole night either worrying about the Gaki or having to restrain herself from personally interrogating the villagers herself. Being a medic and having monstrous strength would certainly have many uncharted avenues in the art of torture. She was relieved when the Umbu reported that there was no one else in the building when it was on fire, meaning that Naruto was safe. Her mind refused to be at ease, though, for no one has heard or seen the boy all night and morning. There was also the issue of where Naruto would be staying now. Not one of the supers or managers of the other apartment complexes in the village would take him. She was going to consider having him stay with either Jiraiya or herself and Shizun until Palpatine Saitosaki came and said he could offer Naruto a room in an apartment complex that he just recently bought. He said Naruto would stay free of charge and in the penthouse suite. Tsunade didn't like the idea. She still didn't completely trust the old man. It was also mysterious as to why he would make such a generous offer for Naruto. She needed more time to think on it. Right now, her attention was solely focused on these criminals before her. Nothing else mattered at this moment, not even repairing the monument of the fourth Hokage's face. The only exception would be finding out where Naruto is. It didn't take long for Ibiki to get someone, from a mob that formed during the fire, to confess as to who were responsible. After the suspects were rounded up, then Ibiki really got into his interrogation. Apparently, all the individuals in question did it because of the usual nonsense of the boy being a demon who got what he deserved. Now here they were, waiting for the Hokage to pass sentence upon what their punishment should be. Usually committing something as serious as arson would require the whole council to be present, but this was an exception considering that their crimes extended beyond that. Meaning with all these charges, the Hokage wouldn't have to wait for the council to show up or to debate on what should be done. She could decide what their punishment would be without them or a trial. Usually, though, it was a common courtesy of the Hokage to wait for the council members to arrive. But Tsunade didn't want to wait for them because she knew if they found out that Naruto was these criminals' target, then their biasness towards him might reduce the charges of these criminals or even may allow them to walk free. That was something she would not stand for. For the crimes you've all committed, which consists of arson, assault, and the attempted murder of one of our shinobi, you will all be sentenced to life imprisonment, effective immediately. One of the thugs, a small skinny man with short spiky brown hair, spoke up against what he believed to be a harsh punishment. That's outrageous, Lady Hokage. You're going to send us to jail for trying to rid the village of that filthy demon? The others also began to speak out against what they viewed as a ridiculous sentence for trying to do the village a favor until they were silenced by Tsunade slamming her fist down on her desk. Silence. I don't want to hear a single word out of any of you. I was going to have you all executed for what you did to Naruto Uzumaki's home. The only thing that stopped me was the knowledge that if that boy were Hokage, he would give you all mercy despite what you have done. Slam. Everyone's attention was drawn to the doorway, slamming open by none other than Naruto Uzumaki himself. I wouldn't be so sure of that, Tsunade. The boy slowly walked in the room, each step giving off more and more of uneasy feeling for everyone else in the room. His demeanor seemed calm, but his eyes were blazing with red and yellow. His pupils were complete slits. His whisker marks were more defined. His teeth were fangs, and his nails were claws. After he reached the middle of the room, he raised his right hand and closed it into a fist. Slam! The door to the office slammed shut by itself. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya, who looked at her with the same worry in his eyes. They both knew Naruto was using that force power again. They were both also shocked that Naruto was actually breaking his promise to Jiraiya. The promise that he wouldn't use this power except for emergencies. They figured Naruto must have found out about his apartment, and that the ones responsible were here. Which means that they could be dealing with a repeat of what happened to him when he fought Orochimaru. Kakashi's loan, I was wide with shock as well. He was already informed of Naruto's strange new abilities by Jiraiya and Tsunade, but this is the first time he's seeing it. If he were to be honest, it made him feel incredibly anxious and a bit terrified. They weren't exaggerating at all. This is definitely not chakra. Tsunade was about to try calming the poor boy down when one of the criminals decided to open his big, arrogant mouth. See, he's a demon. No human being could do something like that. He's the one that should be punished, not us. If we don't drive him out of the village, he dash, gakakakur. The man started clawing at his own throat and started choking. Not just him, but the others in his group also were grabbing their own throats, gagging. Tsunade and the others didn't understand what was going on. She was about to leap over her desk to perform her medical jutsu when suddenly the group of criminals started to float into the air. Tsunade and the others looked back at Naruto and saw that he had his right hand curled upwards. They watched as the boy lifted his arm higher, and with it the arsonists. He flexed his fingers a little, which made them choke and gasp for air even harder. Finally having enough, Naruto threw his hand back, which caused his captives to be thrown back as well. Bam! The criminal scum were flattened hard against the wall. Each of them slid down and slumped over one another, clearly knocked out. The boy then turned his vicious gaze to the Hokage, his sensei, and his master. "We need to talk now." With each word the boy said, more and more of his anger and killer intent became noticeable to the older shinobi in the room. To Jiraiya and Tsunade, this was definitely like what happened with Orochimaru. Only now it seemed different. Before it was only Naruto's eyes that were changed, but now he was taking on more features of the Kyuubi, yet he seemed to still be in control. However, that did little to settle their nerves, because Tsunade and the others were starting to think the criminals were not the sole reason Naruto came here like this. Tsunade reached her hand out to the boy in an attempt to calm him down. "Naruto, I understand you're angry, but those men are already going to be punished severely for what they did. There's no reason for you to dash. You lied to me." Tsunade arched her hand back a little with what Naruto said, confused with what the little genin was implying. Jiraiya, having the same thoughts, spoke calmly to his apprentice. "Naruto, what are you talking about?" Naruto narrowed his eyes at the Toad Sage and stepped forward to him. "You, lead to me." Tsunade's brain felt like it was hit by thunder as she started to realize what the boy was talking about. No, he can't have found out already. Not now. She was praying to whatever god was out there that the boy didn't already find out about the secret they were hiding. Not after his apartment was just burned down by the cruelty of the villagers. This day couldn't possibly get any worse. "Naruto, listen to me. It's acceptable and natural that you're upset about what happened to your apartment, but that's still no excuse to be throwing accusations like that, especially at the Hokage. I know it's painful, but things will get better, I promise. Now, how about I take you out for some Ichiraka ramen? We'll talk more about it." Kakashi held his hand out as sign of peace, and that he just wanted to help the boy get through this ordeal. Naruto's response, however, was a low growl, and he started to let off even more killer intent than before. And it was now being directed at Kakashi. "I will not take any promises from you, Hatake." Kakashi was stunned by Naruto's reaction. He knew he and Naruto were having a rough patch lately, but he didn't expect any retort like that to come from a student. It also occurred to him that Naruto didn't call him sensei, but by his clan's name instead. In fact, earlier he didn't call Tsunade Granny, which was just as surprising. Tsunade was starting to get more and more nervous with the boy's aggressiveness. She needed to defuse the situation fast before things really got out of hand. She stepped forward with her palms up, motioning the young genin to relax. "Calm down, Naruto. Listen to me. You're upset and you're not thinking clearly. You've just been through a traumatic experience and you're having a hard time dealing with it. That's understandable, but we're here to help you. No one here is lying to you, I swear. Now, just take a deep breath and let's dash. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki." The day just got over 1,000 times worse. The temperature in the room, which already felt like it dropped more than a few degrees since the boy walked in, felt like it was below freezing now. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi looked at one another completely caught off guard and unprepared for this. The one secret Naruto was not supposed to know yet, for his own safety, was out. One thing they know they needed to do was make sure it didn't get picked up from this office by any unwanted ears. Jiraiya slammed his hand on the floor, and seals spread out all over the room. They were silent seals that made sure no one would be able to listen in on them any further. Now that the easy part was done, Tsunade and the others were going to have to explain why they had to keep such an important secret from the boy for so many years. It was not going to be easy or pleasant, and judging by the look on Naruto's face, it may even be painful. For both the boy and them. "Naruto, we didn't have a choice. Your father, Dash, is a heartless bastard who sacrificed me, his own son, to be the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, to be its jailer, and to have a lifetime of misery and loneliness, all to save this shithole of a village. And my own mother let him do it even when she knew exactly what it was like to be treated as a monster for having a tailed beast inside her. She didn't love me enough to try to stop him." They all knew Naruto wouldn't take the news about the fourth Hokage being his father well, But this was worse than they expected. How did the boy find out about his parents and his mother being a Jinchuriki, too? It was an extremely well-guarded secret. Someone must have told Naruto, but who? Tsunade and the others were going to find out about this later, but right now, they needed to focus on the boy who looked like he was on the brink of a mental breakdown. They needed to assure him that it wasn't true. He needed to know that his parents weren't the kind of people that he's come to believe they are. Naruto, during the Third Shinobi War, your father made a lot of enemies. Most were from the Iwagakure. These people would stop at nothing to make your father suffer, even in his death. They wouldn't think twice about killing Minato's only child to satisfy their need for revenge. That's why we had to keep your identity a secret, even from you. Jiraiya hoped that his explanation would calm the boy down, to make him understand as to why they had to keep this from him. The boy's reaction was him digging his claws into his palms from how hard he was tightening his fists. His teeth's grinding was literally loud enough to be the only sound in the room next to the sound of his blood dripping to the floor from his fists. The young Jinchuriki was clearly still not taking it well. So, you didn't think I could keep another secret about myself? I've gotten this far without telling any one of my friends about the QB. I'd say that more than proves my ability to keep S-rank secrets. I would have kept this one too. But no, you didn't trust me at all, did you? No, you all chose to leave me in the dark of something that I had a right to know. The boy was not understanding the situation at all. There was a reason they couldn't tell him yet. None of them, though, at this point, expected that the boy was going to accept it as a good one. Naruto, when your father died, he left instructions not to tell you the truth about him and your mother until you became 17 or reached the rank of Jounin. It was Kakashi that spoke up this time. Tsunade remained silent because she figured Jiraiya and Kakashi should be the ones to explain Minato and his actions since they knew him better. Yet, it didn't look like they were getting very far with the boy because he still looked like a cornered animal ready to snap at the closest hand. Of course, he would do that. He wouldn't want me to know that he set me up to be the Leaf's new secret weapon after it was forced upon my mother before me. Not until I was brainwashed into having nothing but absolute loyalty and love for these selfish walking pigs who've done nothing but hate me for something that wasn't even my fault. And you guys actually tried to carry out his wishes even when you knew it was wrong. They were all completely shocked, not only with how much Naruto found out about his parents and his mother having to take the responsibility as the village's former Jinchuriki, but also how much he was taking all this information the wrong way. The situation was getting more and more out of hand. Tsunade knew she had to say something to try to settle down the confusion and rage within the little Gaki, to make it clear to him that he wasn't a weapon or being fooled into serving this village. Otherwise, they may have to forcibly restrain him for his own good, something that she was praying wouldn't come to. Naruto, please listen to me. I don't know how you found out about your parents or got the idea that you're a weapon or even that we've been lying because we didn't trust you. But you're wrong. We do trust you and care about you. We just care about me. Naruto shoved his palm out and Tsunade was suddenly pushed back through the air, crashing into her desk. He curled his hand again and began to choke her as she clutched her throat in pain. Jiraiya and Kakashi leapt into action. Jiraiya got to Naruto first and was about to put a paper seal on his forehead, but froze. He couldn't move. Next thing he knew, he was being lifted into the air by Naruto's left hand. Naruto threw his left hand into the opposite direction, and Jiraiya flew right into Kakashi just as he finished body flickering to Naruto's right, and caused them both to crash into the wall. Naruto wasn't finished yet as he snapped his left arm back and threw Kakashi and Jiraiya into the opposite wall. They didn't touch the floor after hitting the wall, but were pinned against the wall's surface. Naruto started to close his left hand and began to choke them too. Like how you all care about me. If that's true, where the fuck were you guys when I was growing up all alone without any friends or family in a village that hated me? None of you were there for me. Naruto turned his attention to Kakashi. The copy ninja was struggling trying to lift his headband for his Sharingan eye. Naruto twitch his finger, and he began to gag harder due to the feeling of his windpipe being slowly crushed. After increasing the pressure for a few seconds, Naruto loosened the grip on Kakashi's throat, allowing him to breathe easier. Naruto began to speak in a lower tone, but his voice lost none of its aggressiveness or hurtfulness of feeling betrayed. You once taught me that those who break the rules are scum, but those who would abandon even one of their friends are worse than scum. Guess you would know all about that, wouldn't you, Ataki? Since you were my father's student after all. Kakashi ceased his struggling and looked at the boy shocked with how he would know that. How could he have found out that Minato was his sensei along with everything else? Where did Naruto get all of this information? He was more confused, though, as to where Naruto was going with this. I've been doing research all night, trying to find out what else you bastards have been hiding from me. I found out about your father, Hitaki. He committed suicide after the village treated him with cruelty for abandoning a mission to save his comrades. My father took you under his wing and trained you. I bet that to you he must have been a very good friend, or even maybe like an older brother. But when he died and left me, his son, to carry a heavy burden for the village, you did nothing. Kakashi flinched at that remark, as well as being reminded about his father and what happened to his sensei. You did nothing as the son of your sensei was forced to walk through these streets alone and hated. I bet you that there have been more than a few times where you saw how the villagers treated me, and yet you didn't lift a finger to help me out. You never bothered to talk to me, to check up on me and see if I wanted a friend or even just some company. No, you chose to ignore me. I never even met you until I was assigned to your team, and you had the nerve to lecture me, Sakura, and Sasuke about teamwork and never abandoning your comrades when you already abandoned me from the moment I was born. You could have helped me with the academy, my jutsus, or even give me one or two lousy lessons. But you didn't. The room shook a little from the boy's sudden outburst. Some of the books and scrolls on the bookshelf fell over. Naruto took a breath and continued as the room stopped shaking. You never even tried to teach me any useful jutsus for the Chunin exams. When I was set up to fight Neji, you left me with another Jounin who didn't even like me, so you could train Sasuke. You said it yourself that Neji may have even been better than Sasuke, who was the rookie of the year in my class, and you did nothing to help me fight him. It took me running into Pervy Sage by sheer luck to learn what I needed to defeat both him and Gaara. I could have died. No, me and my teammates could have died because you played favorites and abandoned me instead of preparing me to fight these guys. The room shook more violently this time. The windows began to crack, as did some parts of the wall. Kakashi, while he did notice, wasn't distracted by it that much because he was mostly preoccupied with being guilted by what Naruto said. The boy was right. Kakashi didn't do a single thing to help him as he grew up. He knew what it was like to suffer through solitude and hatred. Despite that, he did nothing for this boy, who was Minato Sensei's own son. He broke Obito's rule, the one rule he's lived his life by. He abandoned Naruto. And you. Naruto's words dripped with venom as he turned to Jiraiya. He loosened the force around his own windpipe to allow him to breathe. Of course, Jiraiya would have preferred the strangulation of the force than the hell Naruto was about to unleash upon him. You're even worse than him. You know that pervy sage? No, wait, I shouldn't call you that now, it's not right. Not sensei or master either. Not even by your name or title. So how about Godfather? The toad sage felt as if all the warmth in his blood was stolen away. He stared in disbelief at his apprentice. Naruto knows about that too? How could that be? There wasn't any written record of him being the boy's godfather. Jiraiya and the third Hokage agreed that it was for the best to help keep the boy safe. Naruto, I can explain. I had to dash. Shut up. Naruto cut Jiraiya off and twitched his finger, which forced the Toad Sannin's jaw to slam shut hard. I don't want to hear any of your excuses, Godfather. You neglected me, your godson, my whole life, and for what? So you could run around peeping on women in bathhouses, picking them up at brothels? Focus on writing those cheap romance novels of yours? Yeah, those are perfect reasons for not raising and taking care of me. I may not be very smart, but I'm not completely stupid, Godfather. Jiraiya flinched. Every time Naruto called him Godfather, he spoke it as if it were an insult. He tried with all his might to open his mouth to explain, but he couldn't. It felt like his jaw was trapped in a vice. Tell me something. Did you ever once think of me? Ever wonder if I was okay? Were you ever concerned if the villagers and their children were treating me badly? If I was struggling at the academy? Or even something as simple as me eating healthy? And if you thought of any of that, did you ever bother to find out? No, you didn't. Because if you did, you would have marched back to the Leaf and demanded that I be placed in your care like any real godparent would have done. That is if you weren't so busy being a careless pervert. The room felt like it was going to fall apart. The cracks on the window and walls spread further, forming spider-like webs. The bookcase completely fell over, its contents spilling all over the floor. You didn't care about me at all. Even when I met you at the hot springs, it didn't matter to you if my training for the finals was going well. Not until I used my stupid, sexy jutsu to convince you to train me. Naruto looked down and a few teardrops fell to the floor. He was trying really hard to keep himself from crying. He coughed and shook his head a bit to regain his composure. You know, after the invasion, I thought you actually liked spending time with me. I mean, you chose me to go with you to find Tsunade. You taught me how to use the Rasengan, which was my father's technique, and you bought me those popsicles when I was trying to figure out the steps. To be honest, it was one of the happiest moments I had during our mission, maybe even my whole life. Now, I see that the real reason you chose to take me was to make sure nothing happened to the Leaf's weapon. To keep me and the fox from falling into the Akatsuki's hands and be used against the village. That and the reason you trained me was simply because of my father. He was your apprentice too, and you said it yourself that I reminded you of him. If it weren't for that, you would have had no interest in keeping me as your student. Do you even believe that I'll become Hokage, or were you just leading me on so I wouldn't suspect anything? Suspect that you were just keeping the weapon my father left for this village safe? Jiraiya wanted very badly to tell his godson that he was wrong. He did care about him. He did believe in him. However, the boy made excellent points. Jiraiya was never there for him when he was growing up all alone without anyone. Sure, he checked in every once in a while with Sarutobi to see how Naruto was doing in the village, but he never acted on the times when boy was seriously struggling. Jiraiya slumped forward as the guilt settled in. The reasons he had for staying away from Naruto may have been good at the time, but now he realizes that they may have been nothing more than feeble excuses. He knew that Naruto was having it hard in the village, but the Sannin trusted his late teacher to take care of his godson. It should have been him to look after him. If Minato or Kushina were alive, they would be so disappointed and ashamed of him. And Naruto, please stop this. You've got it all wrong. Naruto narrowed his eyes and turned to Tsunade, who was struggling to speak while still being choked by the force. The young Uzumaki walked slowly towards her, relaxing his grip on her throat. Tsunade coughed as she tried to regain her breath. She then focused on trying to free herself. She concentrated her chakra through her arms and legs in an attempt to break free of this invisible yet powerful restraint on her body. She was able to get her right arm and left leg a little loose before they slammed back down against her broken desk. It's no good. My chakra isn't working against his power. Now I know how Orochimaru felt when he was caught and tossed like a rag doll. Tsunade looked up and saw Naruto glaring down at her with his red, flaming eyes. Well, it sure as hell wouldn't be the first time I've gotten something wrong. I've been getting things wrong most of my life because, like I said, I had no godfather, no former friend of my father, and no other family member. But you would know why I didn't have any family in the village at the time, wouldn't you, Tsunade? Tsunade's eyes widened, and for the first time, since she overcame her hemophobia, she felt herself overcome with fear. During my research last night, I found out that your grandfather, Hashirama Senju, was married to a member of my clan. Her name was Mito Uzumaki. Sound familiar? Of course, it should. She was your grandmother, which means that you and I are related. Isn't that right? Tsunade looked down at the floor, slowly nodding like she was a disobedient child being scolded by a parent. A parent that was furious. When my godfather first introduced me to you, I could tell by your reaction that you knew who I was. You knew I carried the same burden as both my mother and your grandmother. And like my godfather, you never bothered to check up on me or even write me a simple message scroll. The last and maybe only relative I had left who knew about me didn't care enough to make sure I was even alive or safe. No, you were too busy drinking and gambling. When we finally met, what did you do? You insulted me. You insulted my dream of becoming Hokage. You didn't bother to ask me how I was, or if I was doing all right in the village, or even give me a simple hug. You didn't care. At first, I understood why, because you were still grieving from the precious people you lost, who also had the dream of becoming Hokage. But now I see that even if you weren't still mourning, you would have still humiliated me, taken my money, and just insulted me, and my dream more like it's the most enjoyable experience in the world for you. In the end, I had to save your life just to get you to finally see me as more than just a stupid, annoying brat. Something you already should have done when you first laid eyes on me. Tsunade started to slump in defeat from the barrage of guilt Naruto was throwing at her. She could no longer focus on trying to break free, not with all this shame weighing her down. And there was more of it to come. You know, you're the closest thing to a grandmother or even a mother I ever had. It was the reason I called you Granny all the time. When you kissed me on the forehead, it was the first time I ever got a kiss like that from a woman that I thought really cared about me. But you don't do you. You never came to see me like a concerned family member would. You didn't tell me about my parents. You said I didn't deserve to become a chunin. You don't care. Tsunade winced at that short outburst, as did Jiraiya and Kakashi when Naruto turned to face them. None of you did. You all saw me struggling with the villagers and with desperately wanting to know about my parents. Yet, you all chose to hide the one thing that could have changed everything. The pieces of the walls began to break off, and the window looked like it was going to shatter completely. The books on the floor began to levitate and float while spinning violently around, some of them being torn to shreds. After a few minutes of his power running amok, Naruto reeled it back in again before the room could fall apart. Silence followed. Not one among them could muster up the courage to speak to the boy who felt betrayed. Naruto's words and insults felt sharper than any kunai, and they struck hard. And some of them struck hard and true. Each of them knew that they committed an awful sin to the boy. They each have lied to him, and none of them were there to support or even just be there for him while he grew up in this living lonely hell. They just didn't know what to say to him. What could they say? Naruto looked at each one of them as he sensed their remorse and shame. A part of him deep down actually felt satisfied with inflicting this guilt upon them. Another part felt regret and empathy for causing this to the ones he considered his precious people. It didn't matter now, though. What's done is done. Before he would leave, though, he wanted to say one final thing to them on the matter. They may be my parents by blood, but the way I see it, they're nothing more than scum to me. Scum who used me to save people that would end up hating me no matter what. You know, I think all along there's only been two people in this entire village that didn't think of me as a weapon or a monster. Two people who actually believed that I'm a human being, a shinobi that will become Hokage. Because of their faith, I won't give up on my dream no matter what. It's my goal, even if I can't count on you guys anymore to believe in me. Naruto was about to release them and head to door until he sensed something. Their thoughts were drowning in remorse and guilt, even more so than before. Almost like it was being poured down their throats against their will, and it didn't even have to do with their guilt of abandoning him. There was something else he sensed, a feeling that was all too familiar to him. It was coming from all of them, especially within Tsunade. It was fear. Naruto turned to the slug princess and saw that she had her head down, looking down in the corner of her eyes. You're hiding something else from me, aren't you? I can sense your thoughts and feelings. Tsunade snapped her head to the boy with her eyes wide with disbelief. She looked to Jiraiya and Kakashi, and they both looked at her with the same shocked expressions plastered on their faces. Naruto slowly walked back to the slug, Sannin, like a predator stalking its prey. He's had enough of their secrets and lies. If there was another, then he was determined to get it out of them, no matter what. Whatever it is you're hiding, you're afraid of me finding out, but you also feel guilty for not telling me. You've been keeping this secret from me for the last few days. I knew there was something else you weren't telling me. Naruto stood in front of Tsunade again. She turned her head to the side and slammed her eyes shut. She couldn't tell him the truth. She just couldn't. If she did, it would devastate Naruto completely. If she didn't, though, and Naruto finds out what she's been hiding, then the boy would never trust any of them again. Tsunade felt her head rotate on its own till she was face to face with the boy again, the features of the QB becoming more and more prominent with his rage. What is it you're hiding, Tsunade? What is it you've been keeping me in the dark from recently? What is it? Tell me. Tell me. Naruto brought his hand up with his fingers stretched out to Tsunade's face, and she suddenly felt a searing pain through her head. It felt like all the hangovers she's ever had in her life, multiplied by 100. As she started to grunt in pain, Kakashi and Jiraiya struggled more against the grip of the force. It was to no avail, though, as it was too strong and unknown to them. The Lady Hokage looked at the boy that she cared for deeply and realized she couldn't tell him no matter what. The boy could lose control and go berserk if she did, lose his mind and soul to the QB forever. She would not allow that to happen. She will not allow this already heartbroken boy to lose himself upon knowing the truth. The problem was the Sannin knew she couldn't lie to him again. She and the others have already lied to him enough as it is. Lied about things the boy had more than a right to know. That, and with his new ability to somehow sense their minds, lying was useless. Nevertheless, she could not tell Naruto, not just for his safety, but perhaps the safety of the entire village. There were times like this where she really hated being Hokage. Naruto, I can't tell you. Not while you're like this. If you knew, you would dash. I'm like this because of your lies. Because of all of you. Now I'll ask again, what are you hiding? Before Tsunade could say more, the door to her office opened and in walked Shizen with a folder containing files that was marked as S-rank secrets. Lady Tsunade, we just finished our autopsy of the bodies. Here are the dash. Shizen gasped at the sight of the ruined office, but what was even more appalling was that Naruto was pinning down her master, while holding Kakashi and Jiraiya against the wall. It was so shocking that it caused her to drop the folder, causing the S-rank documents to spill out all over the floor. One document slid to Naruto's feet. Curious of what it was, he released Tsunade, who began to clutch her head in pain, and picked it up. His eyes sped fast through the document until they came to a screeching halt to one line. Naruto's arms fell to their sides, which caused Kakashi and Jiraiya to be freed from his grasp. His eyes were wide open, and tears began to flow out of them like rivers during a heavy storm. He began to whimper like a beaten pup. The paper slipped out of his hand to the floor. Tsunade, upon realizing what the document was, rushed to Naruto, kneeling down while grabbing him gently by the shoulders. Naruto didn't react, of course, because it felt like his world just completely shattered. The poor boy gasped for air and began to hyperventilate. He couldn't breathe. Naruto began clutching his chest in pain while trying desperately to get some air into his lungs. He still didn't notice that the Lady Hokage was trying to help him while at the same time express her guilt and sorrow. Naruto, Naruto, look at me. Look at me. You have to slow your breathing. I understand you're in pain, and I'm sorry. I am so sorry, Naruto. We were going to tell you. I swear upon my life, we dash. Error, yeah. Naruto roared as he suddenly brought his arms to his chest and shoved them out to his sides. Everyone and everything in the room suddenly repulsed away. All the furniture was blown to bits by the shockwave, including most of the glass for the office window. The others were sent flying and crashing through the walls except in Tsunade's case. As she was sent flying back in her desk, and smashed it to pieces. Naruto ran past Tsunade and jumped out the window, smashing through the remaining glass and descended to the ground below. He didn't care about trying to grab onto anything. He wanted to get away as fast as possible. Moments later, he landed on all fours, creating a small crater which cracked the earth and stirred up dust. The red chakra of the Kyuubi began to engulf his body as he roared out to the village all the anger, fury, and pain that was bubbling inside of him. As if responding to his primal rage, all the windows in the Hokage tower shattered to pieces. The occupants inside, too terrified to even investigate due to the animalistic cry of the young Jinchuriki. Naruto began repeatedly smashing the ground with his fists, causing the ground to break and more cracks to spread in and around the crater. Deciding that wasn't enough to ease the torture he was going through, he got on all fours and headed into the village. Tsunade groaned in pain as she felt herself being lifted up from the splintered remains of her desk. She opened her eyes and saw that it was Jiraiya, who had a look of deep emotional pain and dread on his face. Shizen climbed out of the hole she made and immediately rushed to her master's side and began checking her for injuries. Meanwhile, the loan document that Naruto had was gently picked up by Kakashi. He looked down in such regretful sorrow at the contents of the document, a document that contained the secret they never should have hidden from Naruto. It was the death certificate of Irika Yumino.